Happy Friday, SMITE fans. You are watching the SMITE Challenger Circuit. We're over in EU to start off a long day of competitive SMITE action. We've got some great SPL sets later on as well. One of them in studio, so you don't want to miss that. But first, we've got a matchup between the top EU team here in the SCC and then a team trying to challenge for that top spot. My name is Dolson. Mifflin is with me to kick off this fine Friday of SMITE competitive action. Miff, excited to jump into things here, get the ball rolling on a fun day of SMITE. And hopefully the EU SEC continues to live up to that competitive nature that we've seen.
I hope so, but there is a little bit of a shakeup in this set, Dave. I mean, it looks
there?
like we've got some wide sweeping roster changes. I mean, I got it on my screen right here. I don't know why I'm being coy, but this is not like the normal team comps. We'll get there a little later.
Yeah, we'll get there in just a little bit. First off, we'll see what the schedule looks like for this week in the SCC. We had one matchup in EU yesterday, a couple matchups in NA yesterday, all of them 2-0s. There is a chance that this one is a 2-0 as well. Elysium versus the Snake Hunters. Our final EU set of the week will be on Sunday before the SPL. And then tomorrow morning, prior to the SPL, Sturdy Artisans and Winter Dogs will round out this week in the North American SCC. Let's take a look at the standings now and see going into this matchup if there is any moving and shaking that can happen. Elysium, important to get a win here. Team Joystick got a win, 6-2 now for that team. They are tied in wins with Elysium, so Elysium with a win here will widen that gap up against Myth. Admittedly, a team that struggled, the Snake Hunters at 1-6. So you're going into this one assuming that Elysium are the favorites. And even more so, I think this week, Elysium would be the favorites. You mentioned it earlier. We'll talk about Elysium in just a moment. But important, I think, to run down exactly what happened here with the Snake Hunters. This is a roster that is completely changed up. Vaporish Coast, Captain Odie, Rapio, Silence, Pretty Prime was the team that we had last time.
Wow.
That is not the team that we have this time for Snake Hunters. Worst Turtle, the Ray Shadow, Chekio, Mecha Black, and Wengu is going to be this new Snake Hunters team. So in the past, some of these guys have played with one another. But now you're coming into the SEC and you're going up against one of the best teams in the league. Going to be a difficult stretch here today.
Yeah, I think so, man. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be completely familiar with the entirety of the European ranked scene, but I got to assume some of these guys are some ranked stars over there. In particular, I know that Chekio's got competitive history, as does Worst Turtle. They both played at the SEC level for a very long time, but they've got three players now that I have no idea about. I don't know anything about the Ray Shadow, Wengu, and Mecha Black. These guys could be name changes. They could be new talents to the SEC. All I know is they've got a lot to prove here today, especially considering who they're playing against.
Yeah, talk about a tough role, right? I mean, you're switching up your roster. You're coming into the SEC. Some have played together. Some have not. And week one, congratulations. Well, we're in like week 8 or something like that. But week 1 with your new roster, congrats. You get to fight against Elysium, a 6-1 team that has only lost one set. Of course, that's what 6-1 means. Here in the EU SEC, Spudio, Trix Tank, Angry, Adapting, and Terram. No surprise, Myth, that this team is on top of the EU SEC.
Yeah, these guys have been completely dominant. Plenty of SPL talent, some world stage contenders, some champions on this side as well. Elysium is a very stacked roster for the European SEC, and I think that it is reflected properly within their slash lines, man. These guys play confidently, and they play with purpose throughout every single one of these matches, and nobody's surprised. But the only surprise I think people can take away from this Elysium roster is that when you talk about these guys, you're thinking to yourself, all right, it's probably the Adapting Carry project, right? It's just him doing king stuff. And he is doing king stuff, but there's still plenty of talent in the wings. I mean, Terram is one of the lesser-known players on this team. He's had some great performances. Spudio as well, very strong out of that ADC role. I mean, every single one of these guys is exactly where they belong, and that's at the top of the EU SEC.
Yeah, Terram has really surprised me throughout this phase, and in a good way, of the EU SEC. Really stepped up in the solo lane in a meta where we started to see more of the bully in your face style picks. The RDOs have looked really good for Terram. Those styles of picks for Elysium have really worked. Angry as well out of the mid lane. Angry, I think, has really jumped out as a front runner here in the mid lane in the EU SCC. Let's see in picks and bans if Snake Hunters have a game plan going up against this Elysium team, because it's one of those teams, Myth, that everyone on the roster, right, deserves some level of respect. At some point, maybe you consider you got to ban against the tier list, because everyone has some pick here on this Elysium team that you're going to want to take away.
Yeah, I think the Snake Hunter's already removing that. Tiamat kind of reflects that strategy that you were bringing up. Let's go ahead and play against the tier list itself, and what better way to start than to remove Tiamat from the playable gods. Meanwhile, Elysium going to keep doing the exact same. Osiris and Odin going to be banned out. I'm not expecting too many direct targeted bans from Elysium side, just because there's just not a whole ton of name recognition with this new Snake Hunters roster, which means that you don't really know what you're going to target ban out.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, I think on either end of the threat spectrum are these tier list-esque bans.
Wait, what are the ends of the spectrum?
On one end, every single player on a team is terrifying, and they all have picks that you want to ban away. On the other end, you're not scared of any player at all on the enemy team, and so you're just going to ban against the tier list. In the middle, when there's a few players that are really good, then you can maybe start target ban a little bit more. But if everyone's scary or no one's scary, you're just taking away the good stuff. Somewhere in the middle there, Myth, is when you're starting to target out players. That was pretty good by me. That was some
You can't just gas your own analysis?
Yes, I can.
I was going to gas you the second you stopped talking.
Man, so here's this spectrum, right? And really good, really bad, somewhere in the middle. What do you think about that one, Myth?
That's, honestly, yes, that's pretty cool. I
appreciate you, Myth. Thank you very much. I will gas up my tank and roll on with picks and bans. Let's catch back up here. Hell, Khepri, Cullen for Elysium. Some strong controlling picks there in the first three. Cerberus, Pele, and Raijin, though, Myth. Interesting. I want to latch onto this Pele here a little bit. Cerberus and Raijin, no surprise. Pele, though, maybe a bit out of nowhere.
Yeah, Pele is very interesting. Again, I believe that the SEC is played on that 8.8 bonus balance, so these traditional assassins aren't really directly in the meta right now, but Pele...
SPL's on the new patch.
It is. No spoilers for the SPL. Pele, though, I think is kind of in this interesting little middle ground where you can go towards that Mannequin Scepter in the first slot. You can play this auto attack style and try and find your value there. Just utilize the additional movement speed from the third ability as a pseudo slow, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if the enemy's slowed or if you're going faster. At the end of the day, you're still landing your auto attacks. But Pele is volatile. If you fall behind on this god, all of a sudden your ultimate's just an escape. All of a sudden your 3 is just an escape. It's very hard to engage. Your ranged poke isn't very good. So I'm expecting the Snake Hunters to either dominate throughout the early, which they have the potential to do with this draft, or get dominated, full stop.
Yeah, the problem is if we go back to the pick ban spectrum here, I think the Elysium team are on the...
Just keep going to that well.
Yeah, right. Well, look, it's full of water right now, and so I'm gonna keep pumping it out while it still has some value. Elysium are on the everyone's terrifying side of the spectrum, and so getting... This is not bias, right? This is just odds. This is a 95%er for Elysium. You have to figure it's a new looking roster here for the Snake Hunters. Snake Hunters, even with their old roster, their existing roster prior to this was 1-6. And Elysium are the opposite. This team has played together. There's a lot of chemistry here.
6-1.
6-1. Spot on. The other side of the spectrum, you might say. Let's talk about this Elysium draft, though. Hell, Khepri, Cullen, Awilix, and Artemis. Awilix, you know, if you get a good engage here from Cullen, that's kind of where my eyes go. You get this big knock-up in the back line. You find the back line. Awilix is going to be able to pull those in. That 1-2 punch, the engage for Elysium. Looking pretty scary here in game number 1. Can the Snake Hunters upset the top dogs here in EU, or will Elysium make the Snake Hunters pay for loading in? TBD, and we'll find out here in game number 1. Doug joins us, of course, on the camera. Let's talk about that draft, though, Myth. Cullen, Awilix, Hell, Khepri, and Artemis. Pretty tried and true comp here for Elysium.
Yeah, Adapting is going to be the kind of sole proprietor of that early game aggression for his team. Angry is going to spend a lot of this time free farming in mid on this Hell, so it's all up to Awilix to act as that bridge into the late game, and well, that bridge is headed to the Holy Land, as far as I'm concerned. You've got Hell in the late game. You've got Khepri. I almost said Aurora, just because I associate Khepri with Aurora now. And you've got Artemis as well. I mean, that's incredibly scary, and it's not exactly a poor early game either. I mean, the dual lane of Elysium does have the potential to just kind of get blown out of the water thanks to the aggression of a Surcat support, but Abducted and Transgressor's Fate is just good. It's just a ton of CC lockdown. Artemis's poke is phenomenal as well. This game is teetering on a knife's edge as far as I'm concerned between these rosters. Either one could start to run away with it.
Yeah, Adapting, I think my eyes go there, Myth, for this Elysium team. Awilix, such a... I don't know if niche is the right word. Maybe it is. You know, you don't see it all that often in the current meta. Relies on some setup from the rest of the team outside of what Adapting is going to be able to do on his own here as well. But adapting the type of guy, I think, who likes these types of picks. Chekio walks forward. Angry does as well. Worst Turtle eyeing first blood, but the healing is there. Adapting gets the knockup. Worst Turtle walks away and walks back to the grave. Adapting trying to chase down Chekio here. There might be enough damage. It's a double for Adapting. We're 1 minute and 15 seconds in, and it is worst case scenario for Snake Hunters.
Look, man, that was a DPS race. Worst Turtle has Angry dead to rights, and then Adapting hits the knockup to peel out for this hell. And the second that happens, back up, heal up, and re-engage the team fight. You don't want to have a Wheelish free casting on you in the early. Tough stuff for the Snake Hunters, man. That is a huge loss throughout the early. I mean, you worded it perfectly, man. That is some worst case scenario level stuff.
Yeah, and Adapting now with a 2-0 start to this game. Worst Turtle about a level behind. Maybe you can re-engage onto Angry here. Somehow Angry took like a little bit of damage and then healed up. I guess Hell is annoying to play against there in the mid lane. Strong pick for Elysium. Angry has been able to shrug off what was a potential first blood and now grabs a couple of assists. So it's the next couple of minutes where Adapting, if you figure, can kind of take this game over. You're off to a great start. We've talked in past matchups, as you and I have casted together, that a couple of kills doesn't end the game. It's what you end up doing off of a great start here for Adapting. And on a pick like a Wheelix, you can really impact this game.
You really can. I mean, the early power spikes that you're afforded if he does elect to go towards that Jotun's Wrath, worth noting Jotun's Wrath has not received the buff yet on the patch these guys are playing on, but is still an incredibly strong meta pick for a god like a Wheel. It's just a good stat stick, power, penetration, as well as CDR, all going to add up to a good time for Adapting out of the jungle. And considering First Blood double kill going his way, I mean, he might just have it here. I mean, just going to go ahead and purchase that holistically for the jungler. Instead, though, Brawler's Beat Stick, yeah, he doesn't need multiple cooldowns. He's looking to kill you on that first rotation of abilities. Look, nobody's winning a 1v1 up against Adapting for like the next 7 minutes probably, at least.
Yeah, a tough draw now. Worst Turtle in a spot where, of course, you want to be able to get aggressive on Pele, but if Adapting is there, I don't think you can. Chekio was level 3 coming back to lane here just a moment ago. Angry at level 5. So about a 1.5 level lead in the mid lane. Angry has been able to find. And over here in the solo lane, Myth, should be interesting to watch. Taram, we heaped some praise on this player in the pregame highlight reel for good reason. The solo lane has been one of the linchpins of this Elysium team and their success so far in the EU SEC. And I like the playmaking style that this Kilcullen solo lane provides. There is some playmaking, though, of course, with Ray Shadow here on the Cerberus. Could be a duel when the team fights start to break out.
Man, Adapting chasing Worst Turtle throughout the entirety of his jungle only stops because he gets shown on the wave, has to reset. I think had that wave not been there, he would have followed Worst Turtle all the way to the green buff and tried to kill him there. I mean, this is early aggression and bullying, disrespect from the king.
Oh no, level 5 is hit by Spudio and Trixtank, and Trixtank will pull Mecha Black in. And then the boar goes out and puts Mecha Black down in the dirt. No beads for the Circuit. No chance to live. Worst Turtle and Adapting dueling out, but maybe it's Adapting that'll feel more comfortable here. Some damage into the back of this. Pele and Angry rounds the corner. Elysium really starting to run away with things. 4 kills in 4.5 minutes. Now Angry on the board. Chekio watching for the red buff up and over. Mecha Black goes Adapting. This is a level 6. Excuse me, a Wheelix. I was going to say Circuit. No, Circuit is level 4. And it's a red buff invade on the back of a couple kills here for Elysium.
I can't believe Worst Turtle ulted aggressively there. Maybe Feather Step over him, blocks it, and that's why he lands in place. But gotta think he'd have been better suited just using that to get out of dodge. And then afterwards, Chekio walking up, Adapting actually perfectly. Hovering around the wall, avoids being shown by the ward that Chekio throws over the wall, and nearly finds himself a second kill inside of that engagement. Adapting he's playing with confidence, man. And it looks good. I mean, he is clearly just playing this match however he wants. I'm not sure that Adapting has been tested a single time in the last 5 or so minutes. He's just kind of flexing.
Yeah. It's a fun watch. There's something about, I think Adapting has found a good balance for himself here with this Elysium team. Still able to compete, and he's doing it well. It's just fun watching this Elysium team play, and Adapting specifically. Starts off this game at 2-0-1. Really, that's culminated, Myth, in a 1-level lead in the jungle, but a 2-level lead out of mid. Angry has been able to build up so much farm, such an advantage over Chekio, and then a Rod of Tahuti, first item for this Hell.
That's new.
Seems like any sort of pressure here in mid is going to be met with a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage, a ton of healing coming his way as well. I mean, Chekio's damage output is not a ton. He's equivalent level to the support of Elysium at this point. 6 on the Khepri to the 6 on this Raijin. Angry benefiting from a ton of farm in his favor, considering Adapting has not split too much inside of mid. And maybe we see a fight here. Ward cleared out by Snake Hunters, and that should spell the end of it.
Look at that. Chekio takes a little chunk damage. That's just one little toss out there from the hell. Worst Turtle rounding the corner here. Could attempt to fight in mid. I'm not sure you want to do that. It's a 3-level lead now in the mid lane as we stand. Worst Turtle does, in fact, want to fight, but it's an abduct from Trix Tank. Angry walks away. Taiko drums are connecting onto this hell. Scarab's Blessing there on the other end. Angry heals himself up, and so he'll walk away. Actually, maybe a fight that the Snake Hunters feel that they came out ahead of.
Yeah, they do get to walk away with their lives this time, but Angry's going to full heal pretty quickly, and he's back. Angry's back and in fighting strength, and where's Worst Turtle? He's limping on back to his tier 2 tower on the right-hand side. The Snake Hunters may have felt like they won that fight, but that was in the short term. It was evanescent, if you would. Elysium, they've got to be put down completely if you want to take them out of these games. I mean, the healing from Angry already, thanks to that Rada Tahuti in the first slot, is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, that's on me. I'm thinking, okay, you got Scarab's Blessing, and so maybe that's a win. Yeah, but you also spend Pele, Raijin, and Circuit Ultimate to try to get a kill onto Angry. So ahead in the sense of pressure, behind in the sense of ultimates over the next couple of minutes. There is a ward here. That'll spot out Adapting and Spudio. As Adapting has made his way to the left side of the map, there's a purple buff respawning here shortly. And so fighting around Adapting and maybe even Spudio, always going to feel good here for this Elysium team. That's a very difficult character to catch. I'm not sure Wangu and Mecha Black have the ability to do so. Over here on the right, though, Myth, things have been quiet in the solo lane. That's allowed Tarim to build up a 1-level lead. The Runic Shield certainly will help out up against Cerberus, but there's more diving happening in mid. Angry jumped on. Could it be a kill here for the Snake Hunters? No,
dead.
It's not. Not just yet. Angry sent on back, but Angry takes one with him into the grave. Now Chekio will have to use the Taiko drums, but Adapting has got plenty of damage, just walks on into it. The fear away might save Chekio's life. There's a Thunder Crash away, but now Tarim rotates in from solo and adds another.
And now Ray Shadow going to try and match that presence, but instead getting jumped on in mid. Has to use the beads early on and should be able to walk himself out of here. Snake Hunters, it may have been 1-for-1, but it's 6-for-1 so far as the top of the screen is concerned. And take a peek at this gold. Was just 2,000 a moment ago, leaking its way towards that 3,000 mark. Experience approaching 4, and we're not even double digits in the numbers just yet. I mean, we're 9 minutes into this game.
Yeah, Elysium still feeling comfortable, a 1-for-1 trade. You know, getting a kill onto Angry, definitely good here for the Snake Hunters. 3-level lead has become 2-level lead, so trending in the right direction. Unfortunately, literally every lane on the map is at least in a 1-level discrepancy right now. I mean, no two ways about it. You're fighting from behind for the next few minutes if you're the Snake Hunters. But, you know, Elysium Myth, they're the type of team that will have a lead like this and they will push it. The Snake Hunters are going to be hard-pressed to slow things down and delay things. All this scrapping in the mid lane seems like it's just going to be the start of it. Adapting, if he so chooses, can effectively start a fight anywhere.
And now Gold Fury spawned up. Pyroman's going to be spawning up very shortly here as well. So Elysium, who has been forcing engagements on nothing, now has a goal to set for themselves. They can go to one of these POIs and force the Snake Hunters to either try and put up a defense and take a fight where they are heavily disadvantaged, or let the objective go down and be further disadvantaged.
Let's see what Tarim can get done here against 3 Stygian Torment onto Tarim. So there's going to be a lot of damage onto this Cullen. 3-man root on the backside. That's buying a lot of time for Elysium to get in. Scarab's Blessings there on the other end as well. And Tarim will survive, and watch out because Adapting and the boys round the corner, and they're about to rout the Snake Hunters. 2 down already. Adapting does end up falling. And that's a fight where you feel like you can get this kill onto Tarim. Tarim just survives, and Elysium make it a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that Khepri ultimate just immediately crushes the forward momentum. The Snake Hunters Adapting sees a lot of low HP targets. It's like a 3-man feather step, drops them all down to about 20% HP, and when you're using that level of aggression against that many people, kind of leaves you high and dry. No feather step, no damage immunity, and no chance for Adapting to walk out of that one. Snake Hunters, again, able to find at least one return kill, but Elysium not slowing down this growing gold lead whatsoever. And now on the Gold Fury, we could be talking 5,000 at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, we're getting real close to it, and that's what I mean by Elysium and their ability to just continue continue to push these games. You know, you get a small lead, you make it bigger, and Elysium are going to continue to do that here. Angry has been a big beneficiary here, 3-1-3. We've talked about the continued level lead in mid. We learned last time, Snake Hunters, that Terrum will get 3-man dove and extend his life a little bit further. I'm not sure 2 is going to get things done here. Attempted steal onto the blue buff, unsuccessful, but still putting pressure on Snake Hunters and keeping that team guessing about where they are. On the other side of the coin, Myth, Czechio has been the beneficiary of all the pressure, right? You know, Angry is at 3-1-3, 1-3-1. On the other end of the spectrum is this Raijin here. And look, Raijin scales pretty well into the late game. Keeping this pick down seems to have been the name of the game for Elysium.
Seems to have been, but Raijin also has the early game advantage over Hell inside of mid, so Elysium, having found that double kill first blood on second wave in mid effectively, kind of cuts the Snake Hunters at the heel there. I mean, they aren't able to utilize one of the stronger bits of their draft throughout the early. Worst Total as well was supposed to act as that bridge and was not quite capable of doing so.
Yeah,
finds himself now 0-4, down 2 levels on adapting inside of the jungle. Snake Hunters, it feels like they came into this set, they had a decent plan, the composition can work out, but they just weren't quite ready to match up against Elysium.
Ooh, Trixtank misses the root and the abduct. Adapting, seeing he found a knock up onto Worst Turtle, who will end up walking away. But this jungle is ours. Say Elysium, and this Pyromancer might be theirs as well. 4 members of Elysium group up on it. Ray Shadow rotating over from the solo lane. We'll put some eyes on the objective. Yeah, but you're not fighting at this point if you're the Snake Hunters over a lowly Pyromancer. Instead, you're going to watch it go down. Can we get some pressure on the other side of the map? Wengu and Mecha Black would like to think so. But Spudio plays safe enough. And the duo lane that has now become the solo lane on the left side of the map will continue to be left alone. Unless Trixtank finds an engage here, but Czechio will have to use the beads.
He uses the beads very defensively there. Skittish is how I describe that play. Czechio was in very low risk of getting engaged on, could have just held on to the beads until Abduct comes through, and then you've at least put Trixtank out of position. This time, though, he just gets your relic for a 12-second cooldown early on in the match, and now Czechio is going to be forced to play very defensively inside of mid. Luckily, does tick over to level 12 now,
nice.
So we'll have Aegis to keep him alive in the next fight.
Trixtank is able to pop the bubble there, and so get some value out of the Abduct, despite it not connecting onto Mecha Black as far as the CC goes. So Elysium now at a point, Myth, you're 13.5 minutes in. There's a Fury spawning in a couple of minutes. Pyromancer still a few minutes away. It's these lull periods where the lead can really grow or it can stabilize a little bit. If Elysium continue to play forward like this, they might be able to grab a couple of extra kills. But no surprise, Snake Hunter's playing somewhat safely. Angry is not. He's tier 1 tower diving on his own. Scarab's Blessing is there. Will the DOT proc it? Yes, it will. Pulls Angry all the way back, and Trixtank on point with the ult.
Yeah, Angry hits half of his heals and still puts himself above half HP. Look, the Snake Hunters have to work so hard to deal with this draft from Elysium. It's not just that Elysium is one of the more veteran teams here within this league, but it's also that they've got an incredibly annoying composition, and Wengu on the receiving end might have to use that ult defensively. Instead, holds on to it, just loses the beads.
That's right. Well, so there's no boar now. Worst Turtle getting aggressive onto Angry. Has done a little bit of damage. Aegis is there. Angry dodging out a whole lot of it, but Adapting is here, and Adapting will help save out his mid lane. Worst Turtle back around the corner here, spotted out by a ward, half HP. And the collapse from Elysium is here, and it is swift. Worst Turtle quick, though. Can probably delay things out here a little bit longer. There's no fighting happening elsewhere, so this is the most exciting thing we've got going on the map right now. Worst Turtle chooses death under the tier 2 tower, and Adapting's got his third.
Hey, at least he's able to strip away some farm. Czechio gets deleted. Legitimately deleted. 500 damage from the third ability, and then
what in the world?
Overkill with the first. Yeah, I mean, that's what Ratatouille in the first slot's able to do for you, man. This is nuts. I'm going to call it early here, Dave. 99%er for Elysium. Are you a betting man?
No, we already discussed a little bit prior to break what Aggro and I's bet is this weekend, and I was very reluctant to take that one. I would argue that if you're about to ask me to bet that the Snake Hunters win this game, it's a similar bet to what Aggro's made me take this weekend.
Well, for the fans at home, you got to tell them what it is.
I don't know what Aggro's goal is on releasing that, and I don't want to make Aggro.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to make Aggro angry is what I was.
You don't want to make Aggro.
Right. I don't know what I was.
You could have just done that.
I'm all tongue-tied this morning. Yeah, and so we'll see. Stay tuned, right? You got to tune in to find out what the bet is. We got to build some suspense here around Aggro. and my bet here this weekend. But if you're asking me to bet that the Snake Hunters win this game, I will not, because Elysium, not the type of team to fumble away a lead like this. Stygian Torment countered out a bit by Terram there. The tower is still swinging away. It needs one last auto attack, but instead all the damage is going to go into the characters on the Snake Hunters. Angry's got a double kill elsewhere on the map. Could be a triple kill. Is Angry alone here? No, Spudio's died, so it was a 2 versus 3 it looks like. And still one Elysium come out ahead of. Nearly the map-wide deicide will be if Angry can close this gap. He won't be able to, but still a 4-kill swing for Elysium.
Yeah, Wangu gets to walk out with his life, and he is the one silver lining of the Snake Hunters right now. 0-0-1 for the Hachiman, has not fallen just yet. But Elysium, I think they're on a good trajectory to knock him down at least once. Yeah, well, what's up?
All right, so I think Elysium are going to win this game.
Okay.
Are you willing to bet that the Snake Hunters win this game?
All right, what's the action? Like, what are we talking?
All right, well, this is good. We can tie analysis into our bit here. What would it actually require? This is a good indicator of how lopsided you feel like this game is. What would it require for you to bet that the Snake Hunters win?
Can I be perfectly candid?
Like I might get $1 from you, but you've got to get like 1,000 from me, right? Like that's got to be the odds we're looking at.
It's pretty crazy. I would say that someone from Elysium has to DC for minimum 6 minutes.
You think even in a 4v5 Elysium run away with this game pretty handily?
Depends on who the DC. If it's a permanent DC and it's Trix tank, I think Elysium still win this.
I guess Angry and Spudio just won a 2v3 on the left side of the map.
I think they're good. I think they can do just about no wrong.
We'll see what the 2v1 looks like. Wangu uses the disengage, has ultimate. Unfortunate, we're about to see some serious damage there. Angry taken low. This would be a great first pick in this fight. Chekio finds the first kill, and it's onto the priority target. Snake Hunters suddenly have some wind in their sails. Adapting goes down as well. And it's the 2 most fed targets on Elysium that fall early on in this fight. But who am I kidding? Terram will still run down. Chekio falls on the back end.
That's a no-win situation for Chekio. Applies the Raiju to try and find the slow. Terram pops his reflect and says, look, if you hit me, you apply the slow, you're dead. If you don't hit me, you don't apply the slow, and I'm going to kill you with the dot damage around me, the ticking damage of the Rage transformation. That's a no-win situation for Chekio. But Snake Hunters do show a bit of fight back here, Dave. You're looking a little concerned now.
I'm concerned about my $1,000.
Yeah, and I'll be taking that $1,000, by the way, that nice little stack.
You'll be putting it on the next game, right, for Elysium to bounce back. No, look, I guess, you know, it's always difficult to find routes back into games like this where things are so lopsided. But advantageous trades where you're killing Adapting and Angry, the 2 playmaking players so far for Elysium, those are trades that you'll take. But you got to do it again and again and maybe again and again a couple more times if you're the Snake Hunters to get back to a state of being even here. Now that we're all back on the map, there's a Fury there, there's a Pyromancer there, there's a Fire Giant there. This is Myth, maybe the type of opportunity where Elysium can take any fight they want. You're going to start things up here. If Snake Hunters show up, you're feeling confident about winning the team fight.
Doesn't seem like the Snake Hunters are even going to show up. Mecha Black turns the corner, says, hey guys, I'm level 12 now, you have to respect me, but it just so happens that I'm also alone. Elysium going to pick up the Oni Fury absolutely for free. Mecha Black standing at a distance and staring menacingly was the only pushback from the Snake Hunters there. Maybe Chekio clears out a mid-wave and not even going towards the Pyro. Might have put themselves in a bad position.
Chekio gets a Thunder Crash canceled out by Adapting, and then the second attempt doesn't go any further. Adapting back from the grave puts Chekio right back in his place. Ray Shadow throws up the Stygian Torment. We'll try to walk away from this one, but yeah, no real chance here. There's just way too much CC. And another 2-kill swing for Elysium might open the door to a fire.
Wangu in some trouble on the left-hand side. Ultimate still available to Spudio, as it is to Wangu as well. But no Hunter on the right. Might not change much up here. 4-member stack of Elysium. Terram starts the Fire Giant. Everybody else does the Pyro.
Everyone else does the Pyro. Terram realizing slightly different pages. Are Elysium, are they off kilter? They're clearly on the wrong page there. I don't know what happened to this team, man. Normally they're so clean with their shot. Okay, here we go. Right back to the Fire Giant go. Elysium don't have their Hunter here. I'm not sure it matters all that much. Angry will be able to sustain up the tanks, who are tanking up most of the damage. Spudio will rotate back out from base. Wangu on the left. Worst Turtle rotating into mid. Should be a clean, free, and easy FG here for Elysium, and this is really where this game breaks open. You've got...
This is it? This is where it happens, Dave?
No, I mean, the game is already broken open. Let me... this is where the game starts to sunset. There we go. That's the word
What does
I'm
that
looking
mean?
for. It starts to come to a close.
I see.
You know, we were at high noon. You know, a few moments ago. Suddenly, the sun's starting to set here on game number 1. If it wasn't already, there's only one tier 1 tower left, and that's on the left, and it is barely standing. An exposed Phoenix on right, and Worst Turtle being soloed by Spudio might just end this game.
Well, luckily for Worst
How's
Turtle,
your $1 feeling over there, Myth?
It's tough, man. I'd really looked forward to that soda I was going to buy later today. Worst Turtle at least should respawn by the time we start knocking on the door of these Titans. Once these Phoenixes start to look to be sieged, Worst Turtle should be alive and ready to put up some sort of defense there. But Elysium are looking at a 8,000 gold lead. Chekio's dead in mid. Adapting just kind of did it casually. Didn't even have to use the ultimate.
Where are you finding $1 soda? It's all $1.25 minimum. No way you find a soda for $1.
Are you kidding?
Wengu uses his ultimate here. That's a big bit of escape. That's now down McDonald's. Jithrin's right. Yeah, Jithrin's our resident soda expert. Will let us know where all the sodas are for $1. Angry chunks Wengu down to about 10% HP. Mecha Black wants to go in. Why? Why, friend? Why? Why are we going in? He'll dash right back out. I guess you have to put up a defense somewhere, and here is a better time than any because Elysium can just group on up here. Walk down now all 3 exposed Phoenixes. And sunsetting, we might be reaching midnight. We're beyond the sunset, especially if Elysium continue to fight.
Mid Phoenix going to fall down expeditiously as Raid Shadow finds Trix Tank with the Stygian Torment, and that's it.
Adapting pulls him right back in, though. Adapting on a killing spree. 7-2-6 for the jungler, 7-2-5 for the mid laner. Raid Shadow goes down. I think Snake Hunter's going down here in game number 1. Elysium playing with their food just a little bit here. Let's see what more kills can happen. Worst Turtle actually nearly gets a kill onto Adapting, who now has Wengu looking at him, but who am I kidding? Angry is there, and that'll help one out. Spudio grabs another. Chekio and Wengu. Yeah, you want some damage, but you need some tankiness. In the fountain he goes and into the grave. Immediately on the other side, Tycho drums. Won't make anything interesting. Elysium mop the floor with Snake Hunters in game 1.
Spudio just padding his damage a little bit towards the end of this game. Wants to make sure he sits at the top, and actually farming up all that damage inside of the fountain will put him at the top of the damage chart. So when we do get to the breakdown after this, everyone at home, when you see top damage from Artemis, just know it was fake. It wasn't earned, and Angry carried that game.
How is that fake?
Because he farmed it in the fountain, Dave. A guy who was literally healing
but
non-stop. Okay.
He was close enough through the other 99% of the game to get to the point where you can take
He landed
top
like
damage.
20 auto attacks there.
Oh, in the fountain, you mean?
In the fountain.
Well, Myth, see, my eyes are on the Titan because that's the important part of the game, so I missed the damage farming happening.
Well, then why'd you argue with me?
I don't know. Because I like to be contrarian. I'm feeling sassy this morning. It's 11:33 a.m. and Elysium destroys Snake Hunters in game 1. Mifflin is about to pay me $1 in the break because he bet on Snake Hunters mid-game there, but terrible bet by you, Miff, to bet on Snake Hunters mid-game. Elysium take game 1. We'll break this one down right after this break.
I win? What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, so 667 is actually the
Okay.
weekend number.
Yeah.
He did that in an Odin game, and that's why that video showed 667 dislikes, just making sure you got the Smite history. So.
No, I'm glad they came to my single there, so you could see the death in my eyes as Mifflin picks things up there after our quick break. Elysium off to a hot start here, and as that ad showed us the dislikes, nice small touch there from our video team 667 on the dislikes bar. If you want to check that video out, head on over to the SMITE Pro YouTube channel. SMITE VOD is where you want to go for all the old games. If you want pro content, as well as, what'd you do, Miff? The rundown with Don Zaburo, play guides, things like that. Grandmaster class is what I'm looking for. Interviews, all those sorts of fun things with the SPL pros, all available at youtube.com/SmitePro. Miff, we have reached the breakdown time. We are officially there. And game number 1 is, 22 minutes long. Look, adapting walks mid at level 2?
Yep.
And you get a double kill?
Yep.
And Angry takes that game over? Is that where this one starts?
It's definitely where it starts. I'd say the game kind of ended around the 8-minute mark. I mean, wow, that's actually a really good clip for it. Angry does trade out his life, but at the end of the day, the team fight does go 3-for-1 in favor of Elysium. That really felt like we're the gold lead.
This is
started
gross.
to balloon out of control as well. Yeah, that's 1,000 damage and 2 abilities in like sub 2 seconds. Look, man, the point of interaction for the Snake Hunters was, I suppose, at that 2-minute mark, and they missed it. They missed their point of interaction, and they weren't allowed to play the game afterward.
And this is actually, I'm glad we got that replay because there was a fight happening elsewhere, and then Angry and Spudio 2v3'd. It did get to the point. It was that second wave of jungle objectives, the Fury, the Pyro, and the Fire Giant, where you kind of knew that this game was going to end because Elysium could just walk for them and take any single fight that ended up occurring. And that's exactly what happened here. And so this is a look at, this is some data for you for hell out of the mid lane. If you're going to get a great lead, you're going to be farming up a lot. Angry farmed plenty of damage in the fountain there at the end.
He killed somebody. Farming damage in the fountain is when you hit someone and they don't die. He killed someone before they got to the fountain.
9, 2, and 6. So Angry died twice as many times as Spudio. 2, 1, and 2. I'm kidding.
What is this hill?
I don't know. I don't know what this hill is. Angry, clearly the one who runs away with this game. Second to top damage by 400, though, as Spudio does auto-attack a little bit in the fountain there. Spudio, look, he did play a great game, but this is a 1-2 punch between Angry and Adapting. And then the rest of Elysium get ahead. Tarim, I think, a quiet but great game on that Cullen. And look, you go into this game, Snake Hunters have kind of rebuilt a roster almost entirely in 1 week. It's a totally new look at a team that was already struggling anyway. You're going up against probably the worst possible team to go up against on the end of a week like that. Elysium are always going to be favored, at least in game 1. Is there a way to draft effectively, Miff? And maybe picks and bans for game 2 will let us know. Is there a way to draft effectively against a heavily favored team? You know what I mean? Like, is there a defensive way? Is there a team comp you can build that maybe evens the score a little bit up against a team that's just going to run you down?
So there have been points in my own personal competitive career where I would line up against a team and I would know definitively they're better than us.
They're better, sure.
They're just better. I mean, individual player skill, macro play, micro play, doesn't matter. They're better at every facet of the game. So what's the only facet of the game that you load into that you're going to get to play every single time? It's the early.
Yeah.
It's the early game. So if you draft for incredible early game pressure across the board, occasionally in Smite, just thanks to Snowball, you're going to win some of those games. I mean, if you're running it down with just W key gods at level 2, there is the potential to find upsets. Some people would say, well, what if we just play super passive and draft for the late game and go for one of these hyper carry styles, maybe like a Kronos Kali composition? That doesn't work. You don't get to the late game. That's not a guarantee.
Sure.
The only guarantee is that you get to play the early. So if I'm Snake Hunters in this situation and I got blown out of the water so hard that I legitimately wasn't allowed to play a game and I still had to stare at my screen for 22 minutes, I'm drafting early game. I'm talking Erlang, Shen. I'm talking Osiris. I want some Raijins. I mean, give me a double warrior dual lane as far as I'm concerned here, man. But, like, Snake Hunters has to change something up, and I think they do change at least one thing up very well inside of the bans. No more Hell for Elysium.
And no more Khepri, because there were a few moments where Trixtank saved the life of what would have otherwise been a kill for the Snake Hunters, and so it'll have to be different in mid, have to be different in support for Elysium here in game number 2. Ardio doesn't get me all that excited, though, if I'm the Snake Hunters. I'm very excited if I'm Terrorum and I'm playing Ardio, because Ardio has that run it down and still survive King Arthur play style to it. And so a great start here, I think, for Elysium. This would be an interesting lock-in, and it locked in it is. And so Aposhmith, for the first time in the EU SEC, comes out here in game 2.
Yeah, some fun experimentation here for the Snake Hunters on the other side.
Are you saying that through like gritted teeth?
No, dude, this has potential to be very good. So you struggled in the early game last time around on a very strong early game mid lane mage inside of Raijin. Has Thunderclap as well as the first ability at level 2 to engage or disengage fights. Now you're playing Opwash. You're immobile. You don't really have a whole ton of sustain inside the lane unless you're willing to go up in a melee range to pick up your corpses. You've picked it into a barely what I would consider a healing composition. Sure, Ardio does apply heals inside of the team fight, so maybe you're going to be able to find the stun off the third ability from Opwash. But there is a reason this god does not see a lot of play outside of Assault, and that's because you're allowed to pick your god outside of Assault.
You caught me off guard there, Myth. That was a good one.
Oh, thanks, man.
There's a reason he never gets played. Because you have to play him when you might low roll and get it in Assault.
He's actually pretty decent in Assault, low-key.
Right, well you get that nice big ultimate and you know, all the anti-heal if there's healing on the other team, which you've said there's a little bit, but not all that much. Soul sometimes builds into into healing. Maybe, but you can probably avoid that if you really want to. Look, I'm trying to find anything here for Opwash in game 2. Loki, I think, is an interesting pick here, Myth. For a while, Loki was the pick. Kind of faded out. Now there's a handful of players that still look towards Loki. Mercury, maybe you can say the same thing about it. But I am nervous now that this immobile Opwash, and you could even consider Artemis immobile once the ultimate's down. Mercury and Adapting feel like they're going to have kind of a free ticket to the backline.
Yeah, whoever this Mercury is ulting, and he can come from his own tower, by the way, it's going to be a pretty free kill between the long lane and the mid lane. I mean, if this is going to be solo Sobek, we'll get a better look at this now. All right, Snake Hunters, again, experimenting with their draft here. Just limit testing in a game 2 situation. Thoth going to be locked in, so that means more than likely we're looking at Opwash solo,
Loki
Thoth
jungle?
mid, Loki jungle, Artemis Sobek inside of the duo lane.
So
you don't have a front line.
So maybe Opwash is not going to get jumped on as much if you stick him on the other side of the map.
I would argue you jump on him more. It's way easier to play
who's
safe.
he playing it? Oh, he's playing against an Ardio?
Yeah, he's playing against Ardio,
Yeah.
and there's a Mercury jungle.
So there's a small window, right, Myth, maybe at the beginning of the game where he's going to feel okay against Ardio?
Yeah, for like the first
couple of levels.
For the first level.
For the first level, we'll see. Level 1, that's the only place you start every single game of the Snake Hunters.
Let's go!
Load into this one. Yeah. I don't know, Myth. We'll see. Ray Shadow on the Opwash going up against Terram on this RDO. I admire the creativity. I'll say that much at least. I admire the creativity here for the Snake Hunters. And maybe that's how you catch a great team like Elysium off guard.
Yeah, man, you gotta keep them guessing. You know, they don't know exactly how to play these matchups. How much experience do you think realistically Terram has in the Ardio versus Opwash lane?
I would say like 3 games, maybe.
3 games total in his like 8-year-long career. I'm not sure how long.
That's
exactly.
right. There's no chance I'm betting on Terram in this one. You know, he's only played against this matchup like thrice.
Yeah, no, this is
but
Ray Shadow all the way.
How much do we think Ray Shadow has played the Opwash versus Ardio matchup?
I would argue more often than Terram's done the inverse.
Because we think Ray Shadow's played the Opwash.
Gotta think. If he's done it like 4 times the last week, he's got Terram beat. Because there's a pretty high chance he's laning against Ardio if you're loading into a solo lane game. In the last couple months.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if the experience of Ray Shadow on the Opwash versus Ardio is enough to carry that matchup forward. This doesn't feel great. Angry has already gotten Chekio down to about 200 health, adapting his full HP, and so sometimes we see these 2v2 mids at level 2. We won't see it this time. The mid lane just not healthy enough for the Snake Hunters to step forward and fight. Instead, Worst Turtle will rotate on back to the green buff. The back Harpies get taken there as well. And Elysium will get some pressure in mid.
Dave, I had forgotten that each one of these individual blocks on the HP bars, like below their names, is 100 HP until you said that. That's maybe something not many people realize at home. So there you go. There's your TIL today.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
No problem. If Adapting walks into the mid lane, Chekio does return some damage there. If there's anything we can realize, it's that Adapting might need a little bit of time to wheel himself up on this Mercury pick. And once he hits that level 5 mark, though, that's when mid, hell, even solo and duo have to keep their eyes open. Sometimes we see a team overextend. They put a ward between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower just so you can sense Adapting walking forward on that side of the map. But you're rolling the dice every time you step forward that nobody on the other team is going to be there to call you out on it. 5 sets of beads here for Elysium Myth. And so there's going to be plenty of engage and plenty of CC immunity. Uh-oh. It is over in the solo lane where we'll see our first gank. And the Apwash walks away.
Congratulations.
Apwash walks away.
Wins that one because he lived, I suppose. I mean, that's about as high a roll as you can expect from Apwash solo at this phase of the game. Maybe after a couple of levels, he can have some fight back. Once his ultimate's available, surely he can make it a little bit harder for those ganks to ring true. But take a peek at Adapting's build here, Dave. He's going towards crit in that very first slot. I'm thinking it's likely going to be a Rage unless he's having a little bit of fun. Could be like a Deathbringer. Purple buff going to be secured this time, and Trixtank in some trouble.
4v1, sprint gets used, beads out on the pluck, but there's a slow on the other end. Trixtank's going to get piled on here. First blood on over to the Snake Hunters, and it's Worst Turtle who strikes pay dirt. So you lose your purple, but you gain a first blood in return. Trixtank just a bit overextended. This will give Spudio some free solo farm here. Bit of an XP lead in the duo lane.
Yeah, unfortunate, man. Trixtank has to utilize that leap to steal because Fafnir's hammer does not go through Gods. Adapting, locking odds with Ray Shadow, just being annoying, and that's what you open yourself up to when you play Apwash inside of the solo lane. The jungler is going to put a target on your back and see if maybe he can strip away a little bit more farm, but look at that damage output, man. Why is Adapting even trying, bro? Apwash, too strong.
Myth, I'm getting the idea that you're not a huge fan of this Apwash solo lane pick.
What? No, Dave, I'm an impartial, unbiased third party.
Well, here's the thing. You're only biased as Ultimate comes out. This time Adapting won't make any mistakes. Terram won't either. And it's a dash on in, and Apwash will go down. It's only biased if you're rooting for like a team to win over the other. If you think a pick is bad, that's analysis. That's analysis, right?
See.
You're allowed, but as long as you say, I'm glad. As long as you don't say, I'm glad Snake Hunters have this bad pick because I want them to lose. That's biased, right?
I see.
But if you think Apwash is not a good pick, you're allowed to say that.
So if I say Snake Hunter's likely going to lose here because their picks are bad, and I like that because I don't like bad picks, is that biased?
Yeah, you're stepping in some real weird territory there, man.
Gray zone.
Yeah, it is definite gray. It's the I like that on the other end. When I think
I like that.
Yeah, things get a little gray there for you. Wengu takes a lot of damage here from Spudio and Trixtank, so the Artemis will have to head on back to base after using the boar. And so it is Rage, first item overall here for Adapting Myth, and it's level 5 for the Mercury, right? We already saw the gank over to the solo lane. And so you got to look towards where the beads are down. Nobody will have the beads down as Ray Shadows come back up. And so stripping those beads away might give you an idea of where Adapting might make his gank happen next. Hell, you could maybe even make a gank happen with the beads up. And so Adapting will attempt to get some of those Rage stacks added up here, maybe around the red buff. Things will happen as a defense from the Snake Hunters comes on out. Trixtank will transform, leap away, and this time Trixtank will survive the invade attempt.
Angry and a little bit of trouble here. Chekio dashing forward, seeing if maybe he can return some damage, but instead it's Mecha Black who falls down this time around. Yeah, don't stand in front of a soul who's got full heat, all of her cooldowns, and a good form of CC thanks to the Fafnir hammer.
Yeah, Spear of the Magus helps Angry out there as well. Angry didn't even have to use the ultimate. So now Chekio under just a bit of threat. Be able to walk on back. So Trixtank makes some reparations for the earlier death that he found around that red buff. I just want to keep my eyes on Adapting. You feel like if you pick Rage up early, Myth, you're going to want to stay aggressive throughout the early game because you need to get those stacks built up to build that value.
Yeah, but already looking at a 1-level deficit up against Worst Turtle means that Adapting, who has been spending a lot of time looking for ganks, is going to continue to do so. Not a great
nice
option
beats.
here.
Whoa! What is the damage?
Never mind.
Adapting
crit.
lives. And I think he leveled up as that tower was hitting him. And a 36 HP is all he needs. So there is a crit from Adapting and 1 stack now on the Rage.
He crit twice, Dave. I wasn't expecting it, man. I wasn't expecting the Mage look to crit, and then afterward the auto attack to crit as well, and I'm sure Wengu probably unhappy with that one as well.
That was a gross amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he hit him for like 602 attacks.
Yeah, that was kind
not
of
fair.
nuts. And we can look at the ticks on the health bar to determine how much of his HP that 600 was. So Adapting off to a great start here again. Remember, Adapting drove a lot of that early game in Game 1, starting to do so here again in Game 2. Already has a stack on the Rage.
Wind Demon.
And halfway back to his ultimate. Wind Demon will be here shortly. I love that. I don't know. There's something fun about playing that build on the Mercury. Steal away from Wengu. I say a steal because it was Elysium's to take, and Wengu is able to self-protect, I believe, his own purple buff there. But it seems like this map is Adapting's for the taking now at this point. Once that ultimate comes back up, you got to watch out where that icon is on the map.
We're looking at a similar gold lead at the 7-minute mark as we were in Game 1. Generally, it was around this point that they were sitting at 2,000 in the next couple of minutes. If they're looking to maintain pace, I think at the 11-minute mark, we were looking at 5,000 in favor of Elysium. Gold Fury has spawned up, and with crit already starting to be built by Adapting, got to think it'll burn down pretty quickly here. Ray Shadow.
Sustain in there.
Hey, look at that, man. He can use the corpses to heal after he gets accosted inside of the lane. That's pretty good. That's not bad.
This solo lane brought to you by Ray Shadow Legends.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the bit, man. I think that's
It
it.
actually might be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Ray Shadow. Look, outside of a gank from Adapting, the Opwash has stayed alive in this lane. And that's about all you can ask for at this point, especially when Terram has started to hit that pivot point, mask into Axe, and so there's plenty of pressure from Terram there as well. So the fact that Ray Shadow has survived, thumbs up on the right side of the map. Gold Fury started up, Adapting is here, crit in pocket. Elysium takes down the Gold Fury. And it was a bit of a coin toss there, but the coin lands for Elysium.
Yeah, Adapting only lands 2 crits on the Gold Fury itself, so he's unlucky in PvE, pretty lucky in PvP. We'll see if Wengu gets lucky on the escape, and he will this time. Just walks on out.
Has beads in 5 seconds, has ultimate there as well, so maybe there's a return opportunity now. Strix Tank will attempt to go back to base, throws an axe Wengu's way. Mecha Black looking for the pluck, won't find the pluck, and the dual lane will live on. All right, so Adapting has his ultimate. He's heading on over to the right side of the map. There was a ward over by the blue buff, and this is where Ray Shadow has got to be careful, unless Adapting gets spotted out here. He sure does. And now Ray Shadow knows that Adapting is on this side of the map. That's what we talk about when you're playing up against this Mercury. You got to put some deep wards on the other side of the map, or else the full lane sonic booms will be catching you off guard.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that ward actually pays itself off here. Adapting could loop back around, just try and find that ultimate. Seems like Worst Turtle privy to it. Going to go ahead and try and
Worst
match
Turtle's
that
got an
rotation.
XP lead.
Yeah, he's got XP lead. He's had it.
Fully stacked Transcendence.
Yeah, things are looking all right for the Snake Hunters right now. If we're not talking about global experience and gold for the team, otherwise, it's mainly looking pretty good for Elysium.
That's right. Elysium a couple thousand gold ahead. Big lead over in the dual lane. 2 levels is really where this game takes a pivot. Everywhere else on the map feels about as even as or more even than it was in game number 1. And so the Snake Hunters have adapted. We've poked a little bit of fun at the draft, but if nothing else, this game is not as out of control as it once was in game 1. Sonic Boom, no good onto Wengu. Wengu does have the beads. Boar goes out as well. Sent on back is Wengu. Spudio is here for the damage, and Adapting grabs another stack on that Rage. Wind Demon soon to be completed. Angry will use the beads here as fighting continues in mid.
Chakio charging up the ultimate, actually cancels it in the last second. Thought maybe he had some kill potential. Meanwhile, speaking of kill potential, right-hand side, it's Ray Shadow struggling. But again, all that healing from just eating up your own corpses, pretty nice.
Yeah, if you're getting tower dove, Spudio 1v1 wins it up against Worst Turtle. Chakio sent some damage Angry's way. Looks like Final Judgment was used.
Whoa.
Dash forward, gets the root. Big play from Chakio, but some return damage from Angry could put this Thoth in a tough spot as Tarum rotates out of the solo lane. Adapting is here as well. Czechia walks to the side, and it's a killing spree for Adapting. Worst case scenario, back with the Wind Demon. 3 stacks on the Rage. Czechia will fall, but he takes one with him.
Maybe Mecha Black's going to go ahead and join him inside the base.
Crits.
2 crits back to back. If the hammer lands here, that could spell the
Crit.
end. Adapting.
There it is.
Pick it up, yet another kill. 4 on the board for the King right now. And Ray Shadow, no beads available. Just going to head back inside of his tower where he spent the last 11
Well,
minutes
that makes
and
sense,
18
Smith. You
seconds.
talked about needing to get back into melee range to heal up. Maybe Ray Shadow just knows that the early to mid game is going to be spent under the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
And so you're just chilling, putting the corpses at your feet anyway. You don't have to worry about walking up. All right, I've missed it. I've missed it. I was looking at you, and I've missed it. Adapting on a rampage. A fully stacked Rage at 11.5 minutes. Look, the writing was on the wall, wasn't it, when
game 1 was 22 minutes?
Yes, but also when Adapting picked up a Rage as first item in this game, you just knew that this Mercury had to get involved early and often, and involved he has been.
Yeah, Adapting off to a roaring start already, has decent penetration thanks to the Wind Demon, could be moving in towards the Stone Cutting Sword in the 3rd slot, or even the Serrated Edge if he so chooses, going forward. And Snake Hunters find themselves in a very similar position as they were in the last match, 12 minutes in. We're talking nearly 4,000 gold in favor of the Order team here. 8-2 is the slash line across the top, and I'm getting a sense of deja vu inside of this one. Elysium, they're starting to run away with it. Oni Fury going to be spawning in just under a minute. Pyromancer is still available. I mean, I'm pretty sure Adapting can legitimately 1v1 it at this point, or maybe we just take out Rage first.
Adapting right down Main Street, connects onto Ray
Oh,
Shadow.
400.
There's a big crit on the other end, and Aegis will only delay the inevitable. We are walking right on out of the ultimate there from Ray Shadow. 6:01 goes Adapting, and Myth, I think we are officially... So I called it a little bit late. I said when this game has been blown wide open. I think at the moment Adapting got a few stacks on that Rage is when this game really opened itself up. And you mentioned it, it's kind of the rotation through the neutral objectives where Elysium really put game 1 to bed. And we're starting to get to that point here already in game number 2. Especially if Adapting is just going to continue. Do you really want to throw him back towards Worst Turtle? I'm not so sure. Worst Turtle gets spun on around. Uh-oh! Adapting gets shut down by Mecha Black here. Czechio dealing some good damage. Final Judgment finds its way into Tarum as well. There's a stun on the other side, and Tarum has not gone down. Will go down. Angry bursts down Worst Turtle. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Snake Hunters may be the best you could ask for at this point in the game.
Trix trying to continue that aggression, misses the secondary stun, so Czechio should be able to walk out of this one alive. We'll see if Trix can do the same. De-transform, gives him that leap back and available, avoids the root, and finally makes his way over the wall. But I'm not sure he's out of this one just yet.
Mecha Black could close this gap. Czechio could dash forward, find the root in this as well. And so, Myth, look, you're way down in this game, and you're able to find a 2-for-2 trade. I mean, you're far from out of danger, but you're now at a point where you think, all right, if a fight goes that way for us, maybe we can do it again. Some squishy targets on Elysium, and the Snake Hunter's able to find a decent fight.
So that was Pyromancer going the way of Elysium, and then they then decided to dive the Tier 2 tower on the right-hand side while Tier 1
Are you saying it's
still
more
standing.
than it was Elysium's fault?
Yeah,
less
and then
that Snake Hunters
Adapting
did something well.
late beads to Mecha Black's pull, so he's CC immune midair.
Oh, no.
Gets 0 value. We'll see what happens when he's playing on his own right. He will find the kill on a Czechio. Credit over towards Angry this time around. Elysium now in a position to go ahead and start the Oni Fury, and maybe I'm the one who's late on the call. Spudio already there.
There was a slight stumble there in the fight from Adapting and Elysium, but right back to it on respawn. Oni Fury for Elysium gets taken on up. Spudio that entire time was pushing down the left side of the map, and so able to go back, finish Silver Branch, get Tier 1 in that next item tree. Trix Tank just wide on the hammer here. Worst Turtle and Mecha Black being looked at in the mid lane, and it's all about where Adapting is, and Adapting is right here, right behind his squad. Does not have Sonic Boom, but has the ability to find some damage with the Mage You Look. Can dash on in, send someone back there as well, but Adapting won't overextend this time. There's an overextension, though, if Worst Turtle... Oh, the read from Adapting is beautiful! Worst Turtle dashes on out as well. And Ray Shadow providing enough pressure to force Adapting back just for a moment. Beneath the Tier 2 tower goes Worst Turtle. Ray Shadow takes some damage from the Mercury. Angry finally gets a kill in mid. And And Adapting and Terrorim will keep the Tier 2 tower for themselves.
Mecha Black with less than 30 HP, going to be able to head back to base here as Spudio continues his onslaught. Spudio versus the towers is the name of this game, and Tier 2 and mid, no exception to the rule. Chekio, though, the recipient of his rage this time around, falls down pretty quickly. Worst Turtle, who was able to make it back to base, is finally continuing the fight. And on the right-hand side, Ray Shadow falls for the third time. That's 3.
This was exactly what happened in Game 1, where there was this nice lead built up, and then eventually it got to a point where Elysium didn't even care about team fighting. They just split up because they knew that they were going to win every individual matchup, and they could run down every single lane on the map. I'll just, why don't we just 3-man Fire Giant at 16 minutes and still come close to winning the fight on the left. Worst Turtle, a nice play on the Spudio to get the kill. But, yeah, you got to be careful because Elysium doing the rest of the work on the FG. Trix Tank will die as well, a double kill for Worst Turtle. But Fire Giant still ends up going down for Adapting, Angry, and Terrorim.
Here's the thing. Had Trix landed the hammer on a Worst Turtle just dies. I mean, it might not have done the damage on its own, but the auto attack afterward would have been more than enough. Luckily, though, Worst Turtle takes the winning line, says, I don't care. I need to do something for the team. Does Adapting know? We'll see. Turns around the corner. Oh, no.
He does.
Oh, he knew. He knew the whole time.
He had an idea.
Oh, Wengu too? No way.
Oh my goodness. Adapting is playing with his food here. I mean, this is gross. You got Rage, Wind Demon, Serrated Edge, all the gap close you could want.
He's going Deathbringer.
Deathbringer. Right, because he hasn't been critting enough.
No.
And those crits haven't been hitting hard enough.
No.
So we need more.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 9-1-2. That's clearly not good enough. You know, you zoom out of a matchup like this, you got to give all due credit to Snake Hunters when they load into the game. They found some moments in both of these games that have looked okay. This was always going to be an uphill battle. You know, this is one of those lopsided matchups, especially after all the roster changes that Snake Hunters went through. Elysium are the tried and true team here in the EU SEC. You had to know that this was going to be one that Elysium felt very comfortable in, and comfortable they have been. About 30 seconds left on Adapting's ultimate. Do you need it, though? Does Terrorim need it? Because you're 5v1ing, and Terrorim will still be able to walk on away. Worst Turtle goes in, actually, in the mid lane onto Adapting, who will dash away, gets rooted in place.
They got him!
They got him! They had to put a lot into it. But Adapting with that build, somewhat squishy. And Chekio's able to pick up maybe the highest priority target on the map.
Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Left Phoenix going to get burned down pretty quickly here thanks to the efforts of Spudio and Trix Tank, but they find themselves surrounded.
I feel like Spudio just wins this one. Will Cavalry charge away? Oh no, I didn't see Chekio around the back. Can you weave in enough auto attacks to make things interesting here? Ray Shadow puts down some damage onto Spudio. Another nice kill from Chekio, but around the back go Angry and Terrorim. Elysium collapsed on here by the Snake Hunters. Terrorim tanky enough. There's still some damage coming in from Trix Tank as well. Angry gets whittled on down by Chekio, but Terrorim will take Wengu as a sacrifice. Elysium starting to crumble. Crumble's a bit dramatic. Fall once in a fight on the left side of the map. Falter, that's the word I'm looking for. The Snake Hunter is actually able to find a decent fight, and Myth at the forefront of these engagements is Chekio on the back, able to stay safe enough to get in that range damage.
So that was Adapting, attempting a 1 versus 3 in mid, and then we saw Terrorim attempting a 1 versus 5 in right. Spudio and Trix Tank attempt a 2 versus Phoenix alone, and then somehow, someway, Snake Hunters, against all odds in that situation, were able to return a couple of kills on the other side. Only one member now of Elysium with Fire Giant around his belt, and that is Terrorim, but that won't be for too much longer. That Fire Giant's going to respawn in just about 1.5 minutes here, so Elysium effectively slow themselves down. They slow it themselves down. They have to wait for this next Fire Giant to respawn before they can try and go for these Phoenixes yet again. Tier 2 tower still standing for Snake Hunters, so that is one bastion of safety for them to retreat to if they do decide to try and defend subsequent neutral objectives, be it Furies, Pyros, or Fires. But I don't love the Snake Hunters' odds in a neutral territory engagement. Instead, probably want to fight inside those Phoenixes.
No, yeah. Adapting has a very expensive build, and he's had no problem completing it. Rage, Wind Demon, Serrated Edge, and Deathbringer indeed. So my eyes still on this Mercury, if nothing else, because I want to see a 1,000 crit land onto one of the carries of Snake Hunters. 9-2-2. Adapting's not all that worried about it. Fire Giant will respawn here in just about a minute. Fury already gets taken down, and I don't think Elysium need the FG Mifflin, but you'll go over there, you'll complete it, and Snake Hunters have to choose if it's worth fighting over.
Yeah, I think the decision's kind of been made for them just by the golden experience.
Now I'm sending out a final judgment.
Okay.
Stealing FG.
Uh-huh.
Delaying the game, immediately running away.
Yeah.
Delaying the game for a little bit. Coming back to the next FG after hiding in my base with the one that I just stole.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Doing it again.
Okay.
And then
okay.
and then the game is even.
Maybe not even.
So my team's still down. If I steal 2 Fire Giants and delay the game for 10 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. Because if you're sitting inside your
Damn.
base the whole time.
Yeah, that's true. Man, you're just right. Yeah, this is brutal for Snake Hunters. Hey, you can send Wengu to one side of the map, get some pressure over on left.
That's actually really good for them.
Yeah, right. Look, you mentioned it. The decision has been made. Maybe a throw out and attempted steal if you're Chekio, but you're not going to win a fight.
Where's it going?
Oh my. That just feels mean. I don't. That didn't feel right.
Oh,
you know,
no.
that was a lot of damage, a whole lot of damage onto the Fire Giant, and that might have been one of the fastest FGs I've ever seen. And I'm not kidding. That was quick. When Adapting is dealing that much damage, crits on crits on crits, we'll put the Fire Giant in the back pocket of all 5 members of Elysium. Can Adapting show me how much damage he can crit for here? Oh my goodness, Worst Turtle will ultimate away.
No way. Don't do it. Okay.
You don't want him? I want him to do it.
No, because if Adapting dies again,
Yeah.
that's going to effectively crush
Yeah.
their push potential
Look.
for like at least a minute.
God, the little bit of lifesteal that Adapting has totally topped him off. Watch out. Big sonic boom over the horizon. Though, half HP are a couple members of Elysium. Left side Phoenix back to full. So the Snake Hunters myth, they're able to turtle up a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like Elysium are going to go ahead and head back to base and try and reset for this next push. Maybe work their way through mid or set up a split push, but in this next engagement, Worst Turtle will not have his beads available, and he needed both beads and ultimate to survive the aggression of Adapting last time, and that was without the Sonic Boom. So if Adapting's able to connect his ultimate onto the Loki in this next team fight, that could spell disaster for the Snake Hunters. I think in a situation like this, the Snake Hunters essentially have to just kind of bring their own aggression. Dive and try and pick a target, be it Angry, Spudio, or Adapting, and try and shut them down as quickly as possible. But Elysium, again, playing with their food, are split up all the way across the map. We got 2 in left, 2 in mid, 1 in right. And Adapting, as the solo agent, might take a 2v1.
Worst Turtle has hit level 20, and he has hit Angry like a truck. So the soul will have to leave some sustain, and by some I mean a lot of sustain for Angry here, so that health bar already topped off after taking down 1 of the camps on the back of the map for the Snake Hunters. Now it's the regroup from Elysium. Is that a major look that cleared the entire camp? That was pretty fun.
Yep.
Adapting, feeling just fine here. Yeah, I think Adapting can just split. You're winning any 1v1. If you have to send 2 to deal with Adapting, then the rest of the Snake Hunters are going to be lopsided in any other fight that they take here. So why not send somebody on all 3 Phoenixes? Worst Turtle maybe the choice here, but no beads, no blink, no ultimate for Worst Turtle. Adapting can take this fight seemingly at the drop of a hat whenever he should so choose. Major Look misses onto Worst Turtle, so the health bar safe on the Loki just for the moment. 1 Spectral Armor is all that the Snake Hunters got, and that's on Mecha Black. It doesn't seem like Adapting's been looking there for long. Nice root from Chekio, who's continued to be a bastion of hope for the Snake Hunters team. We'll get Angry down a bit low.
Mecha Black almost
There
connects
you
the
go.
pull on the other side. Worst Turtle tries to use his ultimate, but it takes the second tick to apply the stun, so Adapting just punches him out of it. Does cost him his beads and his blink, however, does maintain the Sonic Boom.
Yeah, I think he's worried about that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think so.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage from Chekio onto Angry, and I want this kill. I want it. Out he goes, but Adapting's here in mid. Show me a big crit. Nope, just the good old-fashioned auto attack. Chekio down. This might be the death throes of this game. Adapting walks forward. Aegis from Shadow. Save his life for a little bit. Double kill for Adapting, who is now 12, 2 and 2. Back onto the killing spree. Wengu doing some good damage. Boar flies in. Adapting has to dash away. Right side Phoenix stands. Mid does as well.
Wengu.
But not for much longer. Wengu jumped on Aegis on the other end, and Taram's got the last bit of damage. Mecha Black will fall here shortly, and so will the Snake Hunters. 25 minutes, game 2 to Elysium.
Yeah, that is another clean W for the boys in blue this time around. 25 minutes in, 21-10, and a what is that, 15,000 gold in the lead, just about in their favor. That was a convincing W, but I think, again, worth putting into perspective. This is a
Please, give me some
team that was
perspective.
struggling in the bracket inside of Snake Hunters, 1-6 coming into the set, now 1-7 for their efforts, and a completely new roster to boot, essentially, up against a top of the bracket 6-1 Elysium, now 7-1. Look, man, it was going to be uphill either way.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you had to do it with your new team.
Right. Even the existing Snake Hunters roster that went into this matchup at 1-6 would have had a very hard time against Elysium.
Agreed.
Much less now that you've made roster changes. Maybe once some of these changes start to settle in a little bit, the Snake Hunters team starts to take it to the top half of the league here in the EU SEC. But it's not today. Elysium roll over Snake Hunters in 2 quick games. Miff and I will take a break, and we'll be back to break it down. And we are back after an Elysium victory. and somehow victory feels like a bit of an understatement in this one. Elysium take game number 2 in about 25 minutes. They took game 1 in about 23 minutes. Elysium just came prepared today, and it felt like game 2. You got the mindset of adapting going into it. You saw crit as the first item, the first tier item picked up. That became a rage, and the rage got stacked like 2 minutes later.
Yep.
And the game was kind of over from the first few minutes.
Man, you stole literally every bit of the analysis I had.
Myth, what
for this
happened
segment.
here in game 2? I think
So
adapting had a
adapting,
pretty good mindset, right?
Yeah, he built Rage pretty early on, and he had it stacked pretty early on as well. Worth noting, though, that first gank he did have was around here. Finds, what was that, 2 crits back-to-back.
Oh, that
Essentially,
level
it
up.
was 0 stacked Rage. That level up might have legitimately saved his life as he gets stacking defense.
Crit.
And a little bit more HP. Yeah, I mean, adapting, he's really good and apparently also incredibly lucky.
I don't know what build he had at that point. He hit, I think, every single one except for one. I will say, Myth,
Crit,
I will say,
crit,
we piled a
crit,
lot.
crit,
We piled a lot on this Opwash solo.
crit.
It certainly didn't help, right? The Opwash solo,
Oh, no, not again.
but I'm not sure it hurt, right? I mean, I don't think the Opwash
Crit.
solo
Oh,
was
no
the
crit.
reason that Elysium won this game, but it definitely didn't help slow things down.
Yeah, I think that that it didn't help,
Right.
but it was not the sole reason they lost. Yeah, I'll agree. I can agree to everything you just said. I will say that going for something that cannot help is effectively costing you the game, though, at the same time, right? If you're removing
Right.
one of your lanes, essentially, you also lose one of the main pillars of every single Smite composition, which is a frontliner. That's why generally it is warriors or guardians inside of the soul lane so that they can create space for your carries. And what kind of space is Opwash creating when he's putting out 8,900 damage? I'd argue not a lot.
Space for Elysium to
Oh, well,
push
hold
down
on.
the right side of the map.
He dropped an ward.
And Ward.
And singular ward.
That's just wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, just making sure you know. Yeah, no, the Ray Shadow did create space on the Opwash, but it was largely for Elysium to run down the right side of the map throughout the game here. And so Elysium continue or try now to bounce back after a loss in a match or two ago, and now are able to do so up against the Snake Hunter, just what the doctor ordered for Elysium. The schedule has been updated, and we'll see what it looks like. We got a couple more matchups in the SEC here this weekend. We've got one more over in EU, and that is Goodnight Nick versus Just F6. Goodnight Nick, the team that dealt a loss to Elysium, worth looking at there, up against Just F6. And then on Saturday, that's tomorrow, Sturdy Artisans versus the Winter Dogs will be playing before the SPL. Both of those matchups prior to the SPL over the next 2 days. Elysium was already on top of the standings here, Mifflin, but remember, it was important for them to get this win because Team Joystick had caught up in wins at 6, and Elysium now widened that gap back up to 1 here with a win over the Snake Hunters, who fall down to 1-7. So Goodnight Nick, they have a matchup against Just F6. 4-3 can become 5-3. Just F6 could become 2-6 or down to 1-7 as well. So that's a pretty important matchup for Goodnight Nick to kind of compete for those top couple spots.
Yeah, Goodnight Nick needs that win, and that if they do succeed in taking that, we'll see parity towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, both bottom-seeded teams would be sitting at 1-7, but if that's not the case, and Goodnight Nick do lose, that would lock down just this squad as the bottom seed. So a lot of seeding implication in that next set.
And Mifflin, today is what, Friday? Is today Friday?
It is Friday.
Today's Friday. That means the SPL's back. Let's see what we've got in action this weekend in the SPL. Camelot Kings versus Solar Scarabs. Ooh, that's a fun one to start off this weekend. The Scarabs starting to play a lot better, Smite. And if the Camelot Kings slipped up a little bit here, Mifflin, find out this morning on the SPL. The Olympus Bolts versus the J Dragons in studio today. After our first matchup, our second matchup of the day, live in studio, Bolts versus Dragons, a team that we haven't seen in studio for a little while, but we're going to get to see it twice. J Dragons versus Atlantis Leviathans, I believe, also in studio. We've got some great ones. And Camelot Kings versus Titans to finish off the weekend.
Stacked week.
It was a crazy week. I think our first set of the weekend, Kings versus Scarabs, is a sneaky good matchup. The Kings probably go in favored just because of recency. But maybe because of that same recency, the Scarabs who have been playing really well and the Kings who, according to their own standards, maybe haven't been playing well, the first match I think could be some fun.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs have very quickly, off of last week's performance legitimately, have become one of my most anticipated teams to watch. I mean, the chatter on Twitter has been incredibly hype, inbound stating that he expects to finish very highly
true.
within the standings this year, or this phase rather, as well as also just legitimately looking better on play on field in that last set up against the Tartarus Titans. I'm very excited for this Scarab set. It might be the one I'm more anticipating today, and it's not even the one in studio. The other ones, they're going to be here.
How are you over the Bolts versus the Dragons? I think that speaks to how good the Scarabs have been playing. In that 3-set loss to the Titans, the Scarabs players figured they could have won all 3 of those games. And so very close matchup to start off this week. And that's it for the SEC. A stacked weekend of the SPL will be starting here shortly. But first, we got the SPL waiting room starting here in just a few minutes. You got a second to go grab a drink, go grab a snack. Come right back. SPL waiting room up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, presenting the SPL Match of the Week, the fan favorite early game behemoth Jade Dragons fighting out of the red corner, taking on the pivotal opponents floating down from Olympus on a cloud, hurling bolts of 408 energy, the Olympus Bolts live in studio on Friday.
Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SPL Waiting Room, your one-stop shop for all thing SMITE Pro League. Here in Season 8, as things have been getting interesting, and of course are heating up here in Phase number 3. A lot of these teams putting every amount and ounce of themselves into these sets because everything matters going forward. After this round robin stage we're in, we talked about this a little bit last week, we go to that group stage, then we have some playoffs, then we have Worlds. It all feels like it's crumbling around behind us. It's so close to the end, and yet still so far away. And of course that has us look back, I want to say a little bit on what's been happening this year because we've had a lot of hot streaks from a lot of these teams. And of course that also has us looking forward to some of these sets because some of these teams are still on their hot streak. So I'm going to go ahead and do the grand scheme of things, just throw this out there. The longest loss streak we've ever seen was a 25-set loss streak from SK Gaming. The longest this year is 13 from the Valkyries. The longest sets in a row for wins is 10, held by NRG. They actually had a split way back when. They had one single game loss. Unfortunately for them, it happened right in the middle, and that's where we get to some interesting things. So far this year, we've had a couple of teams put up their limit. We've seen the Leviathans specifically hit a 7-set streak in a row. This was ended by the Titans there in the Phase 2 playoffs, and so they've managed to get close, but not quite close enough. Of course, you go back a little further beyond that, and we look at the Olympus Bolts, who, as everyone could remember, had a ridiculously long undefeated streak at the very beginning of Phase 2. They get 8 sets in a row, and of course that has now been tied by the Tartarus Titans, who are currently sitting at 8 set streaks in a row. Their last loss was a 0-2 loss to the Leviathans in Phase 2 Week 7, and since then they have not lost any of their sets, of course including the playoffs. That now gets them to the point where things are going to get interesting because they only play the Kings this week, so they have a very difficult team to try and jump the hurdle to get to not only the longest streak this year, but potentially try and tie and maybe even surpass NRG from years past. Of course, now we're going to take a nice little peek and look-see at what happened here in week number 1, a recap created by Blues Ultra, that is BLUES ULTRA. That is on Reddit, Instagram, and Twitter, and I highly recommend following them. They also have a fantastic spreadsheet that I use for a lot of the trivia questions that we do on Mondays during the media days, and you can see it. The thing that stands out to me the most on that is Paul had the most ridiculous KDA, a 16 KDA, and they only played 5 games, and, admittedly, that's a lot of games to play, actually, considering some of these teams only got to play 2. And so that is an incredible feat for him, very well undone. He also has the most first bloods after week number 1. So the Titans are looking pretty good, I guess is the best way to describe it. Again, thanks to Blues Ultra. Go ahead and follow them everywhere. And, of course, you can follow them on the SMITE Pro subreddit, where I also see those get posted all the time, and then you can start up your own discussions. It's another fun little plug that we can have. But I'm not alone on the show today. We're going to be talking about a lot of fun stuff. So I've got J-Mac and I've got Mifflin sitting alongside me. Mifflin, I'm excited to have you here because you play a lot of jungle.
I do.
And
Too much.
We are going into 8.9, which a lot of people have kind of been re-hyping as this jungle patch.
Yeah, I've got some very in-depth thoughts about how this is going to affect the actual jungle meta. I'm not sure if you want me to just jump into it right now. We can say that for a little bit later, but there is some wide sweeping changes, I'd say. But maybe at the end of the day, and I'm sure some fans at home don't want to hear this, we're going to see a lot of that same meta that we've been watching since 8.8.
I didn't want to hear that. I wanted you to be like, hey, we're about to get 30 different assassins being played. I don't even remember. I'm not sure there's 30 assassins in the game. But
no, we're not mages, bro. We're not mid lane.
No, yeah,
we're not that
the mages.
Not that fortunate.
Well, I know a lot of the big changes have been to the ones that stood out to me the most. Like the Mace Tree got a bunch of buffs to it as well, and I've seen a lot of I want to say murmuring on Twitter. I don't know if that's the right word for it, of people looking into it, and it feels like J-Mac, this is going to be an interesting one because so far the jungle meta this year we've seen a lot of Osiris, we've seen a lot of warriors, and there's still some players that benefits, like Twig, a big setup player. It's definitely been beneficial for them, but then players like Sam for Soccer on the other side, people who used to play assassins all the time and were kind of hard carries, hyper carries, haven't necessarily been able to find so much. Do you think this patch is going to help revitalize at least those players?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are a few junglers in particular, Sam, as you highlighted, even Panatom, Captain Twig. Those are players who are really going to benefit from this assassin patch. And I think it was funny, even talking to Captain Twig when he was back here over on Monday. He was saying he actually kind of enjoyed the current meta that we were just previously in a little bit, like playing some of those gods. But coming back to this assassin, we might get to see more of the Naja that he used to like to play. I mean, Transcendence and Jotun's Wrath, and then a Hydra's Lament to boot. I mean, you get 40% CDR and a ton of power to boot with it. Now that you get those extra changes, Sam for Soccer, who was probably one of the tried and true assassin players in the SPL, and a lot of his gods even got kind of indirect buffs because of all these items, and then one god in particular, a Wheelish, a direct buff for her base damage. I think we could be seeing some kind of nutty play coming out of Sam, and even Panatom has some good surges in there, even with that Susano that we saw previously. Scream will be getting a couple of extra buffs as well.
And it's interesting, you could see them as we ran them across the bottom of the screen, but your Brawler's Beat Stick got a 10 power buff, something that seems small, but in the grand scheme of things, we've had a lot of healers. That feels like it's nice since everyone's having to buy the item anyway. We've seen Jotun's Wrath with the decrease in its cost as well as an increase in power there for Crusher. But the one I caught my eye, Mifflin, and I'm wondering if it makes a big enough change, is this Heartseeker change where you're getting a little bit more scaling and damage. It feels like it could be impactful, but at the same time, it's not an item we've seen a whole lot. And admittedly, I think I've seen it more on Wukong this year than I've seen it on junglers.
Yeah, so Heartseeker is in an interesting spot right now in that this most recent change in 8.9 is kind of a reversion of what we've seen in the past. They've kind of reverted that scaling back to up to 6% when you've got 400 physical power, which is very late game. So I think that this Heartseeker change is almost kind of reflective of the jungle meta holistically. With Mannequin Scepter, as strong as it is right now, that means that the Osiris's and the Erlang Shens are still going to be, for my money, the top of the crop. You've got damage mitigation from Osiris or a health shield from Erlang Shen that can keep you involved in these team fights for a very long time, and then you're relying on Mannequin Scepter as your core of DPS. Heartseeker, on the other hand, kind of says, all right, but there's another style of jungle that is available, and I like to call it the tactical nuke jungler, when you're going Hidden Blade plus Heartseeker, and you're willing to trade your life for any individual member and then find as much damage as you can afterward. I'm talking that Nike style where you blink in, you press ult, and you just deal as much damage as possible. Or the Ratataskers, where you ult in and you just deal as much damage as possible, hopefully take out one of these hyper carries. But I think that, as far as I'm concerned, the early game is still going to be dominated by these warriors, these cleave auto-attack junglers that can utilize mannequins.
Yeah, it's been oppressive in the games where they've been able to get ahead, and of course in some of these games, like Osiris is I'm on the fence. I'm keeping my eye on you because sometimes he comes in and he is the absolute menace and nobody can stand up to him, and then sometimes it's just like, man, why'd you pick that? Oh, man. We'll have to see how this week goes. Of course, I'm excited for, I think, the in-studio matchup, although again, the Scarabs Kings one, I think the jungle matchup is going to be very interesting just to see what we have there. A lot of fun ones that are going to be happening over the weekend. And one that catches my eye, Mifflin, it's going to be coming right back to you because J-Mac had mentioned it earlier, but a Wheelish got a buff. And this feels like something that is going to be impactful because we already had some of these junglers picking a Wheelish, Sam most notably, but like she was already kind of there. Is she actually going to come back now that she's been bumped up?
I think that a Wheelish is a god that is going to kind of come and go with rosters, right? There are a couple of players within the league that are very comfortable on this god. Layers comes to mind as a guy who really likes going towards this pick, and occasionally it just fits your draft very well, or occasionally you're trying to counter something like an Odin, which is a very meta pick, and now Wheelish has a decent counter matchup into him. Could be one way in. I think that as far as new gods go that are going to be coming into the meta, it's generally, is Osiris banned? Is Erlang Shen banned? All right, now assassins are generally a little bit better.
Then we can jump into it.
We can start going towards these assassins a little bit more so. Hun Bots comes to mind. Jotun's Wrath, having a buff is very big for him. Transcendence as well, getting a power increase in the early game, also incredibly strong. And I know I'm kind of sounding doom and gloom a little bit for assassins inside the jungle. I will say, at level 20, if these games are expected to go late, if the meta shifted in such a way that we can expect late game team fights to be 20 versus 20 as far as levels are concerned, assassins are much better than their contemporaries. The Warriors, the Erlang Shens, the Osirises, they're going to fall off much harder in the late game, but that early game dominance and how the meta has lined up for the last couple of months being so heavily emphasized towards the early game is my only holdout, my only concern.
We'll get to watch it, I'm sure, like this week. It's usually like you get 1 week where it's like this fused meta where some people are trying some new things, some people are still sticking with the tried and true from the last few patches. And then next week, I think, is when we'll like finally have it hammered home. Okay, these are the gods, these are the picks and everything. And another one that caught my eye with this patch, J-Mac, it's Iset. She got again, it feels like a very small buff, and I'm trying to think of the last time someone played her in earnest, but it's one of those gods that, you go back a few years, this is a must-ban, must-have, and it feels like she's hovering around the same area she had, at least in terms of skills, back then.
Yeah, I mean, Isette's kind of in that weird spot. Right now we're in this still somewhat healer-centric meta. Hell and RDO kind of being the two big ones, Umoja in there. And so you need a god who can apply Divine Ruin really well. Isette can do it, but she's not the best to. You also have to walk up very close to the wave in order to be able to clear it. There's a lot of late-game damage she can have with Spirit Ball. The crowd control, the silence that can come through as well is so powerful for her. And that Circle of Protection is kind of the big name for her kit, and that's what got the buff. It got a 5% buff to the damage mitigation. Well,
like mitigation.
How good is 5% mitigation? Well, 5% is better than 0, so now you have 25%. That's always nice to have, but the big problem is always finding a good place to really drop that ultimate. That's really what separates the good E-sets from the great E-set players, is where are you dropping that Circle of Protection? Are you dropping it right when the fight starts? Or are you more often than not, what we've been seeing so much with this god is just an objective secure, but even then we've been seeing some players who aren't able to get those objective secures with the god, and if you're not able to get those secures, you're kind of falling back on, why we're even picking the E-set here if that's the main kind of, I'm not going to say it's the only gimmick with this god, but it's one of the main ones, is that this ability scales almost harder than any other single mage ultimate in an instant burst of damage. You have gods like Anubis that can shred through a Fire Giant, shred through a Gold Fury really quickly, but none of them can really slam 2,000-3,000 damage in an instant on those objectives like Isette can. This 5% mitigation will help. It'll make her team fighting a little bit stronger. It'll make everybody who gets to stay inside that circle just a little bit stronger. But I'm not sure how much that's actually going to bump her up as far as priority for the mid laners.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. It's weird to think about it, but I'm pretty sure most of the E-set that I've seen in the last year has been Sino playing it in the jungle.
Yeah.
And none of the mid laners. We did get to see some of that came through. Also, I just to make sure I had the notes properly, I opened up our smitegame.com so I could see the full patch notes. It's snowing on the website. I don't know what's up with that. It's snowing on the website. I don't know what to tell you. It's kind of cool, though. Either way, the next god that is going to be moving forward is Horus. Horus is someone that we've seen played specifically by the Leviathans mainly, but a couple of other players have picked him up. I think Jake played him earlier this year as well, and so he's been back and forth. He's got a good amount, but Mifflin, he got a couple of little buffs, right? Increased bonus damage from the Gust attack on his updraft, but increased healing on his Protector's Surge, and that's the one that really, I think, helps keep him in that lane.
Yeah, I think Horus is just quality of life changes right here. I mean, sure, the updraft bonus damage is nicer, but at the end of the day, it's only scaling 10 higher than it was capping out at 50, now caps out at 60. And the healing buff isn't necessarily a buff. It's kind of more so, again, quality of life. You're still maxing out at 250 once that ability is fully leveled up. And now, instead of starting at 50 and scaling up to 250, you're starting at 70 and scaling up to 250. And as Horus generally does, max that ability a little bit later on inside of the game. It means that you're probably going to find a little bit more value early on. But I don't think that this change is so much so that you're going to be really saying, okay, well, what's Horus doing? Well, are we banning this god? Are we top picking him? Instead, it's the players that have been playing Horus are going to have a better time playing Horus. I don't think we're going to have players saying, hey, man, look, you don't have a Horus inbound. Let's go ahead and start practicing it. I think it's fine just to let that be a flavor pick for some of these guys.
And it is worth noting all of that healing. I think late game it is the exact same number and things like that as the early game healing, which I will admit, as someone who loves playing Horus, I wanted it. I like that. I like that so much because I felt like I was not helpful until about level 4, level 5, level 7. Well, I mean, if you get those stuns early, look, he's strip protection. I love Horus. I'm going to go ahead and leave this behind because otherwise I could go on a full tirade. The same way I do about Pillars, not Pillars of Agony, that's Hades' ult. The other one, Dharmic Pillars, being one of my favorite abilities in the game. The last big change, or at least the last one that I was looking at, because again, it's someone who has been played a whole lot lately. Well, not a whole lot, but still picked up. It's this Uller, who is just on the cusp. He's not necessarily like the top tier, everyone's going to him hunter, and he's not really bottom tier either. He's not everybody ignoring him. He's just right there a couple of times. I think we've seen Cyclone play him a few times. Now, that says unplayed in the SPL, so maybe he's just sitting around and hasn't. And I'm absolutely flabbergasted by that. There's no way he's
been watching a lot of SEC.
I feel like Emilitu played him at some point. I feel like I've seen a few of the Hunter players pick him up just like once or twice.
Unplayed so far this phase, I believe, in the SPL.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I will say the only Hunter unplayed so far this year is Charybdis, and because there's only 5 gods that have been unplayed, and I don't think she's legally allowed to be played yet. Maybe that's this week. I can't remember. Either way, JMac, it feels like some of these buffs might be helpful. You get increased power scaling on the bladed arrow, really good range, really good damage, and you also get increased attack speed and physical lifesteal from his passive there in the axe stance.
Yeah, one of the things with Ullr that he's an ability hunter that came in here in the middle of a bow build meta, and that's kind of why we didn't see him very often in phase number 2. Now that we're seeing a buff to what you can pretty much call the essential core of Ullr's entire kit, you get Transcendence, you can get things like Heartseeker, you can even go any of those mace items, and he's going to feel really good, and he's going to really chunk through some of these gods. But I think an important thing to pop through here is one thing that Shinto highlighted, that maybe we even see this maybe kind of creep over into the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that the additional scaling will help itself out for that. I mean, if you want to go towards Transcendence early on, again, Transcendence eating a buff, getting additional power in its own right, you stack it up, that mana stack plus the additional scaling on Bladed Arrow going to feel very good. But I think it's actually the passive buff that is really going to affect Ullr. You're scaling up to 30% additional lifesteal and axe stance. Amazing. Great stat stick all the time. But even more important, now you're going up to 30% additional attack speed all the time with Ullr once you've got that ability maxed out. That is constant. It's not like you're popping your 2. You're not Artemis. You don't need the Vengeful Assault. Instead, it is consistently going to be you've always got 30% more attack speed baked into your kit. That's pretty good, and it fits into the bow build very nicely.
That's one of those things. Look, I remember when Ullr, and you might remember this. You should probably remember this too. When Ullr came out, and your axes were insta stuns, things like that.
Oh, yeah, that was
this is it's not necessarily reminiscent of that. That was busted, and nobody wants that. But this feels like a good shift to kind of push him forward, at least into the meta. Of course, things to keep your eyes on as we move forward throughout this week. Only a few players have been picking him up, and maybe he will jump up into their hands a little bit more often, or maybe everybody is going to start scooping him up. We'll have to keep our eyes open for that one. Instead, now we are going to be moving forward to Fact Gaming. Now, I want you to know, I wrote these almost immediately after we had the meeting for this show, and I sat down and immediately thought, oh no, did I ever write the questions? Good news is I did, and that we do have them.
That's great.
And I think one of them got, little tiny spoilies. We mentioned it earlier today. We'll see how much they were paying attention. And so I'll turn over to J-Mac and Mifflin. You can play it in chat as well. You can slam the answers if you know it. I unfortunately don't have you open. I guess I could. I have the internet. Either way, first question. Who had the highest KDA in week number 1?
That was Paul.
Yeah.
16 KDA, only died 2 times in his 5 games. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah. All right. You didn't have to blow up my spot. It's just yes.
It's
just
yes.
Paul.
He said Paul, and you went, yeah. And that is the answer. Yeah, it's Paul. We talked about that a little bit earlier. It was a 15.8 exactly that he was able to scoop up, but of course rounding, that goes up to 16. He was insane. He played 5 games. He was in the 2 teams that played the most games, and yet still managed to not die. In fact, had some really, really insane turnaround moments that made things different. Now, this one was a question I had trouble wording for a while, but how many teams' top players had a smaller KDA than Panatom? So Panatom had a 4.9 KDA, and now of all the teams, I always separate it and I look at the players with the highest KDA per team. So how many teams had a player with the top KDA that was lower than 4.9, which was Panatom's?
All the way up until now, correct?
This is just last week.
Oh, just last week.
Yeah, this is only phase 3.
So definitely the Valkyries.
How many teams' top player had a smaller KDA?
So that was a little under the breath, but I could feel
at least one.
At least one.
I'll wait for him to answer first. It seems like good tech just generally, but
I'm trying to think because Final K was on the top, Shinto was up there.
I was thinking too much.
Paul was up there, so there's 3 immediately at the top. I'm gonna probably just say 2.
You're gonna say 2.
Your Price is right at me.
Price is right in you.
Well, the good news is you're closer, and without going over, 5 teams were below his.
Wow.
So the Warriors, the Scarabs, the Kings, the Bolts, and the Valkyries all had KDAs.
I just assumed the Bolts
that
were doing
were
great.
higher.
Literally everybody except the 3 who were shown.
The highest for the Valkyries was Johnny with a 1.1. The highest for the Bolts was Haddix with a 3.8.
Close.
Obviously, the Titans had a 16, so that doesn't count.
Doing pretty
They're
good.
out of there. Kings, their highest was a 1.3. Scarabs' highest was a 4.5. The Dragons' highest was an 11.5. And then the highest for the Warriors was a 3.1 there for Nika. And so a lot of those teams being just under where Panatom was, but also just I like showcasing those because I think it's nuts when the Leviathans do that well. What is the third question? I have it up over here. There's one god last week who had a 100% ban rate.
What?
Who was it?
100% ban rate.
Yep, she was banned in every single game. And I
Okay,
just
so
gave it
there's
on-
our hint. It's a female
Did
god.
Hell get through? I'm not sure that she did.
I don't think that Hell got through, but I want to say Artio in this case because I don't think we saw a single Artio last week either. And I know Yemoja got picked, and it's got to be between Hell or Artio.
I'll take Artio. Got it. I said it first. Locked in.
Okay, so if you're saying Artio, then I'm gonna go Hell.
You're going to go Hell? Well, Hell had 11 out of 14 games, but
Dang.
Artio was banned all 14 games that
Dang,
were
Mifflin,
played.
you're so good at this, man.
And
Undefeated,
yeah,
really.
she was
it's wild.
the only one. I mean, Kepri was banned 10 games. It kind of kept things interesting, but yeah, she was banned 100%.
Kepri had 10
Erlong, Shin, and Cerberus were tied at 10 picks. There's another one that I'm just going to throw out. Here's a bonus fact. I don't know what the question is, so we're going to go ahead and look at it. On average, which tower is destroyed the earliest? It is I'm going to say my answer first because I haven't got to answer one.
It's got to be a tier 2, right?
It is the right side solo lane, tier 1.
Hold on, does it specify which side of the maps one is destroyed, or is it just which?
And all of SPL, total, ever.
Is
Okay.
it? Are you asking order or chaos production, or are we just asking which tower?
Like, is it okay? So
Order or chaos.
Okay, so it's order or chaos. Which tower?
I'm still saying right-hand solo tier 1.
chaos tier 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with chaos solo.
Mid.
Order.
I'm going with
Mine's order.
I'm going with chaos solo tier 1. I feel like order is usually the most winning side in the SPL. if I'm
Oh,
not
well, we're all
mistaken.
wrong.
So
It is
well,
the chaos.
I was closest.
Oh, no, sorry. Let's watch
maybe
this.
not. Okay, so it's
Oh,
2106.
okay, it's backwards. Okay,
so we're going by time.
Oh,
Usually,
no.
chaos mid 1958.
Damn, wait, hold on,
1956,
pause. How long were some of these damn games that these... Look at these.
1905.
And let's go, baby!
10 seconds
The
difference.
victory!
Why is the order
10
side solo? Who's playing order side and costing solo?
Yeah, dude,
bro?
dude,
If
they're
solo
too busy-
tier 1's going down, you're getting bodied. Okay.
All right, look, I just want to throw it out there. You said Chaos mid tower,
Yep.
Mifflin. That was third to last, so that was fourth on the
Thanks.
list.
Fourth.
You said Chaos solo tower. You were
So
second.
second.
I said order
First.
side solo tower, so I'm
By
right.
10
Yay, me.
seconds on average.
Man, you're the stats guy. You've
Yeah,
been doing it
look,
longer, bro. It's not fair.
I only get one question a week, okay? I've got to take these.
yeah,
when
I've
I
got
can.
to study for like 6 questions.
I do kind of give you a test, huh? I
That's
sit
actually
down.
cool that's actually really cool having a graphic there.
That was actually, yeah, I loved that. I want more of those, but maybe that's a big ask. Either way, we can move forward to week number 2 and see what is going to be happening this week. Of course, you've seen some of the schedule. And here is a look at the standings. Leviathans, Titans, both 2-0 up at the top. Warriors and Valkyries still looking for their first. Actually, and the Scarabs and the Kings all still looking for their first win so far. Kings are going up against the Scarabs. Somebody is going to be finding that one. And of course, we're going to be looking at two undefeated teams a little bit later. The Bolts and the Dragons taking each other on. I had made a tweet about this, but right now the Bolts have this year's specific head-to-head matchup versus the Dragons. The only set they've lost was admittedly maybe the most important one they've played against them, which was the Phase 1 playoffs finals. But they're going to be playing a little bit later in the studio, and it's not the only in-studio matchup that the Dragons have this week. They've got 2 of them, one today against the Bolts, one against Leviathans. Mifflin, this is a very, very heavy-handed week for the Dragons to try and do well.
Yeah, I think that the Dragons have just got themselves a stacked lineup, right? I mean, which team are you going to prepare for more? Generally, when you've got a doubleheader, at least in my experience, but I've never been in a top-seeded position like the Jade Dragons. I've kind of always been the challenger. You kind of practice more so for one. You say, okay, I'm not winning the majority, so I'm going to go ahead and focus on this one set, at least try and put all my effort there. The Jade Dragons do not have that luxury considering how highly seeded they are. They need to win both of these, or at least I'm sure they would very much like to. Look, man, this is it's a tough cut for this week, but if any team's capable of doing it, I have faith in the Jade Dragons.
And it is something, I think it was one of our bonus facts last week, or one of the Facts and Gaming questions last week, was the Jade Dragons have played the most games of any team. I think right now, they're tied with the Leviathans for 80 games. I'd have to double check it. I know they're at 80 games, and there's another team that is tied up for them. So they are up there in terms of what they've been able to do. They've been playing a whole ton. They typically go 3 games, but this is a very important one because we look at jungle matchups, right? Panatom has been doing incredibly well. Lasbra has been, he was really hot at the start for 3/4 of the year so far, and then the last 4, well, not even, maybe last 1/8, he's been just slightly less hot overall, not necessarily hitting the exact same stride, but still doing incredibly well. So, J-Mac, this means Sam has a very important week ahead of him, especially jumping into studios. This is going to be the first time for the Dragons playing in the studio this year. But with these jungle patches, it feels like this could be a good week for him.
Yeah, this could be a big one for Sam, and I think with the change-ups to the jungle, this could even really kind of change up his god pool a little bit, and maybe we do see a little bit of a divergence away from the standard that we've been seeing, the Gilgameshes, the Osiris, Zero Long Chens, but I think as Mifflin alluded to, we might still see a little bit more of that, and Sam's been able to adapt to really both of these metas just fine, whether it be the Assassin meta, whether it be the Warrior, the Warrior jungle meta through here. Sam for Soccer has always been kind of one of those key players. He's been a huge part of this mid lane 2v2, trying to get some of those first bloods and really allow Hurrywin to kind of try and press some of that lead in the mid lane.
And you have to remember that each of these teams are only going to be playing each other once. And so every single set at this point, at least for the round robin stage, matters a lot because it affects your group stage, and then that affects your playoffs, and then that affects your worlds. And so everything is tumbling into each other. Mifflin, do you think that today, specifically up against the Bolts, Sam is going to have a nice resurgence into the jungle?
I think that Sam for Soccer has done everything within his power to avoid playing Osiris and Erlang Shen. I mean, even in the 8.8 Mastery, where Erlang Shen and Osiris were the absolute kings of the jungle, it's only in the last couple of weeks where Sam for Soccer relented and said, okay, I guess I'm going to start playing those gods. Now that standard assassins have gotten a pretty sizable buff, I would be surprised if Sam for Soccer decides to play either Erlang or Osiris. So is this patch going to help him, as this little lower third is asking? I'd say yes, but I don't think he needs the help. Just play the Osirises, man.
Well, we'll see, I guess, how that ends up shaking down. I know the Bolts have had a lot of favor for that Osiris lately, so if it is something that is still going to be held true, then we'll anticipate seeing that. That's going to be a little bit later today. They will be in the studio. In fact, I can see that, well, if the door was open, I could see exactly where they would be playing from here, and so it will be a very, very fun one. No, I can't. There's also a camera technically sitting right there that is blocking my path. But it is going to be a good one. We're going to be watching, of course, right before that, the Scarabs and the Kings, and that is the very first matchup, and that is a good way to segue into the predictions for this week and see what we have said. I know me and J-Mac were talking about this earlier, and it seems like we aren't the only ones who had looked at this. We have Mifflin alongside us. All three of us voted for the Scarabs over the Kings.
I did not put that Valkyries one. I voted for the Bolts. Nope. I'm just saying that now.
Nope, you put Valkyries.
There is no way. I legitimately locked. Okay, so I'm being told by production I did lock that in on the thing. I'm gonna put out there that I did vote for the Bolts mentally, but I may have misclicked because clicking buttons is hard.
Man, what's wild? Yeah,
clicking buttons is hard, man. Look.
At the end of the day, what's there is there, J-Mac, and so your percentage, I don't know if we're keeping track of percentage, but if we are, then your percentage is going to go down. A lot of people saying, so Hindu said Warriors over the Scarabs. He also said Dragons. I feel like Hindu, there's a couple of these that feel like he just wanted to be contrary for some of them. I'm excited to see how these are going to shake out. J-Mac, you also said the Bolts over the Dragons. I'm actually surprised to see as many of us voting for the Dragons today.
I think I might also be standing alone because I think even on APAM show that aired earlier, I also was the only one who thought that the Bolts were going to come out on top of this match.
That's wild. I don't remember voting for that.
I thought we discussed
I did it yesterday.
Maybe everybody's just trolling at this point.
Oh, no, I'm not trolling. I agree 100% with what's in there.
Yeah, my votes are sick.
Look, I don't know. Maybe I did just click the Valkyries. You know what? I'm going to go out there and say Valkyries are going to come out with a huge upset this week.
They're going
to destroy the Bolts.
I'm pretty sure you're casting that one, right?
I think I am, actually.
All right, cool. I think keep that energy.
I'm going to keep that there. We're going to keep that.
Hey, I've got to give them the credit that's due. The Valkyries looked a lot better last week. I would argue that their last week games of play looked better than most of the rest of their year. So I would say that if they're going to do it, now's the time to do it. And, of course, now is the time where it matters. SPL week number 2 is going to be coming up next. So go grab your popcorn if you have it, some drinks, some snacks, what have you. We'll be right back with the SMITE Pro League.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores. Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Another round will bring you down. Another round won't save you now.
Yeah, reverse sweep coming up.
Big win for the Camelot Kings here, Dan. The Valkyries have done it not since week 2. It is the deicide for the Oni Warriors as they have pulled this game back from the brink.
But the rest of the Solar Scarabs follow up, down go the Titan, and Labra's got the first. What a 1-2 punch from the Bolts.
The damage comes from the Leviathans until Zapman puts them down with the snipe.
Defend their Titan, and the Tartar is Titan. Send us on to a game 3.
The Jade Dragons have come to play. 5 kills in 7 minutes.
Happy Friday, Smite fans, and welcome back to the SPL. Of course, powered by our friends over at Alienware. If you're anything like me, and you got too many monitors, you got streams up on all of them, you're playing games in the meantime, one of those streams better be here, Smite Game, on twitch.tv. You need the most powerful gear to get it done, and Alienware is the most powerful gear. You go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW. While you're at it, follow them on Twitter and Instagram at Alienware. And then AlienwareArena.com is where you want to go on one of your 3 monitors to join their growing global community. Of course, they are powering us here at the SPL, and what a week that we have ahead that needs to be powered. My name is Dolson. Mifflin joins me to start things off here, Miff. I mean, a stacked roster of games here this weekend. I don't think one of them is one that you can sleep on.
No, I mean, if I had to choose one that I'm more excited for, and I've already said it, it's the Kings versus the Scarabs, man. With the Kings kind of floundering a little bit last week, and the Scarabs off to a roaring start. I feel like this one's going to be a great heat check for both teams.
Yeah, and then if that's not exciting enough for you, we get Bolts versus Dragons to end the day here on Friday, starting off with then Warriors and Scarabs on Saturday. Another in-studio matchup is Jade Dragons versus Leviathans, and I say another because Bolts versus Dragons is in studio today.
BT dubs.
And so if you want to watch me and Barracuda interview, or me interview Barracuda, he might interview me too, who knows, over there on the other camera, make sure to stay tuned for the second set. You can, of course, tune out after that because the interview is clearly the best part of the Olympus Bolts versus Jade Dragon set. Yeah, that's totally what I mean. We are in the second week here of phase number 3. Let's see how the standings break down going in to this weekend. Leviathans and Titans off to a great start, both of them at 2-0. Oni Warriors, Valhalla Valkyries on the other end of things. We got a bit of a traffic jam there in the middle. Dragons and Bolts. Well, one of those two teams will improve to 2-1, and one will fall down to 1-1. Or no, 2-0 and 1-1 after our second matchup here today. And the Scarabs and the Kings, similar weight on that matchup. One of those teams will finally get a win, and one of those teams will be 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, finding a win right here for either one of those two teams is so important, man. Just putting yourself in that 50-50, creating some separation from the bottom is going to be so important. And you better believe the Camelot Kings do not like where they're currently standing, right? I mean, 0-1 coming off of going into the Phase 2 playoffs from the first seed position. It's a large shift.
And talking about finding a win right now, it feels more difficult now than ever to find a win in the SPL. Every team is bringing something different to the table every single week. And the Solar Scarabs, one of the big risers of teams that we've had so far. A 3-game set against the Titans last week, and one that we've talked to the Scarabs players, and we will here with Scream shortly. A set that they feel like they could have won and maybe should have won. And Scream maybe at the forefront of this conversation here, Miff. What a change this Scarabs team has gone through, especially with Scream in the jungle.
Man, when Scream first joined this team, I think you could unironically call the Scarabs the Scream Carry Project. It felt like it was him making things happen throughout the early game. If he wasn't succeeding, the Scarabs were failing everywhere. If he was succeeding, wherever he was at least doing well. And to a certain extent, that was true. But now in recent weeks, it feels like the rest of the Scarabs are kind of trying to catch up. They're not trying to be so heavy in Scream's backpack, if you would. Instead, individual plays from every single one of these members has started to add up to this team looking a lot better throughout. I'm not sure how much of that is just the tutelage and the coaching of Scream as he's joined this team, or if everybody's just trying to get ready for Worlds as it's starting to line itself up right around the corner. But either way, I've been mightily impressed by the individual performance of the jungler for the Scarabs and the team as a whole.
And this is going to be important, Miff. You and I will talk about this as the conversation around this set continues. Big jungle changes this week. And so I'm curious, a team that has been centered around Scream, finding early pressure, finding kills, suddenly looks better if the role that player plays, what your team is centered around, is suddenly better. I think there's definitely a conversation to be had around that. Scream, the guy we're talking about, talks to me now. Scream, first and foremost, thanks for sitting down with me. Let's rewind the clock a little bit. You know, you're 0-1 in the standings, but I don't know if that does your set last week all that much justice. What's your takeaway? What's the team takeaway from the competitive 3-game set that you had against the Titans? Is that one that the team feels like you could have won? You could have won all 3 games?
Yeah, honestly, I think we should have won 2-0 last week, but, you know, we still have some of these issues late game, like really securing the win, I think, like mid to late game. But that's just stuff that we're working through, and I think we've already made like leaps and bounds in that direction since I joined. And I just think everybody's coming to play, and I think we can get some wins.
Now, I am curious, and this is about you specifically here, Scream. Admittedly, some big jungle changes here in 8.9. That whole mace tree gets itself a little bit of a buff. Talk to me a little bit about what you expect the jungle role to look like moving forward.
Yeah, so from this week, I have gathered that people are going to be playing a lot of different things. Everybody kind of has different ideas on the changes, right? Because it opens up like the entire Assassin tab, or like a lot of it. So I think people are just going to play what they're comfortable with. And I think that you'll see some pretty varying picks for like a week or two, and then it'll probably kind of like mesh together into like the meta, I guess.
All the theory crafting is fun to watch, and your team, you know, feeling more comfortable maybe as the game goes on with you there in that jungle. Going to be a lot of fun to watch on this current update. Scream, thanks for taking the time, and best of luck in your matchup.
Thank you.
Yep. And so I think that's where the curiosity comes. You know, there's a lot of theory crafting to be done here in 8.9 and with the Assassin tab being opened, as Scream talks about there. And so Miff, on the other side of this coin, we know that Scream likes those Assassins. Another guy that he's going up against likes some of those picks as well. Captain Twig here for the Kings. And another team, I think, at least early on, it was Twig plus Big Man Tings, a lot of setup there. could be a different look at the Kings here this weekend with big jungle changes.
Yeah, back in the day, it was Twig looking for those setup-style junglers. Naja comes to mind, even Thor, occasionally just to find those huge ultimates from big man Tings, and we could see him go back towards that style, but in an interview very recently, Twig has gone on record as saying he really enjoys playing the Osiris's, the Gilgameshes, and the Erlang Shens, and those gods are still incredibly viable inside of the meta, so we might see him trying to elect to go that way. Still, regardless, I was actually surprised to hear Scream say that he thinks there's going to be a lot of god diversity within the jungle. Sure that there's going to be that growing period where everyone's trying to figure out what it is exactly that is fitting inside the meta right now, but with mannequins not really eating a nerf, with Erlang Shen and Osiris as they are, I feel like they're still probably pretty good.
Yeah, that's kind of where my curiosity goes here as well, especially with someone like Captain Twig, who really likes the Osiris, who really likes the Erlang Shen, even the Gilgamesh a little bit. There's been so much conversation around 8.9 and the jungle changes and assassins, the carry style, the deletion of backliners has been where that conversation has revolved. There's also the potential that, while those are all viable, Erlang Shen and Osiris are still pretty good. So maybe for some teams, the changes don't really roll through. And so, theory crafting is the word that I've thrown out there. Plenty of that to be done, especially in this first matchup. I find it wild that one of the Kings or the Solar Scarabs will be 0-2 after this match, especially if it's the Kings, but the Solar Scarabs as well starting to be a team here on the rise. So already, we're getting a little spicy this week in the SPL. Do you think the Scarabs, if we're going to assume that this is kind of assassin-y style meta out of the jungle, do you think the Scarabs change up their play style all that much, or in a way it just facilitates Scream better?
Considering Scream played Thor last week, I'm expecting him to go towards Assassins still here, especially considering, again, I know I've been doom and gloom, but in 8.9, Assassins are much better than they were. Jungle holistically is much better than it was, which opens up the door for the Assassin tab, and Scream having one of the most eclectic god pools within SPL history. This is the guy who's going to bust out things like the Bastet. I'm sure that he's very willing to try and mess around a little bit. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see maybe an Arachne out of the jungle from Scream, if he wants to go back towards the Thor, maybe just about anything. Ratatasker. There's a lot of viability available to junglers if they want to stretch themselves a little bit.
And I do then want, there's, when a role is as impactful all over the map as jungle is, big changes in the jungle means that there's some carryover impact on different lanes. Then you start to wonder if maybe the mid lane picks start to get a little safer. Do the hunter picks start to tweak up a little bit, get a little bit safer? The only big hunter change we really talked about in the waiting room show was Uller. Do you assume we start to see any of that? I know that he likes some of those ability-based items, Bluestone Uller. I don't know, it's bounced around the ranked scene maybe a little bit. You imagine Hunter and that role changes all that much this weekend?
I don't think so too much. If we do see some shift-ups from Hunter, it might be more so that we're seeing some ability hunters in mid with the Transcendence buff. Neath mid might be an option. It's something the Valkyries like to run. Uller mid also has potential. It's something Paul has run in the past as well. But as far as the long lane itself, crit going unchanged means that crit's probably the path you want to go down, and why not just go for an auto-attack style Hunter if you want to utilize that?
Myth, you and I have talked about it long enough. Let's get some answers. Picks and bans for game 1 of the weekend against the Camelot Kings and the Solar Scarabs starting right now. Solar Scarabs find themselves in that first pick slot. The Camelot Kings, of course, then fall over to that second spot. If we are continuing the storyline here, we expect some of the bans from the Kings to go towards Scream. But, it's difficult, I think, to lock down exactly what this guy is going to play on any given week. There's no way that the Titans are assuming a Thor pick is going to be coming out, not last weekend at least. And the Solar Scarabs, they'll stick with the tried and true here. Against the Kings, Genetics has taken a lot of bans, and so has Variety. Hell is usually in that conversation. Terra is usually in that conversation, and both are taken away.
Yeah, I don't expect the Solar Scarabs to be the ones to ban out the Artio, so they've essentially got one more ban free and available to them, because I'm sure the Scarabs would love to take Artio themselves. So the Kings going to have to tie up one of their bans this time around if they want to deal with the Druid Goddess. But Thor getting taken off the table very early on tells me that Thor might have been tearing up some scrims recently. It was a great performance Last week, Scream maybe misses a couple more ultimates than they would have liked, but otherwise has a very good transition from the early to mid to late on this Thor pick, and that's only going to become easier in 8.9. And the Kings, they just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm not hanging that loss on the Solar Scarabs by any means, but you look at Thor for Scream, and the early looked good. You know, I think you're right, Miff. If a few of those ults connect, you know, the walls a little bit more cleaned up as that game goes on, the Solar Scarabs may end up going on to win, but, you know, a lot of stuff went on in that set against the Titans, so it's certainly not all on Scream, not on that Thor. Cerberus, final ban here for the Solar Scarabs, followed up by that Artio. You mentioned Artemis as maybe a priority here, but there's still a lot available, Miff. I mean, with Scream being banned out here, Artio's there, Tiamat
Yemoja
is on the board, Yemoja for Inbound, and remember, Inbound looked great on the Yemoja, but instead it will be Tiamat for Baronic as the first pick.
Man, it was exactly because of Inbound's great performance on Yemoja last week that I thought we'd see it prioritized a little bit more highly for the Solar Scarabs.
It was important
Instead,
he had a
though,
good game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it generates threat. Beforehand, a lot of these teams would just let Yemoja through with no intention of taking him themselves up against the Scarabs because Inbound has struggled mightily on this pick. But now, Yemoja is a threat in his hands. That said, what has been getting banned out a lot here inside of the SPL? It's been Khepri. I mean, Scarab's Blessing, incredibly strong.
Whoa.
The Abduct, good as well.
Alrighty.
Why do I even talk, man? It's going too quick. Slow down. There's so much fun happening in the P's and B's. Uhl locked in. Yemoja, Tiamat going to be flanking it for the Scarabs. Both these teams have incredibly strong drafts.
And we had the conversation how it could be ability-based Hunter in mid. That's put to bed now. Well, maybe for future games that's viable, but not at least here in game number 1. Tiamat's there for Baronic. Uller for the Solar Scarabs as well as the Yemoja. And then on the other side, so we have the exact same roles picked for both teams. Both teams still need the same things going into the second wave of bans with Khepri, Ram, and Raijin on one side, Tiamat, Uller, and Yemoja on the other. You see a clear winner. I mean, it's not often we get to do this where you're comparing apples to apples in the first 3 picks for both teams. You think either team comes out ahead?
It's hard to say. They're different at different portions of the game, or they're better at different portions of the game, I should say. Raijin's early game, incredibly strong, has good scaling. Tiamat's mid game, much stronger than Raijin's mid game. They've got similar late games, so maybe slight advantage over towards the Kings throughout the first 10 or so minutes. As far as dual lanes are concerned, one has much more kill pressure. That's going to be the Solar Scarabs. Uller and Yemoja together, incredibly strong, great sustain, great poke, good wave clear. Khepri and Ram together has decent clear, has potentially better scaling come late game with the builds as they stand. But take a peek at those bans, Dave. The Kings say, Ayo, Scream. I hope you got a deeper god pool than that, because we're taking away every single one of your picks.
Yeah, you think we've made some changes here in 8.9, Miff? Thor, Bastet, Tsukuyomi, all off the board. Scream will not be able to play any of them. And we wondered, this was a conversation we've had. I think you were bucking for some Hunbat's buffs at some point. But look, with the item changes the way they are here in 8.9, Hunbat's maybe feels a little bit better. We haven't seen the big sweeping team fight initiation of the Hunbats in a long, long time. And the Camelot Kings will bring it out here in game 1 of the week.
Yeah, Hunbots is going to be a great tool just to burn away some beads, man, because you can't really rely on the Khepri to do it all on his own all the time. Raijin sure can burn beads with the Tycho's drum, so that's going to keep ultimate.
I knew it!
Okay,
we had the Camelot Kings in for the content day on Monday.
Uh-huh.
And I to the ends of the earth, and I will bail myself out a little bit on this one.
You knew it. Go on.
No, I was joking for a large part about how, because if you listen to the Backliners podcast this past weekend.
Aggro doesn't need that plug, but okay.
Aggro, Barracuda, and I kind of talked ourselves into the fact that Chalk might be pretty good. And so on Monday when the Kings came in, I was joking with Variety about how Chalk might actually be a pick, and he wasn't super on board with it. I'm feeling a little bit vindicated right now. Chalk ends up being the pick here for the Solar Scarabs.
That's what I knew it for me? I thought you had something relevant to this set, man.
No, yes.
Well, yeah, Chalk got locked in, but where's Variety at?
On the other side.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Oh, my God. This is the...
Go on, Dave.
No, keep it right there. Keep it on, right there. Yeah, and I hope you can hear Gore and J-Mac laughing. Right. That's what I thought. I'm double vindicated now. That's a 2-for-1. I get Chalk and Variety. This is unreal for me. Yes! Big win for Dave already. You have to talk to me about it, though, Myth, because Chalk versus King Arthur.
Yeah, poke your head up and talk to me.
You might need to adjust your mic there. I might have squished into your face a little bit.
It's where it is.
Chalk versus King Arthur, not a matchup we have data on at all for Season 8. Why do you think we see him here?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on why King Arthur is getting
Let me tell you why,
locked.
because here's why Chalk is good, and here's why I knew it was good. So look, Chalk has a really long silence, and it's super annoying. He does a decent amount of damage. He can teleport around, and see, this is exactly how it happened on the podcast. We just kept saying the things he was good at, but while ignoring the things that might be difficult for the Chalk. So I think there is some value here with this Chalk pick. Do you think it fits into the draft, though, for the Solar Scarabs?
Yeah, I think so. You want a good frontline separator. You want the ability to engage these team fights. Another beads burning tool as well with King Arthur's ultimate. All incredibly strong. But King Arthur's been struggling a little bit here in Season 8, man. I mean, with Stone a Guy having some nerfs at the beginning of the season, a couple of the core items for King Arthur eating some changes. He actually got some direct god nerfs this year as well. Has kind of removed him from that standard god pool. So I am surprised to see it get locked in here. Not many changes in 8.9, I think, going to directly apply to him. If anything, the Void Shield nerf in 8.8 balance might hurt King Arthur.
That's a fair point. I do want to look at Gilgamesh, and maybe a similar conversation to be had there as well. We wondered if there would be some carryover meta from 8.8 and previous metas in the jungle. And Gilgamesh can synergize with that mace tree. Do you think there's a build pivot here? You know, it was kind of hybrid, tanky, bruisery type damage. Is there a world where you just see full burst damage Gilgamesh with some of the item changes?
I think with how Sun Scimitar works and how it scales off of your own maximum HP, you probably want to build that way either way, because you're kind of double dipping in stats when you go towards that bruiser build. It's also increasing your own burn potential. So if anything, I'm expecting a pretty similar build here from the Gilgamesh, but maybe if we want to see a raw infusion of power early on, Jotun's Wrath looking much better because it's a little bit cheaper, Transcendence getting some more power as well. So there's the opportunity to see it shift up, but I still want to see like the age-old standards as well.
Man, it is desk number 1 of the weekend, and Dave is right twice. The Solar Scarabs up against Variety and the Camelot Kings. Game 1 starts right now.
What a way we get to start the weekend with having a Chalk from the solo lane. Dave gets to feel a little bit good, and maybe you at home get to have a little bit of fun. It's J-Mac and Gore Miser, along with Doug, to spectate this match.
Oh, it's infectious,
But man,
dude.
it's so great seeing Chalk again. Maybe not so much for some people. You know, I got a first-hand witness, and so did Captain Twig, actually. Speaking of that media day when we had him here, Twig and I had to go against the Chalk in a assault match. It was not fun. That silence really can do numbers, but immediately with this change to the jungle meta, with all these items being buffed and changed around, we get to see Chalk come back out game 1. We get to see even a little bit of King Arthur and some Hoonbots action as well.
And dude, there's just so much to latch onto. I don't even know where to go. I'll start with the Hoonbats, because Hoonbats is someone I actually want to give a lot of credit. In the SCC in Europe, I've been seeing a fair bit of Hoonbats, where it's one of those things that, yeah, you know, not necessarily the most meta pick, but it is just so ridiculous how one well-placed Fear No Evil can literally win you a game. I mean, you could be like detrimental. They could have 5 fire giants on the other side, and you get a 4-man Fear No Evil. You win that fight, you could win the game, and things like that. And so keep your eyes on Twig, because I feel like it fits so well into the rest of this comp, because you got Raijin and Rom behind you. I mean, a late-game Fear No Evil should just sweep through the Scarabs. But then you've got so much healing, a lot of tankiness. I mean, 2 warriors. Tiamat is one of the tankiest mages, as well as the Emoja. It's not going to be an easy team to burn through on the side of the Scarabs.
And another thing we get to see is something that was alluded to quite often on the desk, but now here in the dual lane is this Ullr inbound in some danger, but a 2-man stun. Make sure that inbound can walk away with his life, no relic necessary. But with Stuart piloting Ullr, we talked a lot about him on the waiting room. He got some direct buffs to his kit, but his core build path more so got some extra buffs alongside. I'm actually curious. He's gone for a Bumba's Dagger for his starter item, not electing to go for a Transcendence Rush, just going for that and a Tier 1 Mace.
And yeah, like you said, I'm just excited to see what his build is going to be. Stuart has been someone I'm keeping my eye on. Like, for a while there, it was kind of like, first off, there were tons of memes for him, but also, and I kept track of this, he had died about the amount of times, I think it was like slightly less than Paul, like around like 3 less for a while there. And so it was one of those things where it's like, you know, and that was like all year. Paul's all year death stat. And so you could tell things weren't necessarily going too well for them just as a duo lane. But over the last few weeks, first off, you've got to give a lot more credit to where this Emoja is. Despite the win rate the Scarabs have on her, she is remarkable in Bobby's hands now. And I also have to give a lot of credit to Stuart, because I think this is going to be, albeit a difficult duo lane, you get Netroid and Genetics on some signature gods, but I think one where he's going to make a huge difference, especially as the scaling comes online. I mean, Ullr's just going to get better over time.
Yeah, it might be one of those things for Inbound. We'll hold that thought. Inbound in a bit of danger. Stewart actually the one body blocking for him, but those basics doing a lot of damage right back to him. He'll leap towards the tower and make his way out. Inbound also gets a squeak by thanks to the body blocking. This time, the carry doing a little bit of the supporting for this team in this instance, but both of them are able to make it out. Neither of them lose their relics. Veronic may be losing his life. Taiko Drums from Big Man Tings doing a lot of damage, taunting him right back in. Percussive Storm is good, but the knockup is even better from Veronic that makes sure to cancel that channel and keep him alive.
And that's exactly what I mean when I'm talking about Tiamat. Look at the first 2 shots that connect from Big Man Tings there with his ult, and the last 2. The minute Veronic's legs hit the ground, it is a completely different experience in terms of the damage that he's taking. And it's just those small little details that I think are going to help the Scarabs a lot in the late game, at least in terms of survivability. They do still have a lot to worry about. Could CC on the side of the Kings, as well as the res from the Khepri. It just creates a lot of really, just, look, straight up difficult team fights that you're going to have to overcome. It is not going to be easy. And so a lot of pressure, I think, early on. We've seen Twig already show face in the duo lane. We've seen him bouncing around in the mid lane. I need to see Scream, what he's going to be able to provide with Winds of Shamash available now. I expect to start seeing a little more of a hands-on approach, but maybe only in the duo lane. I have yet to see, we'll keep our eyes on Solo or Troll, how much damage he's going to be able to output with some follow-up. But I'm not looking at the Tiamat for the next 10 minutes. Boronic just has to live.
Right, gonna put some poke against him. Scream is here, but he's low on mana. Not much further fight from the Scarabs. They're just gonna make sure to push Variety back towards the tower, and he'll have to go back to base. Both these solo laners still looking to pick up their first items. It will be Variety heading back first. He'll pick up a Spike Shield. On the flip side, still waiting for SOT to go back, but he's sitting basically full health, full mana. This is the sustain that Chalk has built into his kit. That Rain Dance gives him so much extra healing, so much damage scaling. He's able to box out against this King Arthur very well.
You have to remember his passive as well. Being able to just kind of have a free ability feels pretty solid, right? Plus, you get the blue buff, and the fact that he's going to get it. We might not see SOT back until someone forces him to back, so maybe Twig is going to have to come over here. I think it's going to be fun to watch because I love the way Chalk translates into the middle of a team fight. I think it's one of the kits that has been one of my personal favorites. Of course, they altered it. A while ago, you had to have the axe down to get the knock-up. Now that you don't have that on the ult, you are able to utilize it in a lot more, I want to say, fun fashion. You can throw the axe in, get this nice big AoE slow, the heal field for you, but then go in with a huge knock-up for your team.
Backline is Twig just trying to get back to his side of the map. He'll use the Fear No Evil in response to Shamash. The Riptide brings him back in, but not far enough. Now Scream is the one who has to use the Riptide. Captain Twig jumps back in, but the River's Rebuke from Inbound makes sure that he has an escape path. Solar Scarabs make it out, but now Variety is here, a blink through, looking for a front kick by Scream. He'll find it, and the Leap makes sure that he can get over the wall and get himself out. But Variety is not done, still looking for Inbound. That'll get the beads from the support.
What a good juke from Scream. Reads the movement from Variety, gets the turnaround and the dropkick. I mean, just great peel. And we have to, again, give a lot of shout-outs to Inbound. A great Riptide for setup, but then doubly so for getting Scream out of there. A good River's Rebuke, but is worth noting, 8.8 balance, it changed this. Much longer cooldown on the ultimate for Inbound, so it is much more of a commit when you drop that ultimate. It's going to take a little while before that comes back up, and that means that Inbound's going to have a little bit longer where he's not going to have the success. Well, hello,
Solo kill? A solo kill for the Chalk Solo. Mark that one up on the board. Solar Scarab strike first blood against the Kings and might be looking for more. Genetics gets pushed against the wall by Scream. Body block and making sure that he can't have the path out. The body blocks by Scream may just be good enough. That's going to get the revs out, but Big Man Ting turns around and punishes them instantly. Inbound on the run, just needs a little bit more damage, and the Kings are able to turn around and get 2, but Baronic might be looking to at least trade it out, and SOT on the rotation on the backside. Captain Twig trying to find out, gets over the Leap.
And he's just low enough now. He's going to be able to walk away, but he's not getting too far. I thought Sot was going to make a beeline into the left side jungle, but it seems like they're just going to go ahead and let that one, unfortunately, lay at waste. A good turnaround from the Kings. Genetics has to use his ult, but ultimately that is a huge pickup for them, especially after
I need to see this.
yeah, an insane first blood. I want to just know how he did it. Again, the slow, the ult. This is just damage, baby. There's nothing else to write about it. That is all chalk all day. He just dumped him and did exactly what you would expect. He did come back with that mystical mail. You were talking about the item, what he was going to pick up earlier on. So that plus Bluestone, plus just the base kit that Chalk has, I guess is enough damage to kill a King Arthur. Catches Variety out, I think, by surprise. Catches us by surprise. But it's still, a good early lead for him. Just a level, but something big for the Chalk.
I got really concerned for a moment looking at Scream's build because I see the Tier 1 and Glowing Emerald, and then I see a Tier 1 Mace, and I'm going, oh my goodness, Scream, what in the world are you doing? Then I have to remind myself this is a Gilgamesh, and he just likely picked up that Glowing Emerald by walking along the paths and by walking over and grabbing that level 5 item. So we'll see if he likes to eventually sell that item late game, or maybe if he holds on to it, because, hey, that's a free, what, like 550, 600 gold that he gets if he decides to keep it, that he doesn't have to spend towards building the item. Otherwise, it's a couple hundred gold that he can sell back and try and work towards something else. Be a pull from Genetics against Scream. That'll get the leap from the Gilgamesh. He'll be able to walk back to safety at the tower. Relic check for the moment. It's only Veronic really missing those beads for about another minute. Inbounds are about to come back out. Variety looking for the steal, and he does get it. That overhead slash, just enough damage to sneak that Scorpion.
But you got to keep your eyes on it. You can see the Kings as a whole are looking for a fight, and they've got great engage for it. I mean, first off, Fear No Evil, blanket statement, always going to be good engage, always going to be helpful here. So Twig is going to forever be a threat. But I love Capri's engage. I mean, you get a single route onto any individual player into a pluck, and it's a solid follow-up.
Captain Twig, no beads available. Does have the leap, and that'll get him over the wall. Captain Twig out for the moment in the midst of the fray, and thanks to that Fear No Evil that you were just talking about, make sure that he has some CC to get himself out of that team fight. Could have been catastrophic if the Kings end up falling there, especially for Captain Twig.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good collapse from the Scarabs, but I think it showcases the duality of Fear No Evil. It is a get-out-of-jail-free card and a great initiator, but the good news is that no matter what, it's down. They didn't have to burn their beads. It was pop your beads to get a kill. You don't need to be that greedy. Save them. There's a lot of CC that could still follow up, and I like this because it puts the Scarabs in a position where they can continue putting pressure on the Kings. And again, this is the kind of team play I wanted to see out of them and kind of expected based on the way they've been talking about it, but now seeing it in action has kind of felt like just a revitalized feel to the Scarabs as of right now, and it's making things a lot more interesting. I'm also keeping my eye on the duo lane because I think Stewart finished the Jotun's Wrath, looked like he was starting up, either going into a Transcendence, might go for something like a Heartseeker. It's always going to be fun because of the item changes that we've seen, and that's the other duel that I'm looking at. You've got the Chalk 1v1 on the other side. If Stewart can get a solo kill, they'll at least get the 2 for 2.
Yeah, looking at complete opposite sides of the map. Sure, a lot of the action is happening in mid, but I think everybody's interests have been peaked towards this side lane. Stewart and inbound, at least holding out here on this left-hand side. They'll push Genetics and Netroid back, and will be tier 2 in that charge Morningstar, so could still be that Transcendence, could be that Heartseeker, could just be a Dominance. You never know what option Stewart might go for his Hunter slot. Netroid on the other side has gone for the Iqbal, a little bit more standard to what we have been seeing with these bow build Hunters, and I mean, in all honesty, you're probably not going to build anything else as far as a ROM goes. Get some attack speed, get some crit, more than anything else. Veronic sitting level 11. The gold in favor of the Camelot Kings, about 800 or so to their name, closer towards that 1K mark, even despite the first blood from the Scarabs. The 2 return kills from the Kings have netted them just a little bit more.
And you can see where it's starting to pay off. There's 2 level difference between Twig and Scream right now. That's a hefty amount of where this lead is going to be sitting, at least in terms of experience, because you've got a good amount of Hunbat's plays already on the board. He's been impactful, and you've started to feel a little bit more. Scream has had some good moments, and he actually might have a good gank here.
Variety able to get away from Scream. Now SOT on the backside of the tower. Captain Twig has his ultimate, teleports in with the Sacred Monkey. Captain Twig looking for a potential pick, and a blink in from Variety. He's going to separate the 2 of them. Fear No Evil is good, and the Faravalon will also take one down. Captain Twig kicks up the double kill in the solo lane. A bit of a greedy play there by SOT, sitting back there so long.
That's a classic case of caught just in the wrong spot. You had nowhere to run. There's all of a sudden a Hunbat's behind you, a King Arthur on the other side with tier 1 tower. You can't run into the jungle because you know there's going to be more Kings coming. You can't run through the tier 1 because you don't have the health for it. And unfortunately, they end up paying for the hubris of trying to get the kill. And unfortunately for them, that is going to be not just a good equalizer, it helps get variety back in this lane, which admittedly he wasn't too far behind, but it adds another level over there to Twig. He gets a third kill on top of that. So this Hunbats feels really good for the Kings right now, and is having a much larger impact so far than what we've seen out of the Gilgamesh. And this is something Mifflin had actually mentioned during Waiting Room, which was if we get to the point where we're looking at 20v20 late-game team fights, you got to start favoring some of the Assassins, at least in terms of what they can get done.
A little bit of a boxing match between the Hunters, but it's not much boxing. It's all fight for Netroid. Needs all 3 snipes to get the kill. Stewart needs to juke the 3rd one, and he will. But Netroid, with that lifesteal, he'll keep himself nice and healthy immediately after that boxing trade. Stewart going to have to go back to base, use the Aegis to make sure that he lives through the onslaught of damage from Netroid. But that's going to set up for the Gold Fury for the Camelot Kings. All 5 members of the team have rotated towards this left side, and they'll take it with no contest.
And honestly, just good timing, right? I mean, Netroid gets the Aegis as well, forces Stewart to fall back. You know that you have a lot of wiggle room, at least without a carry, let alone the rest of the team. They just got double killed on the other side. I don't think Sod or Scream are looking for a fight. And so the Kings just playing map awareness to the T and making sure to get themselves a good lead. That Gold Fury, it's a slippery slope, right? It's in this position where they're just far enough ahead that could be the final nail in the coffin for the Scarabs, but at the same time, with the amount of fight they've been putting up, I don't think the Scarabs are going to relax. In fact, you can see it here in the duo lane. I mean, and Stewart is technically up a level still in terms of aggression, still looking for those fights, and still has a lot of damage potential behind him. He just finished up his Transcendence. You also have a Transcendence over there for Sot, and so both of them at this point are really starting to stack up a lot of that damage. And I'm still anticipating it because this is early for the Uller, right? I mean, this is still a portion where he's going to be decent, the stuns are good, the damage is there and exists. But I'm waiting, like at least one more item, maybe 2 more levels before I really start to expect Stewart to just be hitting as hard as he can.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment he's being outboxed by Netroid. That's just the nature of having Iqbal and Aussie able to trade autos a little bit better. It all comes down to the abilities more often than not for Uller in these early stages. Late game is kind of where the more boxing prowess may come for this god. But having Transcendence means he's going to get a little bit of extra power when he stacks it, a little bit of extra cooldown, which is something that all Ullers love, is a little bit of extra cooldown in the build. We're going to try and get you back into the game as quick as possible. Just a brief pause in the action, jumping in. Double Transcendence. You know, Chalk is all about damage. If you've ever seen Chalk at any level of competitive, it's almost unanimous that you're going to see some kind of damage.
Just wants to beat him up.
I mean, we saw it. He was trying to box behind the Tier 1 tower. Do you like the Transcendence coming at it from SOT?
It's one of those things. I think that's part of the reason we see him end up dying over there in the solo lane, where it's just he didn't have the extra prots that he would. But based on the base damage we've already seen, plus the buff we just saw to Transcendence, I think it is going to work out really well for him transitioning into the late game. And so maybe not going to be as tanky right now as a King Arthur, but he's still going to be able to provide enough to the fight that I don't think they're worried about it. And when you add in the fact that they're both almost fully stacked, they're going to be getting a decent enough buff here that I expect to see the full 5-on-5 for the Scarabs take a good swing back in their favor.
Oh, fear no evil from Captain Twig. Bronic's got to use the beads and leap away. He'll make it out, but a little bit late maybe on those purification beads. He'll take down to about a quarter health. Genetics looking to maybe try and stop that back, and he will be able to delay it for just the time being. Scream 2 levels down to Captain Twig. It's in about 2 tiers of an item behind. Even despite having that Tier 1 glowing emerald, it's nice, but it's not really giving you any kind of power. It's giving you just a little bit of health, and, well, you did get it for free, so you didn't have to spend any gold on it.
And notable that he didn't sell it, though. That's one of the things that I always want to keep my eye on, just because if he had sold it, it's one of those, I don't want this, give me the gold. I need some money, whatever I'm going to be able to buy with it. And so either late game, that's a nice influx of, hey, I don't have enough money for wards, let's see what we can do, or it's an item that he's going to want to build up, and I'm excited to see if Scream is going to stick with it, or if he's going to continue around the path he is, because even now, starting up what could be something like a Pridwin, moving more into this conversation of Bruiser, right? He's got 2 of the Mace Tree items already fully built. I want to see him get some of that tankiness online so he can fill out that warrior nature, and he's going to be able to do it a lot more so than Twig. Twig goes in, and if Twig doesn't have Fear No Evil and he gets CC'd, Twig's going to die. Yeah, that's just the unfortunate nature of being an assassin. He does have some good disengage, but I think this Gilgamesh is going to have a lot more staying power, and you can see that in the build from Scream.
Well, now both Transcendences are fully stacked up, one for SOT and one for Stewart, and a Crusher immediately off the tail end of it. So it'll be 30% cooldown for Stewart so far with his build, plus the Crusher giving him some extra damage, and the Transcendence just giving him a lot of extra power. So now This ruler may start winning some of these boxing matches, or maybe not. Lifesteal at a dominance, finished out by Netro. It's going to give him a lot of combat power and a lot of basic attack damage to throw back against them. Genetics will walk forward. He'll miss the pluck. A quick leap from Stewart. Make sure that he gets out, and Inbound will eat a few shots of damage. Captain Twig waiting in the wings, but a little too far forward, or a little too far back are the Solar Scares for Twig to really commit for this Tier 1 tower dive.
And he just walked over the bracer, so they should have vision on him as of right now and know that he's hanging around here. And they're going to be able to play it safe. Inbound has ult as well. They could go for some lockdown.
Captain Twig, they'll be blocked away by the River's Rebuke. It's only Genetics caught inside. Scream will dive in, but that's a Phantom relic usage by Genetics. Now with Big Man Tings over here, Stewart has to leap away. Baronic on rotation, but he'll just be here to mitigate some of the wounds that have been struck against the Scarabs. Hunter back at base. Even solo laners have rotated over. SOT and Variety now on this left side of the map.
You can see the healing that pays off, but Stewart had to back to the base. This should be, at the minimum, a purple buff invade, but there's still an Oni Fury coming up after this.
SOT zoning as many members as he can, but he'll only get the Axe Toss against Genetics. Now it'll be all of the Kings backing away as the Oni Fury has just respawned, and that's where all the Camelot Kings are going to set their sights. Variety at the front line. SOT blinks forward to get into the back line, but not going to find anything there. Just a blink to get past the CC. Variety goes in the back line, finds Stewart. He's going to get CC'd himself. The Axe Toss is good. Fear No Evil pushes 2 away with no beads for Baronic, and Stewart low on health. They're looking to turn the fight back into Captain Twig, but because of how low their health bars are and because of how low SOT is, they might have to turn their attention elsewhere.
And that's going to be a good disengage, but the Scarabs, they just have nothing to fight with. That's a good CC on the Variety, but that's, again, where the healing comes in. They can't let this Oni Fury go down.
Frenzy popped. They're looking to shred down this Oni Fury, but that's a triple stun from Variety. The Cyclone comes out, and the Soul Lander may fall, but the res is good enough to keep him up. Camelot Kings get the Fury. SOT at the front line looking for damage. They're only going to find the stun against Genetics. Everybody else from the Kings are already so far back, and the Solar Scarabs are still looking for the chase. Scream at the front of everybody. He'll leap in looking for a drop kick or maybe just looking for the slow. Genetics will be the one who gets hit by it. It's a double stun, but Netroid finds the snipes against Stewart, and the Ruination will not be able to get anything. Baronic missing that ability, and Captain Twig over the wall. The Kings are out.
That's about as clean as you could get for it. Not only did they push the Scarabs under their tier 2 for the longest time, they got the tier 1 and left. They fall back. They get the Oni Fury, although admittedly maybe closer to call than they want. There might still be some potential Sot if he could tank a little bit more, had a little more follow-up. Might have been able to find Variety, but not only do you get the Fury, not only do you force the Scarabs to fall back, on top of it, you get a great kill onto the opposing Hunter throughout all of this. I mean, the Kings just play that pretty much to the T. They all get out with their lives, despite the fact that a lot of them were flirting with death, and they still have pressure all across the map thanks to these Oni minions that are going to start pushing forward. They should be able to get a tier 1 in mid.
It's a 6,000 gold lead that will be further extended by taking out that tier 1 tower. 500 more gold in their pockets. Greater Scorpion started up by the Camelot Kings immediately after taking that. So now teetering around 5,000 experience, 6,000 gold in the Camelot Kings' favor. Solar Scarabs need an answer back in with that Pyromancer still down. The Camelot Kings can't take too much more off the map. Maybe just one more tier 1 tower. They've still got a few Oni minions to push up this right-hand side, and they will drop the last tier 1 tower on that side of the map. So Solar Scarabs now only have tier 2s and Phoenixes to defend against the Kings.
And I think that's, a good spot to defend. Again, their team is tankier, so they can withdraw under these tier 2s. As of right now, no Fire Giant on board. You can defend tier 2s all you want. But they are, again, in these interesting positions. Scream did end up selling that Emerald. Now, picking up, again, what could end up being maybe not a Transcendence. I don't expect a Transcendence 20.5 minutes into the game. Is he going to be able to get out of here? No, Twig's looking for blood.
He doesn't have a tower to go back to, but immediately after the leap, the Torrent will drive him back towards his own axe, and SOT will make it out. But Captain Twig is already level 20. He's the first one to hit level 20 on the map, even despite having a bit of a rough patch early game. But now with the Pyromancer back up, the Kings have already turned their sights towards it, and they'll take that with little to no contest. Inbound wasn't able to find a way in. Scream was too far away. Variety just playing zone duty to make sure the Kings can get that objective and add a little bit more gold to their pockets. Now closer towards 7,000 that the Kings have in their favor.
Yeah, it's starting to get into the rough area for the Scarabs. Although I guess it's been a little rough, but now they're starting to get into these positions where fighting at the Fire Giant and realistically hoping for an even fight isn't going to work out. They're going to have enough gold. You've got a full tier 3 item up, Big Man Tings, that he has that Baronic just hasn't been able to scoop up. And Baronic went for the Soul Gem, so he doesn't even have maybe the same staying power, or at least the same hitting power that Big Man Tings is going to have. And so while he might survive a little bit longer, the Drygen is going to be known, and has been known over the last few weeks, to do an immense amount of damage, and Tings is not going to shy away from that. You're also starting to see, I think, the big difference. Netroid, specifically the snipes. It doesn't even matter in the autos, doesn't matter in any other ability. It is just the snipes from Rom that, to me, make him such a stellar hunter. Everything else in his kit really, really synergizes well with the meta and really works out. But those snipes being able to either isolate a mid laner, or in this case Stuart, since he's the easiest and squishiest target on the other team, from the very beginning, force him to start a fight at half health and either fall back. He has some built-in lifesteal. They've got a healer. Maybe it's enough for them to sustain, but for the most part, you just remove someone from the game.
SOT, that's half of his health bar gone. A teleport in with the Sacred Monkey from Captain Twig, but he's not going to pull the trigger on the ultimate. Doesn't want to use it for just one kill. SOT, he'll have to deal with Variety now, who's spinning through the back line like a little Beyblade for this team, while the rest of the Camelot Kings are taking the Fire Giant. A great distraction from Variety may turn into an even better team fight for the Kings. Inbound pulled back in. The beads are quick to get him out, and a Fear No Evil from Twig will separate Inbound from the rest of his team for Inbound to fall down. It was rebuked way too late, and Stewart needs to find a way out, or the snipe's going to be good enough. The third one, Aegis out. Stewart will live for the time being, but it's going to be Scream in the backline trying to deal with Netroid, and he is losing this boxing match. Netroid slamming one too many autos, and Captain Twig with the Sacred Monkey picks him off.
Honestly, they can just start running forward. They know they have a distinct advantage. This is at minimum going to be a Phoenix should potentially be able to swing 2, depending on the timer. I mean, they've got 40 seconds without Scream. That's a lot of time to work with. And Inbound's going to be coming back, but that ult's going to still be on cooldown. You don't have as much to worry about, and his beads are down.
SOT in danger, pulled back,
God.
and with no beads available, he'll fall down. Netroid credited to the kill off a beautiful pull from Genetics. Right side Phoenix is gone, and now the Camelot Kings will back out of the throne room and start setting their sights towards the remainder of the map. Mid tier 2 is still up, left tier 2 still up, but at the moment they're kind of scattering themselves. They're just going to leave Big Man Tings here with Variety and Genetics, maybe just these 3 to push down this tower, but they're not even committing to that. Instead, they're just going to strip away everything in the jungle that's available.
Yeah, this is clear up the waves, push up what you have minion-wise in mid, because they were under your tower on the other side. Go for the Primal Fury, because, I mean, what are the Scarabs going to be able to do? They cannot step up to a fight here. They have to defend at this point, especially with how fast some of them have died, specifically Sot in that last little dive from the Kings. Your Phoenix defense, or not, I don't even know if I want you near a tier 2 right now if the Kings are trying to look for it, and so you have to be a little more careful, a little more cautious. The Kings, on the other hand, like, outside of the first blood where, you know, we get Variety getting soloed out by the Chalk, every single play they've made has felt like they were just slowly but surely advancing themselves. And it got to the point is that 2,000 gold lead right after that first Gold Fury. We haven't seen as much fight back from the Scarabs since then, and it's all been much easier for the Kings in terms of lockdown.
Oh my lord, that was just Sacred Monkey Toss. It did that much damage. The Crusher is enough to bring Scream down. Captain Twig with a solo kill, even missing that Fear No Evil does not matter for him. He has got an immense amount of damage on the board, and it's showcased here right after these jungle buffs.
Just a, I mean, beautiful showcase. You get rid of the jungler for 45 seconds on top of it. Yeah, you had to use your ult, but that's not going to be the end of the world. Your team's able to find a huge amount of push here. Luckily, Baronic has not been sleeping. Those Tiamat minions on the left-hand side are starting to put some pressure forward towards that tier 2, but you're about to lose a Phoenix.
Inbound gets pulled back, but his own Riptide makes sure to save his life. That'll push Genetics away from the Phoenix. It's only the 4v4. Captain Twig is just coming back off of his kill from solo lane.
He's got Blink.
And now with all 5 here, no ultimate for Captain Twig just yet. And the stun not going to do anything in the midst of it. It's going to be instead a River's Rebuke coming out from Inbound. We'll find 4, but a quick Phantom Veil will make sure to get the entire team out of the fight. It's now SOT rooted in place and taking a lot of damage from Netroid. Phoenix under siege. A stun only finds Big Man Tings. Inbound is trying to zone them away, but there's just too much damage, and Captain Twig on the left side gets a pick against SOT. Scream doesn't get the drop kick. It might be a turnaround for Captain Twig. He'll find the double kill.
kill. And that's just clean play from the jungler. Look at him jumping through. He knows what he just did. Exactly what you would want from your jungler there. A great time for the Fear No Evil to come up, and now a re-engage. They get the last tier 2. They just got the mid Phoenix. I mean, this is easy street. You've got 30 seconds without Sot, 40 seconds without Scream. You are forcing the Scarabs into a very awkward position. I don't think they have the healing to deal with this.
3 versus 5, Frenzy Pop variety, finds Stewart all by himself with the ultimate. Stewart has to use the Aegis and the beads just to get back to the fountain. Captain Twig picks off inbound, and the Camelot Kings pick off the Titan. Game number 1 goes away to the Kings, and we'll call that pretty convincing fashion, Gore.
I mean, save for a couple of moments at the very beginning of the game, that was almost picturesque from the Kings. Everything that they would have wanted, neutral objectives going their way, team fights, picks going their way, some really good saves, and I think this comes down to a lot. In my eyes, Tiamat in the right hands looks incredible. Baronic just didn't get to have the game that they wanted because they started to fall behind before he could really impact it. But Raijin has become one of the most and best mid laners I think we've seen, as well as this Khepri Rom duo lane for the Kings is something that is just too difficult to handle and too much to deal with. And so I think there's a lot that maybe in draft kind of slipped through their hands, and then just through play they weren't able to execute it. A couple of lost 1v1s that maybe didn't end up in the solo kill in the duo lane, but the minute that Uller started to fall behind and couldn't take those boxing matches, Netroid knew that he had control.
Maybe we see a couple of change in picks and bans. Khepri, I mean, week number 1, he was one of the top picks for it. Maybe we see that one get taken away. We'll come back to the desk right after this break to get set up for game 2.
we are back on the back end of a big win for the Camelot Kings in game number 1. Kind of made it look easy in game number 1, and you can make joggers look good if you go to shop.smiteproleague.com. That was a horrible pivot, but the point still stands. Inside Apparel Company, of course, furnishing all of our apparel, and this one's big. Look, we're getting into that fall season. The weather's starting to cool down a little bit. Joggers are all the rage, and we've got them now in all 8 teams, shop.smiteproleague.com, as well as team-branded mouse pads. So if you need a new mouse pad, you need some joggers, you probably need both. Head on over to shop.smiteproleague.com, of course furnished by our friends over at Insight Apparel Company. Game number 1 for the Camelot Kings is convincing. This is a team that had a tough week last week. They getting their feet back underneath themselves, I think, is a good way to talk about this one. The feet are back underneath themselves after game 1.
Dave, I feel like I got bamboozled by last week, right? I mean, the Scarabs have one of their best performances to date. The Camelot Kings look like they're struggling, and now this week, now that the Scarabs have earned my vote, it feels like maybe a little bit of spite because the Camelot Kings come out swinging in this one, and really the Solar Scarabs didn't get a chance to play very much.
And here's the good news, Mifflin. I was so right about the chalk.
Oh, my God.
And I think this is important to discuss. I was right in the sense that I knew it was going to get picked. And it had a 100% kill participation. I mean, you were the one who was really driving it home. You said this chalk is a great pick. Here's why. I just knew it was going to come out. Did have 100% kill participation. Unfortunately, it was the one and only kill. The Camelot Kings in every other facet of the game took this one over. I think notably Captain Twig, Miff, took this game over a little bit. By the time that this Hunbats got that build online, nobody could take fights, and he was even 2v1ing.
Man, I'm just wrong all day today, man. I thought we'd keep seeing the Erlang Shen and the Osiris. I thought that
Gilgamesh
really...
kind of counts.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a small win where I can get it. Never mind. All right. Well, varieties on the Kings. We learned that one from that set as well.
We learned that
together learned that together.
Yes.
Okay, and that's it. That's all I learned from that set.
Were you surprised, though? I am curious here. Look, Scream took a lot of bans in that first game, all of them assassins effectively, and then he goes back to Gilgamesh, more warrior style of play. I feel like in my brain I'm thinking Scream is this great. He's good at the warriors, don't get me wrong, but Assassin Scream is kind of what I think about when I think about his top picks, the ones that take these games over. Are you surprised that we stick with the warrior in game 1?
Legitimately, I am, but it makes a little bit of sense, right? I mean, the majority of his favored gods were banned away from him, so instead goes back towards something a little bit more tried and true, at least in recent weeks. But if any pivot I want to see going forward is I want to see the Solar Scarabs play with the same level of confidence that we saw from them last week, and I want to see Scream back on an assassin, clearly.
Okay, fair enough.
Straight up, just
Good news.
do it.
I'm trying to count here. I'm looking at how many Transcendences we had. We had 3 on the Solar Scarabs.
Such a good item.
At least. Actually, somehow none on the Camelot Kings.
Well, maybe it's a bad item.
It's a fine item, I think. No, Scream, SOT, and Stewart all had Transcendence there in that game. So a couple questions do get answered, but, it's one data point versus a continued trend, and that's what we have to separate. We get some data on game 1 here. Is Uller back? Well, at least picked once. We don't know if back is back yet. We'll see if Uller continues to be a trend this weekend. Transcendence apparently is a great item right now. All those sorts of things will continue to build up as this weekend goes on. P's and B's, pretty please for game number 2. And the Camelot Kings.
Bars.
Yeah, that's not me. I think that's an F-Dot special there that I just straight up stole from him. And I'll give credit where it's due. So thank you, Tom. Camelot Kings go into picks and bans for game 2. 1 game in hand. Solar Scarabs find themselves again in that first pick slot. And I think now you're in an interesting territory if you're the Scarabs, because Tiamat was left open to you. You picked Tiamat. And, it clearly wasn't the Tiamat's fault. Tiamat's a great pick. But just wasn't able to get anything done there that game. So Solar Scarabs now in a spot where maybe there's some pivoting to be done. Rom takes a ban. Morrigan's still banned out from the Kings. The Rom ban may be the most different here. Netrioid got to have one of the highest hit percentages in the league, I think, when those snipes are flying.
Yeah, and to speak to your point about the Tiamat, the Solar Scarabs prioritizing it so high in their draft means that you have to expect great things from this pick. I mean, they've foregone a lot of meta selections for this Tiamat. It could have been a Yemoja in that slot. It could have been anything else. But instead, Tiamat got that priority and did not perform very well. I mean, there was a point, was it about 13 minutes in the game where we're looking at the damage charts and we're like, oh, Tiamat really hasn't done a lot up till this point. And, credit where it's due, the Solar Scarabs, you can't put that all at the feet of Baronic. When everybody is suffering, that means that everybody's going to look a little bit worse for wear. So, if they do decide to go back toward that Tiamat a little bit later in the draft, I would not fault them. However, it is Terra selected first overall. Good engage, good counter engage, great sustain. Just a generally very strong pick, and maybe something that the Scarabs can rely on in these team fights.
And also, Genetics doesn't get to play it, so that's a double win for the Solar Scarabs, because bans 5 out of 6 are unchanged from game number 1. Terra was banned by the Scarabs in game 1. Now it's the ROM instead, and that left, of course, the Terra open. You better believe the Kings are picking that pick if Terra is left open to the second wave instead. Now the Tiamat is left open to the second wave of picks. BMT in game 1 on the Raijin went 305. You know, Captain Twig, of course, on the jungle really drove a lot of that pressure. I mean, Tiamat getting that level of pressure is just as scary, if not more scary. Khepri continues to get picked here. I mean, Khepri's in such a unique spot where it feels like there's a handful of players that I just don't want on Khepri ever if I'm playing against it. And Genetics might be in that conversation. He's looked great on this pick.
Man, Khepri, just as a god himself, removing it from the players, and you can't do that. Genetics is someone who elevates the level of play that Khepri's able to bring, but just giving your team damage mitigation, thanks to the second ability, good engage, good lockdown CC from a range, that ranged root. I mean, he's just strong, and I've been beating around the bush. We haven't gotten to the thing that makes Khepri that much better than some of these other Guardians. It's a Scarab's blessing, man. No other god in the game will force you to kill somebody twice. I mean, that's just the hard truth of it. If someone is willing to play out of position and aggressive, okay, well, somebody else is what I said.
Okay, got
it.
No, you're right. You're right.
There we go. Anyway, if you want to, you can dedicate this Tiamat now to be a backline diver. She doesn't have to play that backline role where she has to use that damage from a range. Instead, get in the face of the Scarabs and just realize, okay, worst case scenario, I'm getting revived out of here. Yep. I'm applying my damage. I'm going to be back in a safe position, and I can do it all over again. And that is so hard to deal with inside of these games. It's so hard to establish a lead up against the Khepri. But I see your eyes glowing, Dave. You can just say it, man.
What, Chiron banned?
I saw it. There was a twinkle in your eye.
To be fair, I didn't predict Chiron. I didn't predict Chiron to get banned at all. I just said his name, and he happened to get banned away. So I'll take half credit.
All right,
on
cheers.
that one. Half credit on that one. Tiamat, Khepri, Heimdall. Late game feels kind of scary right now. If
we lost Hoodie Scream. Now it's just Scream.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I know there's like the jokes around, like if you're a basketball guy, like Hoodie Mello, like goes nuts in all the games where you see it. Maybe Scream is reversed. If nothing else, Scream
look at his range of motion now.
If nothing else, Scream gets a assassin pick here in this game. We've mentioned how Scream plus assassin generally equals death for the enemy team. That's the case here with Tsukuyomi. Maybe you got a good chance to find some engage. An assassin as well for the Camelot Kings here in the jungle. Nemesis. So Tsukuyomi versus Nemesis could be a matchup we're going to get used to seeing a little bit more.
Yeah, as long as Nemesis is able to hold on to her third ability until after the Kusari Gamma from Tsukuyomi, then the fight generally going to favor him. But if he doesn't hold on to that Nemesis third ability and instead gets it stunned off, loses it, you're getting disarmed as well, the damage output from Tsukuyomi might be enough to push you over the edge. But last time we saw this god selected for Scream, it was matched up with the Morrigan. It was double Tsukuyomi in every single engagement, which was very hard to deal with. I mean, if you're double piercing moonlighting somebody, they're probably just dead, right? Doesn't matter where they're going or how far away they are. They're probably just going to lose out inside of that team fight. Now you're kind of operating on a similar level with this Raijin. You have that similar ability to jump in and try and follow up the Tsukuyomi, but it's not quite the exact same. It's a little bit more so that Tsukuyomi is going to be creating space for this Raijin in the team fight, and then Terra is going to be acting as that primary engage for the rest of the squad. I'm excited to see how the Scarabs line this one up.
This is a pick. To see Sylvanas?
This is a pick that Bobby's been talking about a lot on Twitter, on his stream. He's been saying Sylvanas, when you get to the late game, feels incredible. He has not talked about Sylvanas' early game, so we'll see if whether or not he's able to actually make it to that late game phase.
Well, remember, it's Sylvanas, the have changed going in this most recent update and the way Sylvanas works, and maybe there's an opportunity now for some chain CC there in that duo lane. You get a pull, you get a root. If Stewart is able to pile on that, whether it's with the ranged damage confirm or with an axe to up, and you can do that in any order that you'd like, maybe there's some poke / kill potential / setup potential for ganks there on the left side.
Yeah, so for those of you who aren't completely in the know, Sylvanas now can put a pod down on the ground, and when he picks it up, gives him a little bit of his mana back. I believe it's 2% or 2.5%.
2.5, I think.
But more importantly, get some of those cooldowns back on the rest of his kit. The first ability, second, third, fourth, all going to take a little bit off, and that scales up throughout the duration of this game. So Sylvanas can get a little bit more involved inside of these late game team fights. It's not the greatest passive in the early, which might be what Inbound was alluding to on Twitter, but in the late game, it really can change some things up. It's essentially like a Chronos Pendant passive built into your kit.
Well, talk about changing things up here, Mifflin. Sun Wukong for variety. That'll be the first time this phase that Sun Wukong takes a pick. Seems like a healthy, well-rounded composition here for the Camelot Kings. You got some late game scaling. You got the Nemesis. Sun Wukong great at sustain, but can also dive in. You know, he can jump in just as well as he runs away. What do you think this Kings draft is looking to do?
It's all backline dive, right? Nemesis is going to be acting as a solo agent, just putting pressure on the backline of the Scarabs. Sun Wukong is going to be a Tiger more often than not, just running at whoever is in front of him, trying to set up for this damage from Tiamat or Heimdall. Whoever eats that stun from the Sun Wukong, likely going to get the Master's Will slow. And then like 20 Heimdall autos are like a stun from Tiamat, and that likely will put just about anybody down. I like this draft from the Kings a lot. But similarly, I really like this Scarabs draft. They're playing their style. This is distinctly what the Scarabs like to do, and it's a lot of aggression on the board.
Where do you think the Solar Scarabs draft can win and lose in this game? I mean, I imagine Scream comes to the forefront of my mind, of course, as he does every time for the Scarabs team. Is there anywhere outside of Scream you see as a pivot point for this team, or is it Tsukuyomi or bust?
I'm keeping my eyes on Stewart, man. You're playing a very aggressive pick that had a lot of buffs recently. Transcendence, his core inside of the build, also has a buff come his way there. And, well, you don't pick Ullr to lose lane. You don't pick any god to lose lane, but you certainly pick Ullr for some of the pressure, the kill pressure that he's allowed. And up against somebody like Heimdall, who has to stand still inside of his Bifrost to teleport away, that means that you've got a very easy target to hit with the axe, the hail of arrows, the bladed arrow, tons of poke potential. You've got healing from Sylvanas, if it is going to be Sylvanas solo. I mean, Terra and Sylvanas do have a fair bit of flex potential.
Yeah, right.
Likely going to be Terra inside of solo lane.
Forgot about Terra.
Look. I like this draft a lot, man. If it's not going to be the Tsukuyomi, it's got to be the dual lane for the Scarabs.
Yeah, I think Terra here for SOT continues to show some of his flexibility. You get an aggressive style pick in the chalk in game one. Still want to be aggressive on Terra, but able to do it in a slightly different way here in game two. Look, the Solar Scarabs, the way they played in week one against the Titans, gave a lot of us a lot of hope. Now it's time to bounce back against the Kings team that kind of rolled over you there in game one. Do you like the Solar Scarabs' chances?
I do. I'd say 50-50. I'll give it a 50-50 here.
You're going to flip the old coin? Well, it's time to see if the Solar Scarabs versus Camelot Kings, can this one go the distance? That's the big question here, because the Solar Scarabs have shown us the ability to stick around in these sets. Even before the big roster changes happen, there's kind of this never-give-up attitude with the Solar Scarabs team. The Camelot Kings as well. On the flip side of that coin, Myth, they're the type of team that can kind of run away with things if the game starts to go in their favor. I think a lot of eyes maybe need to be on Captain Twig and this Nemesis here. In game number 2, will the Camelot Kings win it all? We'll go down to J-Mac and Gore to find out.
Thank you so much, Dave and Mifflin. Man, Gore hopping right in here. We expected a lot of crazy stuff when week number 2 rolled around. The 8.9 patch hits. Now we get a Nemesis, though we did get to see Nemesis prior, and we get to see a Tsukuyomi, but we saw him prior. It's getting to see all of this now come to fruition kind of as a whole, not just a one-off, maybe something we get to see a little bit more often in these games and maybe in some of these future sets.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Scarabs change their style. I mean, like, you have to look at it like the Ullrs comes back. I don't think it was necessarily a problem for them. I just think that their comp as a whole didn't scale well. You get Raijin, which I personally, like, for the majority of a game of Conquest, I prefer Raijin over Tiamat. Now, late game, I'd probably lean a little more towards the Tiamat. But for anything prior to that and including all of that, I really like what Raijin can bring, and I like the fact that Baronic has switched that. Also, you want to talk about a complete swap in mentality. SOT has to go from Shock, where he's going to get First Blood, to Terra. And I think this is going to be a much more patient game coming from the solo laner.
You go from a god who can First Blood you to a god where you don't really get to do a whole lot until you hit level 2, level 3. But over on this duo lane, we get the Sylvanas, can get some extra pressure for Stewart, means that he doesn't have to maybe use as many abilities to clear some of these waves out, those AoE attacks that come from the Sylvanas are going to help them get a little bit of extra lane pressure, and they do so. It would seal away one back heartbeat camp. Important to note, both Baronic and Inbound using the best skins on their respective gods. You got the Gorilla Raijin, and then you got the Bob Ross Sylvanas. I'd say those are the best skins on those gods.
I'm trying to think. The only other skin, and I prefer the one that Baronic is running, but like the heavy metal Raijin's pretty cool.
That is a good one.
I can't think of the last time I used anything other than the Bob Ross skin for Sylvanas, and I could not, for the life of me, tell you what other skins he has. So I'm going to go ahead and say you're right.
I think
that's the one I use.
He's got the High Noon, which is like the cactus one, which is
Oh,
good.
that's a
He's
good
got
one.
he's got like the apocalyptic one where he wears like the gas mask and it's like
Oh, that's a good. Man, wait, hold on. Sylvanas is kind of stacked. Wait a
Sylvanas
minute.
has
Hold
some
on.
good skins. A lot of these guys have some really good skins, but into the duo lane.
This one's got a smiling Grover. That's
yeah,
all
that I mean that's just the win altogether. I mean,
also,
you
pause. I want to throw this out there because
Okay.
people didn't know it. Grover is the name of the tree, guys.
Right.
I'm going to
Right.
reiterate that. I want to make sure this gets hammered home. Grover is his tree.
Grover is the tree. Sylvanas is the guy throwing the basics inside the tree.
Yeah.
But Grover's the one who throws everything else. You know, he pops the wisps out of himself. He slams down the ground to bring
He's got
the
a little
ultimate.
owl in his
he has
chest.
he does it. He does?
Yes, there's a little owl that lives inside Grover's chest. I can't
more
remember
you
his
know.
name. The owl does have a name,
The more you know.
and I'm a terrible human who doesn't know it.
The more you know. Maybe we'll get to find out one day. Maybe somebody can get
Someone
that
tag Ajax.
information
He's
for
got
us.
it.
Yeah, Ajax might know. Somebody's bound to know what the name of that owl is. But it's going to be a purple for purple trade out here. Genetics will solo the back camp or the purple buff on the Scarab side of the map. It'll be Stewart and Inbound taking theirs on the top side of the map. No blood spilled just yet here around 3 minutes, and gold is pretty much dead. Even experience, even across the board. Nobody has really made any waves towards trying to get any kind of major leads so far.
Honestly, I like this. What you're seeing from the Kings, like this duo lane is just by merit not going to be able to keep up too much. Oh my god!
Oh my lord, the damage! The full combo from Stewart plus the damage coming from Inbound. First blood goes away. The scares. We were just talking. Nothing's happening. Nothing's going on. Inbound misses the pull, but then they turn around and get a big pick.
I'm at a loss, man. That was fast. That was a lot of damage to be dealt in such a small amount of time. Plus, they kept Netroid from using the Bifrost for a disengage. Really good control from the Scarabs to make sure that the Hunter for the Kings could get out of here. I was just about to talk about the fact that they should be out-pressuring the Kings duo lane no matter what, thinking, okay, yeah, they won't leave the tower, and there's no reason for them to because, I mean, look, you're looking at an Uller and specifically a Sylvanas. You're going to have some struggles if you're Heimdall going up against them. Even having some cleave autos isn't going to be able to help completely clear away that lane fast enough. I did not expect the follow-up damage, but that goes to showcase exactly why, first off, this Sylvanas can be such a good pick. A lot of good CC and a lot of good damage. The healing is great. But
Scream! Netroid is getting
What a
bullied in this
rough
dual
day.
lane. Scream has been hanging around this side of the map for quite some time now, and finally, the fruits of his labor will pay off, and it will be a kill going his way, teaming up with Stewart. That first kill, a lot of that just comes from the fact that you get that protection shred from Sylvanas in his first ability. You hit that root, immediately you shred their protections and get a lot of extra damage. Even those early couple of procs that you get base are just enough to keep you alive sometimes. But great execution from the dual lane so far out of Solar Scares. They net themselves 2 kills and about a 400 gold lead. Now looking to invade the purple buff one more time.
And I like this. Flex what you have, and what they have right now is a lot of easy early game pressure. Plus, and this is something, you would not drop your own purple buff for Sylvanas. But I like the fact that Sylvanas is getting the purple buff, because it's going to help that clear even more. He's going to continue that aggression, and they have such good early game aggression all around. I mean, Tsukuyomi, Raijin is going to be a good combo in the mid lane, although we haven't seen a lot of pressure because it's Tiamat on the other side, not the easiest to kill off. And you get really good pressure in the duo lane. I wasn't admittedly expecting 2 kills to happen on a Netroid, but the fact that they got them is even more of a bonus towards the Scarabs. I like the way they're approaching this early game, but it still hasn't really amassed a huge lead for them. And so I want to see it start translating into objectives. They just had the Kings cleared the Scorpion on the right-hand side. So I'd look at this left-hand Scorpion in the Gold Fury pit, try to clear that, get the Gold Fury spawned up, and continue rolling forward if you're the Scarabs.
Man, we were talking about the days of old in the green room, you know, how abilities used to work, you know, talking about, you know, Chalk specifically, how his ult used to have to require the axe to knock off. But immediately it kind of reminds me of some of this maybe older style of play for some of these other gods. I mean, you throw a god like Sylvanas, where, you know, you're talking about you don't give him the purple buff, but you used to. You used to give Sylvanas the purple buff, because having that extra 10% basic attack speed allowed you to get a lot of extra fast clear. He also, way back when, and this is the the dark times of Smite when he had knockback on those basic attacks.
Hey, his 2 used to heal minions.
Yeah, they used to do a lot.
Damage minions.
Sylvanas used to be really, really good, and he's not at that same level maybe so much anymore. But I mean, Sylvanas, if you wanna ever go back and see some of the old of what Sylvanas used to be able to do, I think this is what, like Worlds, like Season 1, Season 2 is kind of where you get to see the dark times of Sylvanas in Smite. I mean, at one point he could basic attack towers, I think, just outside of the range of the tower line. I mean, this guy was nuts. Not so much anymore. That's the point we're trying to hammer back to. It's not quite the dark times for him, but now level 7, everybody looking for a fight on this left side of the map. There's 4 players from each team here, and Variety's even making a rotation over to double root. Stewart can leap away. Scream will get hit by the bull. He's going to use his beads to make sure to get away. Big Man Tings throws some damage, but the Tycho drums from Baronic make sure to separate the team fight.
Yeah, good peel. Make sure that the Kings have to fall back,
Oh,
but
no,
that's not enough to stop Variety.
Stewart needs to find a way out. He's caught inside the purple buff, has the leap to get away, and he will not be able to fall down here. Variety with a good effort. The blink expended, but he'll go right back to base immediately afterwards. A huge rotation, and out of all of it, looks like they only got Scream's beads really out of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of aggression. Like you said, you get Scream's beads. Speed buff just stole it away by Solar Troll, so that's going to be, again, a small amount of experience, admittedly, but also a huge thorn in the side for Captain Twig. Nemesis isn't really the fastest god that you can run around with. Still an assassin, still has good mobility, but is going to be a little slower, maybe getting around the map than what we see out of Scream. And Sot's still sticking to it. This is something I really admire, because you're Terra. You know that you can still die here, but you're not as likely. I mean, you've got Guardian scaling, you're already level 9, you've got the Mystical Mail, so 2 physical gods chasing after you aren't going to be able to accomplish too much. And I like that he's using that to try and bully out anybody on the right-hand side that he can. Doesn't matter if you got that blue buff or not. You're making them second-guess themselves. You're making them feel a little uncomfortable. And I like that that's what this Terra is doing already. And that's where it translates into the late game or even these mid-game team fights soon enough. A good rotation from Sot with a nice ult in the middle of it. It could change everything for the Scarabs and keep things going completely in their favor.
At Game 1, we saw 3 Transcendents just from the Solar Scarabs alone. In fact, I think that was the only Transcendences that got picked up across the board were one of those from the Scarabs. But now Variety has gone for one of his own. He's got a Transcendence up to 29 stacks with that Sun Wukong. And is this something that you maybe would have expected? You know, Transcendence Rise is back, Wukong, maybe a god that you would pick to side him up on?
Yeah, I mean, it fits well enough with him. And honestly, because what was Wukong's build? He would always go Soul Eater, he would also
Void?
get Heartseeker and things like that. Like it's not uncommon to see him go very, very hybrid with his damage items. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing something like a Heartseeker get picked up in here throughout all of it. It does make him a lot more susceptible to ganks, though.
Doesn't have quite the defense online. Scream going to miss the stun. The dash from SOT is good, but it's going to require the ultimate out of the jungler, and that's not even enough damage to kill him just yet, but the Shadow Shuriken will surely be able to take him down. That's another kill on the board for Scream, and that's going to be 3 kills for the Solar Scarabs.
I like the fact that they're responding in kind, though. 2 people on right get aggressive, go for the red buff, but
Captain
now it's
Twig.
the damage. Yeah, if that pull lands on Twig, he's dead.
Genetics, he'll get stunned, but he'll be able to walk away. An unsuccessful red buff invade from the looks of it. Camelot Kings not able to walk away with that prize. They do get to walk away with their lives, so maybe that's the most important thing out of all of it. But Baronic is still looking for blood. He'll push Big Man Tings back, and he can make his way back towards the buff if he so chooses to pick that up. Otherwise, it'll just be a mid-camp clear here for the Solar Scarabs. 2,000 gold, roughly, closer towards that 1,500 in the Solar Scarabs' favor. Just here around 10 minutes, and 3,000 gold, maybe the more staggering number for this team.
Yeah, 3,500 experience is such a huge chunk in their favor. Sot has a decent lead, just 1 level, but it's 2 levels in the jungle, and they're going for a Pyromancer.
Pyromancer started right at the 10-minute mark. Variety's going to try and slow them down. Hasn't been burned just yet. The Kings do manage to steal it away, and now SOT in danger. He'll have to run as fast as he can, but it's inbound, caught in the midst of it. The Lone Tree has no escape path. The Caltrops are down. Variety's decoy walked forward. Baited me for a moment. Captain Twig, he'll fall down. Damage from the Piercing Moonlight and Baronic are more than enough to drop the jungler.
I mean, you lose the Pyromancer, that's not worthwhile, but the turnaround damage from Baronic there is insane, and they get the kill onto Twig. At least in terms of fight, that's much more worthwhile for the Scarabs. Losing the Pyromancer makes it a lot more even than you would like. They were starting to pull ahead with a decent amount of gold and really starting to feel and kind of impact change on the map, considering how far ahead they had gotten for at least 11 minutes into the game. But now, I mean, the Kings are right back into it. That's a really good pickup for them in terms of a neutral objective, especially because it's a Pyromancer gets you just enough, well, close enough, I should say, to the Scarabs that you're not sweating it if you're the Scarabs. This Gold Fury is definitely a little bit more heavy-handed in terms of who's going to be swinging. But a lot of those experience leads, I mean, there's still 2 levels in the jungle, but it's a little closer here for Twig. That death really helps keep him back. But now you've got Ting slightly ahead. I think it helps equalize a lot of that throughout the map.
You know, one thing just occurred to me that, we didn't really talk about on the waiting room. I don't know how much it really got brought up, but the jungle timers are all just a little bit different this patch, too. We're seeing buff spawn just a little bit earlier. The Harpy camp spawning at different times, even that green buff spawning a little bit later, but it doesn't seem to have really changed the pathing of the jungle. Everybody still seems to be running that same style where you put your mid and your hunter over at the red buff, you have your support do his own thing, but maybe it makes it to where you don't really require this blink, because a lot of supports were running the blink, that way they could get right into the lane, hit that level 2, and be able to have some early aggression. Speaking of early aggression, it is Big Man Ting's done some damage the way of Scream. Scream will be just fine for the time being. He's got his support here. He's got his mid laner, make sure they can farm up and get back to safety.
And I like it. You had mentioned specifically shying away from the blink. And as much as a blink Sylvanas ult is really solid, I actually really like having the Heavenly here to make sure that you can get out of there, having that movement speed to nullify specifically Twig slows, but also Variety having a slow. I mean, there's so much available on the side of the Kings to help contribute to locking down members of the Scarabs. It's going to help more, honestly, let's just call it out there. It's going to help Inbound get out of there the most, then maybe Scream and Sot, then Baronic and Stewart. But ultimately, it is a good safety mechanism for him, especially early on. And it's a good engage tool as well. If you don't want to use it for that counter to run away, it's a really good way to close the gap and follow up in the middle of a team fight.
Well, Lizards will walk down the mid lane and won't be deterred too much here by the Solar Scarabs. They're just trying to zone Genetics away to maybe look for a pick against Captain Twig. Red buff started up, but now Genetics is the one caught in the mid lane as SOT is rotated over. It's a fight towards Captain Twig. He gets a big chunk of health back from that shield, but not going to be enough to save his life. Scream teleports all the way in towards the tower with that ultimate, but Genetics, he'll be able to walk away. Red buff still standing, but another pick for the Scarabs.
And a good one at that, right? You get another kill onto the jungler. Twig was a huge reason for the King's success.
Oh,
now they might even be able to find more.
Variety blocked by the Monolith. He'll get up on the Somersault Cloud and be able to heal up and get back away. Scream will now have to run as he's sitting around half health in enemy territory. And that is a lot of damage that the Sun Wukong has available, waiting for the blink from Variety, but he will not pull the trigger just yet. And so it'll be Genetics once again CC'd under the Tier 1 tower. Solar Scarabs still holding on to really only about a 700 gold lead now. Camelot Kings, even despite losing a lot of these fight score, they're still maintaining at least a leisure path on evening out this gold state.
Yeah, you can see it. It's like that Pyromancer was the huge dip, and then everything has been just floating there around that gold lead for the Scarabs. And at this point, I mean, it's just slightly more than a First Blood bounty. It's 14 minutes into the game. Still something that is helpful, but nowhere near as impactful. I think where the Kings were around this time slot last game. And so it's a good showcase for the Kings to be able to keep themselves into this, especially because all these kills, they're happening on the Twig, but last game Twig's playing. Hunbat's Twig is essential. I mean, I think that is necessary for him and his team to find success, is him finding kills and surviving through engagements. On Nemesis, as long as you get your ult out there, you're finding success, and his build, admittedly, is going to have good follow-up. I think he's going to be able to start finding picks. Slowing him down right now, the 2-level difference in the jungle is very helpful for the Scarabs. But I want to start seeing a little bit more. Not just picks onto Twig, but maybe finding a couple more picks onto Netroid. They got 2 earlier ones. Maybe they can start finding them here again. But also burning Genetics' ult, maybe making Tings feel uncomfortable. Those are really important for the late game.
Inbound is level 12, but he hasn't gone back to base to pick up his second relic just yet. Everybody else has had the opportunity to do so. It's beads essentially across the board. Inbound gets pulled against Genetics. It's a knockup just against him. But Genetics isn't worried about it. He'll take that ultimate. He'll take that pluck, because there's no further follow-up from the Scarabs to really put him in any kind of threat. Camelot Kings, they'll take that win, not only by getting that pull and ultimate, but by taking that Tier 1 tower with Variety's rotation.
And this is actually them getting aggressive. They're going to be able to get Scream's beats.
Scream walks away. Netroid
oh my
might
God,
not have the same luxury. Luckily for him, he's got a Bifrost to get out, but sitting just around 10% health. He feels the wrath of what a level 15 Uller can do. And now the Gold Fury sets back up for the Solar Scarabs. Netroid is still here, and he'll try and sustain off the wave just a little bit, but he's looking a little worse for wear while Variety dives in the back line looking for Baronic. He'll get some damage, but he's going to get mezzed out of his cudgel, immediately have to go up into the cloud to get some health back.
And I like this play from the Scarabs, though. They force Variety out, force his ult. That's a lot of his safety mechanisms. Start pulling the Gold Fury. Force the Kings to make a rotation. Pull them into a fight that either they can't win because Netroid's too low, or that they're going to feel awkward trying to get into.
Gold Fury is down to nearly half health. Variety and Netroid are still waiting around to see if they have an opportunity to steal or go for a pick. Genetics down to half health. Scream is chasing him out. The walls come up for the Gold Fury. That'll be a secure for the Solar Scarabs. But will any of the Camelot Kings be able to make it out? Netroid's got a Bifrost. Variety doesn't have the ultimate, and the bird gets canceled out by a Scream as he dives right in and picks him up with not just the piercing moonlight, but the damage after.
I mean, that is a good kill, good swing for the Scarabs. What has been a rough game for them, not in the sense that they've been suffering, but they just haven't been able to pull a massive lead in their favor. They've been able to do everything right. It's just slowly but surely chipping away and getting something on the map. Now they get a tier 1 tower, they get that Fury, they get a kill. It really opens up a conversation for their success. Finalizing the stacks on Stuart's Transcendence as well. It should have enough gold that we expect to see this mace. It was Jotun's last time that he had instead of the Crusher, and those two probably just swapped in the build as of right now. And based on the damage he just did, I'm not going to be complaining at all. He is absolutely hitting much harder, or at least more consistently, than what we got to see in Game 1. And I think that's controlling the Kings in a way that they weren't quite anticipating.
I mean, he nearly full comboed Netroid's health bar just by himself. There was a little bit of help there from Scream, but for the most part, that was all Stuart. But even with taking that Fury, the Solar Scarabs, they lose that right side tier 1 tower. That negates a little bit of that gold that they had earned from the objective, but not the end of the world, as we did get to see in the waiting room. That's actually usually the first tower taken, is that solo lane tier 1 tower. And for the Order side, that was another interesting little bit for it. But it's actually the mid tier 1 that fell first this time, Gore.
Mid tier 1's still there.
On Order side.
Oh,
on Order side.
You said that, and I looked up, and I was like, "There's still a tier 1 over there. What you talking about?" Yeah, no, that is a couple of towers that have gone down on the side of the Scarabs. Not ultimately the end of the world for them, though. I think their pressure right now is really what's winning them out, and they should be able to answer in kind. The fact that they have all 5 members here in mid showcases where I think they're going to be able to find it. But look at Variety. He's going to be scooping up into the back
That
line.
tier 1 tower, Genetics pulled back by inbound. The Taiko drums are going to force the ultimate out of the support. He'll use that only on himself, but he's going to get stunned out instantly as he comes through. Captain Twig trying to find the damage in the back line. Will get it, but Stewart trades him out. Big man Ting's diving in against Veronica, and Variety will dunk in the back line. But Veronica's healing through so much of the damage. Stewart, he picks up the double kill. Give him the triple, and maybe even more after Stewart. Looking for a Genetics, but he's not going to find anything. Big triple coming out of the Hunter.
Oh, but you got minions. Keep going for the tower at the minimum. You've got healing as well. This is a nice, easy push for them. 30 seconds where it's a 2v3. And so maybe not enough to get a Phoenix, but enough at least to get some gold in your favor. Maybe enough with these players alive, Scream spawning up. You could start up a Fire Giant. I don't know. Inbound's kind of low. Even with the healing, that might be calling for a little bit too much. But I love this play. Go clear out anything and everything in the jungle. Push up the left-hand wave. Spend some of that gold. And find yourselves in a very happy controlling medium. I mean, you get a massive amount of gold. Great team fight as well. And a lot of this, look, Stewart's just popping off. This is something like it took a little while, and he got kind of bullied in the last game. That ROM gave him a little bit more trouble. But all they had to do was change that one ban, and all of a sudden it's starting to flourish.
And what a strong ban it is to go. I mean, at one point you look down Netroid's player profile on the website, and it's just ROM, straight down the list. And then for a while it was Izanami, straight down the list, because they said, okay, let's ban ROM. Teams are starting to give him the ROM, and now teams are starting to ban the ROM after they see a game against it. So some quick adaptations from the Solar Scarabs and picks and bans, some changes of their own, getting inbound something like this Sylvanas. It's one of those ones where you kind of question, if you haven't been following everybody, you haven't been following the scene, you kind of look at this Sylvanas and go, what is this pick? And maybe you're looking for a way out for Variety. He's going to get out with the bird, but the piercing moonlight will make sure he has enough chase down. Scream picks up Variety. It's another kill on the board for the Scarabs, and maybe another tier 1 tower.
Feels like Scream's just on Variety duty right now. I feel like the last few times we've seen the fight, it's Scream, kill Variety, then whatever happens, happens. But do whatever you can to lock him down. That's twice now at least, once on left, once on right, where he's got a lot of that pressure. And I like the answer from the Kings here. I love the fact that the Scarabs are getting aggressive, but Netroid is pushing down the tier 2 and left. You see Twig getting some pressure there in mid, at least making sure that they're going to get something answered back.
It's going to be a 1,500 gold trade, and maybe even more if Captain Twig can take that tier 2. But nobody's paying attention to the fact that the Solar Scarabs are on the Fire Giant. Even Baronic isn't in the area just yet. Sure, They're going to lose out on a couple tier 2s. No big deal. Solar Scarabs, they get the main objective of the map and a quick back to base to make sure that there's no further push from the Camelot Kings. The Solar Scarabs, now with only a 2,000 gold lead after losing that 3K in via structures, but now with that Fire Giant can start making pushes of their own.
That to me makes me think the Kings recognize that they couldn't win an equal fight on the Fire Giant, but think they can win at least some of these defensive fights around the Phoenix. And honestly, they've got a good comp for it. If you walk in, look at your front lines, they're going to get shredded thanks to Twig. Variety's going to be able to get good stuns, maybe some disruption in the back line, but you also have the res from Genetics as well as just a tanky target in what is a Tiamat. So I expect it to be a decent defense from the Kings. But when I'm looking at the damage numbers, I mean, Scream has a through line directly to Netroid if he gets a good ult. You also have great damage and setup from Stewart and Baronic. It feels like, yes, you can find some good defenses. I think it's strong on the side of the Kings. But they've got a lot to worry about here from the Scarabs as they start knocking on the door of the left side Phoenix.
Some chunky damage coming out from the Scarabs. I think that was 300 plus, closer to 400 in auto against the Fury. Now they take down the final tier 2 tower on the Camelot Kings side of the map. And it's a 4v4 defense at this Phoenix. But so far, with no minions, they don't really have a way to push forward. Scream is able to do some damage, some very light damage to structures right outside that tower line via his first and third abilities, but not enough to really kind of make the Kings worry too much. But now all 5 members of the Scarabs group here could be looking for a fight. SOT, he'll get rooted, he'll get pulled back from Baronic with the pull from Genetics inbound. Takes a nice chunk of damage. They've got a lot of sustain.
Yeah, the healing on this team is nuts. They still have a lot of their ults. Inbounds being down is not the end of the world for them. Maybe a nice knock-up could help, but I think having Sot's ult available to them is going to change things.
Frenzy from Genetics looking for a fight, but immediately everybody from the Solar Scarabs backs up. Now with that relic on cooldown, could be a call for the Scarabs to go back in. Phoenix down to a quarter health, and that might just be their only primary target here, is take down that bird and get out immediately.
I like the call. You immediately start putting pressure elsewhere on the map. You've got a good minion wave there in mid, so you should be able to push this forward. And again, force the Kings to defend on 2 fronts now. Some minions going down left, but also now in the mid lane where all of your members should be able to find another at least clean fight at this rate. You've burned the Frenzy, you've burned the beads on Netroid. You've got a really good gauge to engage.
Inbound takes a lot of health and damage. He's going to be down to a quarter of that. Big man Tings puts some big chunky numbers right back against the Solar Scarabs. But again, that sustain coming from them, the Monolith, the Whiffs, and the Fire Giant, all keeping Inbound back up and healthy. He's already brought himself back to around half health and still looking for more sieging against this mid-Phoenix.
This is where that Brawlers, that Divine, they do so much. At the same time, it kind of feels like they're doing so little. I mean, it's not even the in-combat healing, right? Because you're watching this. I mean, they back off, they get the minion wave. Now they're going to re-engage. That's a good pull.
Against Genetics. He's low. He is down. Revive will make sure to keep him up just for the time being, but Scream is low in the back line.
Twig.
Inbound is too, but it's going to be Captain Twig who dives in the back, falling down. It's Baronic with the credit, and a dive in from Variety on the Ox. He's trying to find a path out. He may have just separated the fight long enough, but the beads keep him alive for just a moment, dividing the fight. The Phoenix still stands, but it's 2 down from the Kings.
And now they're in a great spot to be able to at least get the Phoenix, but with 40 seconds and it's a 3v5, I think you can start aggressing even further. You have to work around your Fire Giant timer, though, and that's where things get a little more awkward. They've got the minions. I go for it.
They're going for it. Bracer drop down. Monolith to block the path. Another pull from Inbound. Pulls Genetics right in. SOT low in health, but so is Genetics. Scream picks him up. Titan under siege. But Inbound is looking worse for wear. BMT jumps in, and that might be the disengage that the Solar Scarabs are calling for. Maybe they're looking to go right back in.
I mean, they've got 3 members down, and the Titans half health.
SOT trying to leash it around. Scream is still full health. Netroid and BMT might not be enough of a defense. Solar Scarabs turn it around in game number 2 to bring us to go to game 3 and try and go the distance.
Honestly, very similar to the way game 1 went, just opposite, right? I mean, the Scarabs really early are finding control. If they get that Pyromancer as opposed to the King stealing it away and they get the fight afterward, it probably is a little faster for them, but they find a lot of good neutral objectives, a lot of good fights. They shut down Netroid early on. That helps Stewart get onto a pedestal and really stand out for the rest of the game, but you also have a much larger impact in the jungle here. Scream was 10 times more impactful this game than he was in game number 1, and on the flip side, Twig was 1/10 impactful as he was in game number 1. You didn't get to see a lot out of the Nemesis, and you got to see a lot more out of the Tsukiyomi. So if the Scarabs can kind of go through that kind of gameplay again, they're looking great.
Solar Scarabs, they take game number 2. Can they take game 3? Will the Kings take game 3? We'll have to find out all that and more right after this.
we've got a Game 3 right around the corner. And right behind this camera, I do have to admit, PBM, fresh mustache look, just walked into the studio, made eye contact with me, and I'm completely at a loss for words. That's right, the Dragons are in studio, so are the Bolts. That matchup coming up after the conclusion of this one. Is he coming over?
Oh, my God.
No, you can come to my single.
Wait,
he's over here on this side of the desk.
Well, why
he
doesn't
knows
he
how
just
it
sit
works.
down? Wait, we can, like, desk
He's
through
casted
this.
before, you know. He could do this job. Thanks, Mike. See
that
you
doesn't
later.
make me feel good about my job security.
That's right. He'd be taking your job. Mike is in studio as well as the rest of the Dragons and the Bolts after Game 3, Myth, of the Solar Scarabs versus the Camelot Kings. Looked like might be lopsided after Game 1. And then the Scarabs do to the Kings what the Kings did to the Scarabs here in Game 2.
It was
and we go
lopsided.
on.
So it looks lopsided in Game 1, and then it's lopsided in Game 2, just inverse this time around. So I guess
it all evens out.
Yeah, there's not going to be any close-knit games, it seems like, within this set, right? Both have been blowouts so far. I think the main difference for the Scarabs this time around was that Scream was allowed to play something that he's a little bit more comfortable on. 5, 1, and 6 for the Tsukiyomi. This guy was controlling the pace from minute 1, really.
And I think that's why in picks and bans we were saying, look, Scream on these assassin-y picks, he looked great on the Warriors when that was the meta, don't get me wrong, but when Assassins kind of rounded this corner at 8.9, we're thinking Scream's the guy who's gonna really skyrocket up, and the Tsukiyomi looked great here. And so I think some flexibility is what's important here for the Solar Scarabs. If they want Scream on something a little bit more Warrior-esque, we know we have some confidence there, but if you need the hard carry assassin jungler, Scream can do that here as well. So now we go down the stretch here, Myth. You're looking at Game 3. If you're the Scarabs and the Camelot Kings, picks and bans will be interesting strategy-wise because unchanged so far for the Kings, taking a couple shots at Scream. Solar Scarabs have taken a couple shots at Genetics. Remember, you take the Rom away here in Game 2 instead. Netruid has to go to the Heimdall. This kind of chess match now culminates here in Game 3. If you're the Kings, though, I don't know how confident or how shaken your confidence might be after game number 2. Maybe after what Scream just did, you need to consider taking away Tsukiyomi, some of those assassins a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you said they shot a couple shots towards Scream in the bans. I'd say you need to unload your clip at this point, man. I mean, just let that Draco reign, all right? I mean, ban out the entire assassin tree if you're allowed to, because legitimately, I think Scream has that kind of pull inside of the matches here. He dictates the pace so well, but if you can remove the Tsukiyomi, get rid of that Bastet, maybe take your eyes towards the Thor, we've seen that Scream will fall back towards things like the Gilgamesh, the Erlangs, the Osirises, and, well, it was a distinct quality drop in those picks.
What do you think here, Myth? Let's answer some of those questions. Solar Scarabs still in that first pick slot. King still in that second pick slot. So Tiamat has kind of ping-ponged back and forth. When Terra was available, that's when the Solar Scarabs picked her first, and then that left Tiamat open to the Kings over on the other side. So the ping-ponging could continue here. No surprise. I always chuckle. I like to look at the bans against these specific teams. No surprise that Genetics is taking a 66% ban rate on the Terra. Khepri up there as well. Maybe there's a world where you take both of those away here if you're the Solar Scarabs. But this continued Morrigan presence here, Myth. Is Baronic just that threatening on this pick? You don't want to deal with it? Now 3 games in a row, Morrigan banned out.
Yeah, I think that it's just that it synergizes so well with the Scarab's style of play, right? If it's going to be that aggressive, all-in style in the early game based on the compositions, the Morrigan with the Changeling Ultimate fits that style so well. Baronic has a great performance last week up against the Titans, and the Kings aren't going to allow him to try and do that yet again, and instead are going to force him into a more standard mage selection, but maybe we see Tiamat in that first slot if the Kings don't go towards it. Maybe we see the Scarabs try and do exactly what they did in Game 2 and pick up that Terra in the first slot. It's all up on what the Kings are trying to do. And it's going to be an Uul ban. Wow.
There's some respect. Look, Stewart, Game 1.
Not great.
Wasn't great.
No.
Right? Game 2.
Pretty good.
Looked really, really good on this Uller pick. I think Stuhler is a thing, right? I mean, that's been a...
that was his call to fame in the SEC.
Right. He's looked good on this pick in the past. Now looks good at the SPL level. What they were doing to Netrioid felt criminal early on in that game, just the 1-2 punch of the Sylvanas and the Uller. And why not keep things somewhat similar here if you're the Solar Scarabs? They're going to take Terra, but then insta-lock Raijin and Sylvanas for the Kings.
So Tiamat did not have a great performance in Game 2, and the Kings say, all right, we don't need it. We'll go towards the Raijin. You've got a similar power spike in the late. I mean, you're feeling pretty good in the early, and I think this Sylvanas speaks a little bit more so to what the Kings think went wrong in Game 2. Again, that slight, I think it was worded as a minor rework to Sylvanas, where if he applies that first ability, be it to a minion or an enemy god, it's going to drop a bud that removes your cooldown once you pick it up, is incredibly strong, man. I mean, there was multiple engagements on Phoenix line in Game 2 where Inbound was kind of camping on the minion spawn, dropped his 1 on it, and then just took like 3 seconds off of his ultimate every single time.
Yep.
It is so potent inside of the late game, and the Kings, they don't want to play against it. They don't have any bans left in the first phase. Might as well use a pick as a ban.
This is very niche, Myth, and actually maybe the reason I'm bringing it up is because we haven't seen it yet. I was wondering if we would see any Geb, because, you know, Geb received some changes. Cataclysm just straight up does more damage nowadays, but haven't seen Geb just yet. I think then post-PTS, the damage numbers went down a little bit, and so maybe cooled Geb off. But maybe Geb at some point here this weekend. I hope to see it. I know Hindu hopes to see it. Though he loves Geb, so maybe he doesn't want to see it so it doesn't get nerfed. Who knows? There's a whole world around Geb and Hindu, man. Raijin, Sylvanas, and King Arthur. That's the top 3 for the Camelot Kings. You know, it has seen a lot of play over the years. King Arthur, kind of hit or miss, I think, here as of late. But maybe a good front line now between the Sylvanas and the King Arthur to make space for that Raijin. But I can't believe, Myth, that we see Tiamat fall all the way down to, what is that, 5th or 6th pick. Maybe it makes sense. Kings already had Raijin. But should be a fun battle here with Sylvanas and King Arthur making space.
Take a peek at these bans, Dave. Thor, Bastet, Hunbots, Robin,
Yeah,
all targeting the junglers here. Both junglers likely have their selections ahead of them. So the Source Scavs, and particularly Scream, I think, is in a position now where he's got to go a little bit deeper into his god pool. Notably, Tsukiyomi still available, so could be picked up here by the Solar Scarabs. But, man, I'm excited. With all these bans rolling through, and I said it a lot on the waiting room, and coming into this set, I thought that Erlang Shen still would see a large deal of priority in the Ps and Bs. Not the case. He has gone by the wayside. 8.9 clearly has had some large sweeping changes to the jungle meta.
Right.
But we'll see how deep into the god pools these guys are willing to go now.
Still saw Gilgamesh, and that's kind of the carryover from the jungle meta of just last week. Other than that, we've seen more variety in the jungle. The player, who's on the Camelot Kings, by the way, has been out of the solo lane, of course, here in this matchup. Not even a smile there from you, Myth. I thought I was getting one over on you. You played that one straight. So taking some time here to think about our jungle pick. You know, I wonder how much priority the Camelot Kings are going to give Captain Twig here, because in back-and-forth games now, we've seen one of the two junglers get one of these carry-esque, assassin-esque picks out of the jungle, and it's kind of taken the game over. It was Scream on the Tsukiyomi in Game 2 that really ran things. It's going to be Captain Twig with that opportunity into Game 3.
I am going to openly admit ignorance here. I don't have a lot of personal data on Captain Twig's Tsukiyomi. I'm not sure that he's played it so far this phase. They may have just taken this selection because they don't want to allow Scream to have it himself. But that's a double-edged sword, man. If you're putting yourself in a position where you're playing a god that you're not incredibly comfortable with, especially a god like Tsukiyomi that kind of has a abstract playstyle. Are you that all-in engage at the Piercing Moonlight? Are you playing this poke role? How are you controlling space with the Caltrops? Legitimately a pretty hard to execute on character. If Twig doesn't practice that, and we haven't seen him pull it out in an SPL match yet, could struggle inside the jungle, but at least taking it away from Scream seems to be pretty valuable, man. I mean, he had such a great performance in Game 2.
It's entirely possible I'm using Gore's spreadsheet wrong. This is a spreadsheet, and there's a lot of data here. The Kings have banned away Tsukiyomi 6 times. The Camelot Kings have not picked Tsukiyomi yet this year. Granted, no one has, right? Tsukiyomi hasn't seen that much play. But to contextualize it for this year, we have not seen Captain Twig play the Tsukiyomi on the SPL level. Yamoja plus Serket. Okay, so we have Yamoja, Serket, and Terra. So that must be what? Terra solo, Yamoja support, and then Serket out of the jungle.
I think so. Serket jungle has always been one of the greater clear speed junglers inside the game. Has a really easy time just maneuvering the entirety of the jungle and farming it up very easily. But generally when we see Serket get locked in recent months, it has been for support. The ability to just dive into the backline, be that tank, and be annoying has been such an asset for this god. But with itemization as it stands inside of the jungle, I'm expecting like pure damage Surcat to be coming from Scream here. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. It is something that he has got a lot of competitive experience playing, if not recently, throughout Smite's history. But both of these teams are aiming for each other's necks. Doesn't it feel like it in the bans? It's all targeted. Picks, we're stripping away from each other. I mean, they're pulling out every single stop.
I kind of look towards the duo lane here because we've seen fireworks in both of the duo lanes in back-to-back games now. So it looks like Yemoja plus Heimdall up against Sylvanas plus Izanami. How does that matchup look to you?
The Kings have pressure. I mean, just full stop, right? Yemoja generally is one of the best supports for just clearing out the way, but Izanami is able to do it on her own more so than what I think even Yemoja and Heimdall can do together. Sylvanas also having AoE auto attacks is going to help out a lot inside of this lane. As far as sustain is concerned, it should be largely even. Yemoja eats a nerf to her sustain in the 8.8 balance, and Sylvanas, as strong as he is right now, should have that wisp up a lot more often, so can match up some of that healing that Yemoja is affording her team through auto attacks. It's a very contentious lane, to say the least. I think that whichever one of these guys, whichever one of these duos pulls a lead in the early could very easily run away with it. But if I were to hedge my bets, I'm probably putting a little bit more favor on the Kings duo.
Sure, and maybe the pressure opens up the opportunity for one of the jungles to make their way to that side of the map, because that's really where we've seen stuff start to light up, is the early jungle pressure that then snowballs out of control in the jungle. Could be interesting in the solo lane here as well. Myth variety on this King Arthur in all of Season 8 has done well. 11 picks, 7 of them have been wins for variety on this King Arthur. Up against Terra, though, it's a pick that the Kings know well for genetics. You imagine much here in the solo lane?
In the lane itself? No, not really. It's about what value you bring into the team fight once you decide to rotate out. Terra is not getting soloed by King Arthur, and the vice versa is also true. It's who's controlling the Totem of Coup, who's rotating first, who's making impactful rotations towards Gold Furies, towards Pyros, and if I had to favor one, it's probably the god that's got an auto win condition in the ult.
Myth, this matchup, this game 3, it's so important. One of these two teams will end this game 0-2. Unbelievable. Scarabs, Kings, game 3.
Thank you so much, Dave and Mifflin. Jumping into game number 3, it's J-Man, Gore, and Doug, as always, to bring us the action from the spectator perspective. And it's an interesting point that we're at here, Gore. In day number 1, game number 3, I guess, technically, of our first set of week 2, we're already seeing people fighting for a Sylvanas, a god who was largely unlooked at, aside from a couple of very small picks here and there before here. I think before it was, only Inbound with a game on it and Aurora with 1 game. Now we're seeing it focused here in game number 3.
And I really like this because the Kings, it was a very fun draft segment for me, because for the core 3v3, they said, you know what? I really like what you were running, Scarabs. We'll just do that because it works out really well. But I like the fact that you get Sot back on the Terra. I think that feels really good for the late game. I'm really interested to see Twig because he was not very impactful in game 1. Same thing could be said for, I'm sorry. In game 1, Twig was really impactful. Game 2, he was not. And it's the opposite there for Scream. And so I'm keeping my eye on the junglers right now to be the game changers at about level 3, level 4, level 5.
A little bit of brief pause in the action. We'll try and get right back into it. Looks like we will get right back into it almost instantly. We do see from the solo lane, SOT was bullying Variety out, putting a lot of pressure against this King Arthur, those cleave autos that come from this Terra. Once she has that monolith down, once she has a wall down, really been helping her clear in these early portions of the game. Yeah. But SOT, more than anything, just has that extra sustain. He can stand inside of that same monolith and get a little bit of extra healing back alongside those autos, cleave out those minions.
And I'd love to see it like this because you've got a lot of control to help keep them down. Scream's going for some aggression.
Big man Tings, he will make it out of there. Scream not going to connect with that Cobra's Kiss. So just in time, BMT does manage to make it out, but how much longer will he make it out? Immediately taunted right back, has to use the beads this time around. BMT is safe.
As long as he's safe right now. Again, it's going to be interesting to watch. First off, Tiamat has a 100% loss rate in this set specifically. I think she's 50-50 in the grand scheme of Phase 3 as of right now. And that really opens up a conversation. Netrioid's taking a lot of damage.
Netrioid getting low. The Gallarhorn, not enough damage to take him out. Inbound, still looking for some basics after, but it's going to be a frenzy and a pull from Genetics. But Stewart is firing right back. The bubble, not enough to take him down. And now it's a skirmish in mid lane Scream and Baronic are dueling it out against Twig and BMT. Baronic on the worst end of that trade. A lot of actions and a lot of sparks flying already in that duo lane.
I'll be honest, Heimdall Yemoja should have decent clear. I'm surprised to see them pushed up as hard as they are.
Another pull.
Oh, and the beads used by Stewart as well. Genetics has been on point with these pulls and now forcing the duo lane for the Scarabs to feel a little more awkward on their engage.
Inbound's getting some big stuns, some big bubbles, but this time will not come up fruitful. SOT will try and secure his blue buff, but will be unsuccessful in doing so. He'll lose out on that buff. Nitroid will lose on a little bit more health. Stun is good against Genetics, but Inbound is still very far forward in this duo lane jungle. He'll be able to walk away. Stewart, he's safe from the root and the pull, at least for now, as Genetics already used them trying to take down Inbound.
And I really like this, I guess, aggression coming down from Netroid Genetics. Look, you've got Sylvanas Izanami. You're going to clear just fine and just quick enough that I don't think you have to be too worried about much. The stun from Inbound is the one that is always going to be ever-present and threatening. But until Scream hits 5, you're not too stressed out about the Surcat. But unfortunately for them, that level 5 marks pretty soon. Same thing could be said for that Tsukiyomi, both of which I expect to start seeing a little more often in these lanes outside of just mid once they hit that level 5 mark. It's just where Scream puts that pressure. I mean, you can get, especially with the anti-heal shutdown, a really good pick on the Genetics of all people, or Netroid early on. Genetics has no way to escape. The same thing can be said for Twig. It's a lot easier to lock them down by tossing them backwards and then hoping that they're not going to be able to, jump away, dash away, whatever, versus Netroid or Tings who can just literally dash away and say, okay, cool, thanks, man.
Nearly 5s across the board. Only Genetics and Netroid haven't hit that ultimate stride just yet, though they will get it here on this next wave most likely. Captain Twig already starting to make his rotations toward this dual lane. The lane that gave them the most problems early on last time around was the one where Netroid was constantly getting attacked by Scream and Stewart. The full combos of the Uller were enough to warrant a ban in phase number 1 of the bans. This time around, it will be the Heimdall in Stewart's pardon. With Baronic back on the Tiamat, it was interesting for you to highlight that the Tiamat hasn't gotten a win yet in this set, considering where she has been for the majority of the SPL, and now Variety in danger. He'll get ulted by Scream and a leap in. Should spell First Blood for the Variety. May have cut off the path enough. No, there's a blink there for SOT. The blink basic will get First Blood.
And I really like that Scream covering the option, but Sot saying no. Now we end it, and they get aggressive. They should have, at least maybe not the timer on this blue buff, but now they'll have the respawn when it comes through. But Twig's lurking in the jungle. Genetics gets a pull.
Genetics gets 1 and a double ultimate. Gets a Scream immediately through the piercing moonlight. Captain Twig tries to take down the jungler, but the heals and the shell are good enough to keep him, because now Inbound is rotated over, and the Riptide keeps him locked in. Inbound strikes back, not only saves his jungler's life, but gets the kill.
They also use the Frenzy as the engage there from Genetics, but before it could end up connecting, it didn't get onto Twig. And so maybe a little bit damage shy there. That Scream was able to get out alive. Great play by Inbound. A great ult, great Riptide. Good geometry working around him. There's another one. And that one's just funny because it bonked Variety back just slightly. And it's just these little plays where this Yemoja is making a huge difference. I think you see something like that later on in the middle of a huge team fight. And the Scarabs are once again setting themselves up for a wide success. 2 kills, both on the right-hand side of the map, means you don't need to worry too much about Sot anymore.
Baronic is being pushed out of mid lane by BMT, but Baronic is just fine on this Tiamat. He'll be able to go back to base and maybe finish up that first item. Will be a Chronos Pendant for the mid laner. On the opposite side, it's the same. A Chronos Pendant for big man Ting. So a lot of players have been opting for this more cooldown-oriented route compared to what we used to see in the past of the Charon's Coin. Even for a little while, we were seeing things like a Rada Tahuti Rush. What's up with this, this early Chronos Pendant here?
Honestly, a little bit of cooldown goes a long way, right? I mean, getting any of your abilities, especially, I'm going to say it for Raijin more than maybe Tiamat, but for both of them, having up, for Tiamat a nice stun or a root that is going to be able to help your teammates, a knock-up that is going to be able to help your teammates versus Raijin, just having that damage available to you more often. It's a really good starter item. So I think it fits in pretty well for what the Kings are, and admittedly what Baronic's going to be able to pick up. Plus, and as you had highlighted, when we've seen a lot of people, they were buying the first item Rod, it's a lot cheaper.
SOT.
Oh no!
Take a lot
Oh no!
Turn it back around. Though he didn't get any damage, he'll at least get the assist, but the Order Tower strikes back against the Kings. That's another death on the solo laner. Luckily for him, no credit kill-wise goes to the Scares, but they might be able to pick up a kill for themselves here. Captain Twig low, Captain Twig down, Scream credited with this one.
Once again, it feels like it's your right-hand side of the map, right? Your jungler, your solo laner who get taken down there. Variety maybe biting off more than he can chew, and Twig just getting a little too aggressive in the jungle. Gold Fury is going to be spawning up soon. 5 seconds left on the jungle. You're probably not in a great spot to get aggressive and try to take it if you have the Scarabs, but you're in a good spot to put pressure, at least on this left-hand side of the map. Might not be able to find this purple buff, though, especially with Tings rotating.
Inbound in danger. Riptide gets him out. A Thunder crashing from Big Man. Tings looking for some extra damage. River's Rebuke goes through, cuts off the path to make sure that the support can walk out. Solar Scarabs live to see another day. Still no deaths on the board for him just yet.
Biggest thing for me, though, inbound saves the shell, right? You did have to use your ult. It's got a much longer cooldown now, and so it is... Oh, it's gone. It's gone for a while.
Oh, no, Twig. Oh, no, Twig. Twig's just trying to walk through his own jungle. He's being bullied by Scream and Baronic. The minion comes out, trying to deal some damage. A leap in, a piercing moonlight now puts him in the middle of both of them. But a spin and a consume from Baronic will put him right back down. 3 deaths on the board for Captain Twig, and now a kill for almost everybody on the Scarabs.
Look, I'm saying this is...
Okay, never mind. You know,
look, finally there's a little bit of retaliation. That one's all on him. He almost got the kill over Heidi's close to dead. Unfortunately, does not end up going the way I think they would have wanted it. Up to that point, I would describe the way the Scarabs have been playing, the exact way you look. It's a fresh pressed dress shirt from the dry cleaners, right? It's just crisp. Everything feels good about it, and it looks solid as well. The Scarabs have been playing mostly impeccable. We'll gloss over Sot's death there to make sure that it can stay pretty much exactly where they want it. Really good ganks, really good control onto Twig. It hasn't amassed to a massive gold lead, but they're at 2,500 experience in their favor. That's enough to start looking towards this Gold Fury. You've got 2 levels in the jungle. That's where a majority of your lead is, but then a little bit of experience in solo, a little bit in mid, a lot, at least a level worth there in the duo lane. And so I think it's opening up a lot of the conversations for the Scarabs to continue this kind of aggression and continue controlling the map the way they have in the last 2 games.
I mean, it's not just watch what happened to Variety under his own tower. I think maybe he thought, I've got physical defense. That's enough for me to take the tower. And instead, he realized just how much damage the towers still can do early. So it's 1 kill on the board for the Kings, 4 kills up for the Scarabs, but not a whole lot of gold, only about 700 in favor of the Scarabs. And as far as experience goes, it's largely even across the board, aside from what I'm looking right here at the jungle. 3 levels separating Scream and Twig.
And enough gold between the 2 of them where you've already got a full prot item picked up there for Scream versus what you have on the other side, plus a Hide of the Nemean of all that. I mean, you're getting physical prots plus the Mystical Mail run back from Solo or Troll, and so I expect to start seeing a little bit more. I think Mifflin had asked, or had said he wouldn't be surprised if Scream ran full damage, and admittedly, even with this, I'm not sure that he's shying away from quote-unquote full damage, even if there's prots online. I think this is just going to enable him to get even more aggressive and potentially lock people down. It's opening up a different conversation.
Next slowed down and stunned twice. 1 from the mid, 1 from the support. River's Rebuke hold him in place, but inbounds the one in danger and make that Twig as well. He gets caught by 3 in a spin. Plus the damage from Scream is more than enough to take him out. It's another kill on the board for the Scarabs, but Variety is looking to strike back, but he just stared down the middle of 3. He'll be taunted out of the Beyblade, and he'll have to run.
And, I mean, that's good disengage from the Kings. They're able to get out, but look, you can't gloss over it. 0-4 and 0. Twig has not been allowed to have an impact this game. Game 1, he's controlling everything. That Hunbatsu is pretty much picture perfect from what you would want. That double kill by the left-hand tier 2 tower still stands in my mind from one of the best plays in this set. But Game 2, Nemesis just wasn't able to stand up to it. Game 3, he doesn't have the choice. It's not he wasn't in the right place, or he wasn't able to get anything done. They are making sure that Tsukuyomi cannot get aggressive. He isn't able to get his ults off, at least not in any meaningful fashion. And so now you're locked down. It's, hovering around 2.5 to 3 levels that he's bouncing behind between Scream based on the farm. And it's just so difficult to choose your targets now because you're a level 10 jungler. I mean, unless you have some really solid help from Tings and Genetics, you're not really finding a lot of places to engage.
Because Scream has hit level 12, he's able to get his second relic online, a Blink available for the jungler alongside of Purification Beads. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Captain Twig, because he's not 12 yet, he doesn't have access to that extra little relic slot. Instead, he'll just be sitting on Purification Beads, though all 4 sets of beads are still up for the Camelot Kings. So there's a lot of CC they can break out of from the Solar Scarabs lineup. For the moment, it's just pressure across the map for the Solar Scarabs. Stewart able to hold about a 1.5 lead over Netroid, even has gone for that Transcendence, fully stacked it up, and Genetics in danger.
I mean, it's the same play over and over again. Scream, if that, first off, Blink makes him to, at least 3 times deadlier than he was before, because he can now start closing out a gap that at least prior to this, would have been more difficult or more telegraphed is maybe the better way to describe it. But now you're in a spot where any engage, well, 2 more minutes that he has to wait before he can do it again, but is all of a sudden going to pop off. That's a lot of damage, a lot of anti-heal that can just come out of nowhere.
Inbound pulled, Frenzy popped, inbound low, has the Riptide to try and walk away, and he's not going to make it out. Big Man Tings and Twig cut off the path. Stewart has to use his own ultimate in order to find his way out. The Camelot Kings are able to strike back. They get another pick to their name, this time on the support.
And now I'm interested, because I had almost forgot about this. It's been so long since we've seen a Nemean Lion. But the block stacks, as opposed to what it used to do, is just basic attack damage reduction. Now, having block stacks available for you opens up Scream to be a much more, I don't know if dynamic, I'm trying to figure out what word I want to use. Aggressive player? Like, I mean, he can jump in here, ignore Netroid, although Netroid, as Izanami, might have a little bit easier time dealing with it just due to good attack speed, especially with this build. But it makes it a lot easier to jump in along with those prots to not stress too heavily about it. There's a lot of auto attacks on the other side, but for the most part, Big Man Tings, Twig as well are probably going to hit you with an ability or two first. And it's just going to allow him to be a little more aggressive, a little more flexible. And when you start adding in some of these late game compositions, you add in like a Terra ult on top of that, Scream is going to be a really, really just painful thorn in the side for anybody to deal with.
I'm just getting like war flashbacks, thinking, right when this item got changed, we saw, Athena and Bellona were kind of gods that could really abuse this item because you get block stacks from Athena, block stacks from Bellona, then you got block stacks from Shell, and then you threw in the Nemean line. It just felt like a carry could never touch one of those. I mean, at that point,
it's a block party, but
Okay, I'll give you that one. All
right, I'll
good.
show myself that.
But Gold Fury started up here by the King Solar Scarabs, trying to find their way in position to get around this.
I actually really like this call, but the zone isn't working out as well as they'd want. Inbound's in there.
Variety getting low. Fury is also falling low. Gold Fury will go down. Camelot Kings do secure it, but Genetics is the one who's in danger. Scream finds just Variety with the ultimate. Genetics is still walking around. Nobody's paying attention. The shell comes down. The piercing moonlight from Captain Twig turns the fight around. Netroid with the Dark Portal gets one, and maybe with the basics will take down another one. That's a double kill. Make it a triple kill for Netroid. It's only SOT alive.
And this is such a good turnaround for the Kings. They have had nothing to do in this game. They get the full-on deicide with Tings chasing down SOT. You get the Gold Fury, you get 5 kills, and the worst thing that happens to your team is that Genetics goes down. You are fine with that trade. This was a game that, up to this point, you have to watch what has been happening to Twig. He's been shut down, stopped before any fight, any engagement could truly happen. He was not allowed to be a part of it. Here, he gets a good piercing moonlight. Tings gets tons of damage from the backline, and Netroid just goes uncontested. I mean, that is about as clean of a turnaround as you could get, and now they actually have the lead.
And look at this, man. 3,000 gold that they just get from that fight alone. 5 kills, a Gold Fury. Add the gold from Pyromancer. Now they're sitting up over still over 3,000, close to that 4,000 gold mark for the Camelot Kings above the Solar Scarabs. And the Scarabs, they were largely in favor at the start of this.
And you also, you had mentioned not just the gold, but the experience is a huge deal. There was a 3-level gap at one point between Scream and Twig. Now they're the same level. You still got a lead for Variety. The only person down is Genetics. And again, level 12 is actually a huge mark for them. So him not having that second relic is a slight power bump for the Scarabs. But I mean, they've made this game more than equal, man, now favoring them to the point where it's dangerous for the Scarabs.
Genetics is trying to get back towards his teammate, but the Scarabs, they're just leaving Genetics alone. They're hunting down Variety. They stun out one of his multiple forms of mobility, but will Variety be able to make it away? The Scarabs, man, they're really committing to this chase, but I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to lock him down.
And honestly, even if they do, how much damage follow-up do you have to kill the King Arthur right now? He's got enough prod items online. But they do get rid of a lot of those passives on those items. You can see the cooldowns as they're ticking through. So that's at least helpful, right, in slowing down Variety. Unfortunately, they're low enough cooldown that by the time Fire Giant starts to come into this equation, they should be back up. And this is where things get a little more dangerous, I think. The Scarabs still have really good engage and a lot of really good fight. That one going as catastrophic as it did is terrible for them. There's no way to gloss over that. That is definitely not what you want to happen in the middle of your game. But they're no means out of this one. It's just going to be very careful engages and control. They have to figure out how they can get specifically either Twig, Tings, or Netroid locked down a lot sooner if they're going to be able to get that damage. I think there was also a little bit of communication, we'll say. Bobby was in a lot sooner than the rest of his team. Gold Fury goes down, but it didn't seem like everybody wanted to commit at the exact same time. And unfortunately, it leads to stuff like this.
Does he make it out of there? Is the Wisp enough damage? No, it's not. Stewart just barely squeaks out of there with only the tiniest sliver of health for the Hunter. But it's Captain Twig, no beads, no ult. Variety here to try and protect his mid laner, but a Riptide and a Rivers from Buke may just sent Captain Twig to his doom. Leap in from Baronic is good to take it.
And they lose a tier 1 tower in the process, but they get a good kill onto the jungler. They keep Variety locked down. And depending on the communication, I mean, Stewart manages to live through that. If they had enough DPS, that's where I'd start looking immediately towards neutral objectives. Unfortunately for them, all of the ones that are feasible are down, and all of the camps they could try to steal, well, it's too dangerous to stay too long. Speaking of staying too long, how long do you think the Kings will commit to sitting here to try and pick up Stewart? They're waiting for him to walk by. We can see he's in the jungle, which honestly might be more dangerous for him, but he's got his team around him. It's going to turn into a potential red.
Oh,
but what a pull!
Good from Genetics. Yanks him right back in, and there's no way just to keep him alive this time. Big Man Tings gets one. Might be looking to grab Baronic here. He's going to be able to leap under the tower. Tycho Drum just off the mark. The last one doesn't hit, and a heal from inbound. Make sure the mid laner stays alive.
But just barely so, and that's going to open up the Kings to be able to get aggressive. A really good pick. Great pull from Genetics and showcases why this Sylvanas is going to be at least as highly coveted.
Inbound.
Oh,
Standing too far forward. That tier 2, not worth your life. That's now 2 down for the Scarab. Scream maybe wants to turn this around. The minion is good, deals some damage, but the ultimate from Scream now on cooldown.
The beads used from Ting, so you do get something out of it. But ultimately, the last time that happened, it would end up being a deicide on the other side. So the Kings are more than happy to let that go their way. Plus, look at the respawns coming up soon. There's no way Variety gets this kill.
Leave him alone. No, Variety's now low. The knockup is good. Scream misses the taunt trying to pull him back in, but SOT will be able to zone him away. Veronic, thanks to the help of some teammates, is able to stay alive and get that kill, but it's only because his team was there.
And the good news is well, they still get an Oni Fury on the side of the Kings, right? I think Variety maybe overstays his welcome a little bit, almost able to take down Baronic. But still, they get the Oni Fury. Pyromancer should be coming up in the next couple of minutes, so they will have that option available to them. This is really starting to look like a easy pivot for the Kings over to a Fire Giant. They've got good map control as well, still have their tier 1. I mean, this is not necessarily desolation for the Scarabs, but
Captain
troubles.
Twig, no beads, now no ultimate, and no stun to save his life. SOT chases him down, Screams rotation, enough to pick him up, and a nice little turnaround here for the Solar Scarabs. Down 6,000 gold, 5,000 experience as highlighted just previously on the graphs, and you can see their attempt to try and bring that back. Now with that kill, you see that huge spike back up. Now only 2,700 experience and 5,000 gold. About 5,300 separate them.
Yeah, I think honestly the experience dip is maybe more telling than the gold right now. You've got a good control in terms of item cost in favor of the Kings. In fact, you've got a full tier 3 in mid once again, 2 levels up as well in mid 14, so a lot of controls coming specifically from the Raijin. Everybody else, a lot of that deficit is made up for in the jungle, in the carries, and, well, maybe not so much in the support now that I see Genetics is level 15 over the 13 for inbound. And that's going to matter more at 17 when he's able to upgrade his starter, but still a nice impact right now. You get a little bit of extra healing. His pulls, his stuns, or roots, I should say, as well as that healing is all going to be, well, it's just a little deadlier, a little more helpful than what we're getting out of inbound as of right now. And so I think we're going to start seeing the Kings, especially with the other neutral objectives gone, focus out the Fire Giant, move over to the right-hand side of the map after they clear up the left-hand side. They've been finding really good picks. See if the Scarabs can keep it going.
And they find another. The Scorpion goes down, and that was Variety's one body block available. Walls come through. He'll be stunned out. His own stun is good for only a short while. Scream does pick him up with the final basics after, but the Scarabs are just going for these small little picks consistently across this map.
And I will say, last game, we saw the Phantom come through for Genetics. He had picked it up early on. Does not have that this time. Cursed Ankh instead, which is helpful, especially with Solar Troll also in the game on the Terra. But it is not the end-all be-all. Good ults from inbound really have staying power.
Fire started, but it's not a full commit from the Scarabs. They're trying to bait anybody forward that they can, but no one from the Kings willing to bite, no one willing to walk too far forward. Instead, now the Solar Scarabs will turn their sights towards the mid-tier 1. SOT will tank it up, and that'll be more than enough to allow Stewart to walk through and punch that tower down.
And they can get aggressive. Yeah, knock the tier 1. That it gets rid of one safe haven. Also, nice like a little bit of gold in your pocket. But I also need to see the Scarabs back soon because they need wards. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the Fire Giant pit. There are 5 Chaos side wards sitting over there. And maybe not too incredibly deep. They're not necessarily catching anything out if the Scarabs walk towards it. But they do see all movement of aggression if they go for a zone. So they're going to be able to catch them out pretty easily. And I mean, this is such a wide array of coverage. Now they drop one even deeper in the form of, it looked like, dropping another Sentry Ward to clear out the wards for the Scarabs. They need to make sure they come back in ready to win that War of Vision.
There's one thing I was going to check to see if Inbound had upgraded his relics, and he does so on that last back. Now he has a Sentry conversion as far as where it goes for that Bracer, and now it acts as a Sentry Ward, gives them even more power. Now 15% power when you walk through that above 50% health, or 15% movement speed if you're under that half health, but also upgrading the Shell to its max rank, trying to combat maybe with some of what Genetics has with this Frenzy and Cursed Ankh as a combo that he's picked up.
And again, also helpful, like Raijin, a lot of abilities that are going to come out at the very forefront, but his auto attacks aren't anything to scoff at. But Twig, Variety, Netroid, after a while, they're going to be hitting you with autos. That's going to be helpful when you have that upgraded shell.
Scream trying to find one target. It's only going to be Variety, and he's not going to have a whole lot of damage to his name. Baronic tries to deal some damage with the Cyclone. That doesn't catch him out either. Variety able to make it out, but damage from this mid laner starting to poke through. Variety losing a little bit of health chip by chip.
And I think that's the little bit of control. That's such a good pull.
SOT, luckily for him, he's got some dashes. He'll be able to make it out. And not using any relics either. A good pull from Genetics, but nothing further burned.
I like the way that they're playing this, though. I mean, Genetics, you get that onto literally anyone that's not sought, you probably find a kill, at least in terms of health bars, right? Scream has mobility, can disengage, but he's going to get locked down if you find a pull like that from the CC from the rest of the team. And also, worth noting, Scream's not in this fight right now. This is good for the Kings.
Scream's trying to go for a split push, but he can't even get inside the tower. Tier 2 falls to the Camelot Kings. That'll be another 1,500 gold to their name, putting themselves still around that 6,000 gold mark. We haven't really seen it extend anywhere beyond here just yet, Gore. Sitting 24 minutes in, kills are largely dead even here, 10-9, which a lot of those kills were just early on, and one of those 5-pack kills for the Camelot Kings came from that Dia side of the Gold Fury just earlier on.
Yeah, and now Gold Fury is back up on the left-hand side, creates at least some sort of obstacle over there. And maybe a consolation prize for a team that doesn't think they can win Fire Giant, but maybe wants to put pressure elsewhere. A lot on the line for them. Scream, I think ultimately, not costing them the tower. That's not the way to look at it. Did get pressure, and at least forces the Kings to feel awkward. He's in a good spot to loop in if they start up a Fire Giant. And so it slows them down. But again, maybe not the best case scenario for the Scarabs there. Having 2 exposed Phoenixes when they haven't been able to knock down any tier 2s on the side of the Kings just yet makes it a lot more difficult to figure out where they're going to get aggressive. But you're starting to see the gold, despite the fact that it is still pretty much the exact same amount in favor of the Kings, not be as heavy-handedly in their favor. It was a full tier 3 item in mid. Now there's just a tiny trinket that's favoring them. You've caught up mostly in the duo lane. In fact, honestly, it looks like Stewart spent more gold on his build, knowing the price of the Aussie and the Ichabal. So, he's got a little bit more of a commitment to it. That is going to help favor them in these fights, at least keep things a little more equal despite the gold discrepancy.
Inbound and SOT tank up the Fire Giant for just a little while, but not going to fully commit to it. Thanks to the help of that Relic Dagger, you can have 2 of those Bracer of Radiances dropped at the same time for Inbound, so he's going to make sure to have 2 different points of contention. But now, with the timer coming through, that will be a drop on one of them, but he still has the other one nice and healthy, available to them if they need this fight. But neither team willing to bite too hard against this Fire Giant just yet.
All of the Mace Tree picked up here for Twig. He's got the Heartseeker online. If Twig can make it to Scream, Baronic, Stewart, they're dead. It should be pretty easy for him to burst them down. And so that is the opening conversation. First off, Terra ult is such a great win condition in these late-game team fights. Sot's level 12, and they've got it available. Whether it's thrown on his team or the other team doesn't necessarily matter. It's a huge boon for the Scarabs to have that, as well as keeping your eye on the blue diamond. As Inbound has his ult, then that at any point can change the fight.
Variety diving in the back line, only finds Baronic, and now Genetics pushing forward, but he misses the pull off the landing immediately. Baronic down half health, looking for a way out, but he gets knocked up and taken down. Genetics picks up one instantly for the Camelot Kings.
And that might be one of the best kills you could have gotten there. I mean, Inbounder Sot slows down the Scarabs, but they still put up a fight. Maybe they can jump back in, but that Fire Giant's falling fast.
Inbound is here. He'll throw out the bubble for some damage, but now with the Frenzy pop, the Camelot Kings will take the Fire Giant. And will he be able to take the fights after Variety finds a stun against 2? Stewart and SOT trying to find a path out of it. Variety is eating so much basic attack damage from a Steward.
And now they can get aggressive again. 2 exposed Phoenix on the side of the Scarabs. This is a great play and a great place to be for the Kings. Scream not in the fight right now as well. He's going to be forced to back. They've got 20 seconds without a mid laner. This should be free.
Yeah, Phoenix is gone. There's nobody there to defend it from the Solar Scarabs. That bird as good as gone. That'll be down for just a few minutes while the Camelot Kings regroup. Only 1 tower left on the map. Pyromancer and Fire down. Only that Gold Fury as neutral objectives left standing.
Moving into these next few fights as well, defenses from the Scarabs, they've got a good comp for it for holding, but they're also missing the beads on Baronic, missing the beads on Stewart, and that's going to be helpful for the Kings being able to get aggressive. Everything save for the Frenzy is up for the Camelot Kings right now. They didn't have to use that Cursed Honk. Honestly, I'm not sure I've had to see them use it since, well, at least since a while ago. They've been able to find a lot of aggression, but that's going to be even better for them going into the siege. It gives them 8 seconds where Inbound and Sot aren't going to be able to find that healing. Ultimately, it's still going to be problematic. The proximity of the fountain on a defense for the Scarabs is going to cause trouble. And I like to see this, though. Get proactive when you recognize things are going to be just bad for you. I mean, this is not a good spot to be in. You're almost 10,000 gold down. You've got a right-hand Phoenix down, but your minions are pushed up. You just got a Gold Fury. And like I was saying, like especially if they take too long, you don't have beats, but you've got a good defense comp. I think the Scarabs can hold on a little bit here.
Baronic and SOT will take down the Greater Scorpion. It was a Gold Fury that fell for the Solar Scarabs. They're trying to sustain themselves just a little bit as far as gold is concerned. They are down about an item across the board, just about mid lane. Down a full item, support down a tier of an item, and Netroid, not sure if he just didn't spend a whole lot of gold when he went back. He upgraded his starter item, but didn't go for anything beyond there. So a single mace Stewart has over his opposition, but the Camelot Kings don't care about that. They're waiting for the fight. Tier 2 tower goes down on left side.
Now, again, 3 exposed Phoenixes, they're looking for left, and it's taking a little while for the grouping from the Scarabs to come up here. But I like their defense, especially with Solar Troll looking at the ults available to them, and with no Phantom on the other side, Inbound and Solar Troll can be the game changers for this fight, for the Scarabs. But depending on how the split comes from the Kings, and specifically who can find maybe an opening kill here, and I'm looking at you, Twig, can really change the pace of this game. If Twig or Scream are able to initiate this fight in a completely convincing manner, then we're going to see it pivot heavily in favor of whichever team gets that kick.
All eyes on the Scarabs defense. The Cyclone comes out to chase Variety, a double stun against Netroid, and Big Man calls for the initiation for Scream. He dives in the backline, but only finds Genetics with the ultimate. He'll be stunned now, but Genetics is doing just fine until Stewart puts him down. Scream falls to the ult from Captain Twig, and Variety diving in the back, looking for Stewart, trying to make it to the Bifrost, and he will indeed. But now on the back end of the fight, it's Netroid falling down. Captain Twig is low, and Baronic is just trying to walk away from this onslaught of Variety.
But look at the healing coming through for the Scarabs. They get the 2 kills. Twig is low, forced to fall back into the jungle. They can continue chasing this. If they find one more, it's a great turnaround for them. They do have to be wary. Fire minions on the right-hand side, as well as the wave in mid is putting pressure. They stop this Fire Giant. 30 seconds left. The Kings aren't going to be able to get aggressive, aren't going to win the game here, but it's going to be enhanced next time around. They're going to have to be careful because Variety and Kings are still looking for more.
Variety is back, get some damage against Inbound, but there's no Hunter available to them, so that's going to be a lot of their Phoenix push stripped away from the Camelot Kings. A nice pick from the Solar Scarabs to take the Hunter and to take Genetics early in the fight. Genetics has hit that level 20. It's important to note now with the new passive of Sylvanas, when he picks those pods up, he'll get 1 second off of his cooldowns when he picks a pod up, as opposed to the 0.25 he was getting previously. So a huge power spike here for the Sylvanas in the midst of these fights.
Yeah, 1 second off your cooldowns at any point is going to be helpful. And you give it to the guy that has such a, well, and first off, Genetics has been hitting a lot of them. The great pulls, as well as all of that healing that is available, I think it should start helping out the Kings a little bit more. But you can see, again, the defense from Inbound and SOT in a good fight really, really locks down the Kings and isolates exactly where they're going to be able to find a lot of their control. Beads still available right now for Tings, and Tings has not died just yet. He is the one that I think if you can get some pressure on, if you can get rid of, then maybe the rest of the Kings come collapsing. Although I liked that initial play as well. If you can only grab Genetic, still grab Genetic, kill him off, get him out of there, and make it a 4v5.
Variety putting the fear of God into Baronic as he tries to walk forward.
no.
Scream looks to get something happening for his team, but he gets picked off in the mid lane, and that's 1 down for 60 seconds from the Solar Scarabs. Camelot Kings They can start surging right towards this fire giant that's set to respawn.
I can't think of a worse time to have your jungler go down. 45 seconds by the time this fire giant respawns that you're just not going to have Scream. And now Inbound and SOT are isolated.
Inbound gets picked up by the Excalibur's Wrath and slammed right down into the Tycho drums. Netroid credited for the final hit of the kill. Baronic is trying to turn some of the damage back against Variety, but him and Genetics are doing just fine. And right back to the fire giant, this now enhanced fire giant that is respawned.
This is just, I mean, that's a tale of two bad positions from the Scarabs. Just not able to get anything done. Inbound, isolated. He's alone. Maybe not necessarily a bad spot, but no teammates around to help until it was too late. And Scream just way too far up in the mid lane. The Kings capitalize on all of that. And now with an EFG, they should be able to have no trouble taking down the right Phoenix. And they still have 4 seconds until Scream, but 20 seconds without Inbound. They might be able to find a second.
Could just immediately grab this right side Phoenix, and there's not going to be any contest by the Scarabs. Scream just now respawning. He'll only now make it to team fights. Inbound is 7 seconds away from coming back in. The Kings are not looking to slow down mid lane. Phoenix already being shredded away, and the Scarabs have no defense for it.
I mean, this is exactly how you want this to go if you're the Kings. They have maybe a little bit more of a defense, a little bit of bite back on the Scarabs, but what are they going to be able to do? They can't come contest this. Primal Fury, they've now got 2 waves of fire minions that are going to be walking down their lanes that they have to deal with. They're lucky you didn't take the speed, you didn't take the green, that there's some farm and maybe experience for them to be able to scoop up there. Inbound still level 18 as of right now, because he wants to hit that level 20 mark relatively soon, at least to get things equal on that footing. But you also have to look at, I mean, how difficult it's going to be to break the base for the Kings. They did knock open, those Phoenixes are the most helpful for them in terms of distracting. But they also have to find a really good pick, and unless Genetics gets a pull, you're not going to get anybody, barring them getting too aggressive, out of position on the side of the Scarabs. And so Genetics becomes a very, very big, heavy-handed player. You also have both relics now up for all of your carries on the Kings, which makes it a lot safer for them to continue getting engagements. Even if they're right next to the Phoenix line, even if they're under the Phoenix on the left-hand side, they have all the safety in their side of the court.
We'll talk about some extra protections. Inbound picks up a Spirit Robe, so now when he does, if he's the one who gets pulled by Genetics, we'll get a little bit of extra damage mitigation thanks to the help of the passive of that Spirit Robe. But with only 1 Phoenix left to defend, the Camelot Kings are going to start making their group up towards this left side to try and fight back against the defense of the Solar Scarabs. Baronic clears out 1 more fire wave in mid, but there's another one marching right up behind it, while the rest of the Kings, they're pushing up these waves and starting to get grouped on the left.
And I like this play. I mean, first off, Variety is in the base as far as he is concerned. He is standing right next to the mid-Phoenix, and that's going to be an easy loop around for him, especially with his blink up.
Captain Twig caught, ultimate from Scream, and a River's Rebuke throws him right back in. Twig is trying to find a way out, use the Piercing Moonlight to try and make his escape, but he gets thrown right in the middle of all 5. Stewart
it's a good kill.
Is the one who gets the kill.
And that's a minute without the jungler now, but with EFG, they can still get aggressive for the Kings.
Minions fall down. The big man Tings takes a little bit of damage, but the minions are already pouring in the throne room. Solar Scarabs are going to have to send somebody to defend, and it's going to be Baronic. Let's go back and make sure those minions don't start taking away too much of that the Titan's health.
And it keeps it 4v4. Stewart already forced to beats. This might be a good turnaround for the Scarabs if they can get aggressive, but they just need a pick, and they have to wait for Scream's ult to come back up. It's too much of a game of patience. Maybe the Kings have to back off here, but with the minion waves, especially where they are in right and mid, it's going to keep the Scarabs distracted.
They got to keep somebody to defend against them. Pull from Genetics, finds Inbound. He's going to get hit by the Tycho drum damage. Inbound able to get away for the time being. Only a quarter health, but Scream does not make it out. He'll fall down to Netroid. It's a 1-for-1 so far in the elongated engagement for these two teams. But with that stun and with the root from SOT trying to keep them back.
All they need is another good opening kill. Variety has to fall back. Netroid is going to be able to get this Phoenix, and now the Fire Minions are helping out.
And with that, they're going to have to back away. Fire Minions pouring in the throne room. That's 1 full wave plus some extra, and Titan down to half health. Even with those Phoenixes, if those 2 come back online, still that 3rd Phoenix that now falls down, staggering their respawn timers. Titan will not get a lot of health back, and with these minions pushing in, Kings might be looking to aggress.
17 seconds left, 10 seconds now on their EFG. They have to get it done.
Blink on the back from SOT, looking to see if they can push them out, but it's Netroid fighting back. Stewart is the first one out. Big man Tings is in danger. Will he be able to live through? It doesn't even matter. The rest of the aggro was on the Titan, and the Camelot Kings, game 3, they take it right around 36.5 minutes.
A lot of good fight back from the Scarabs there for a lot of moments, and they have a lot of capabilities. They show it off good defenses. They show off a little bit, but that deicide early on, I mean, it just sweeps the legs right out from under them. They fell on their ass and they didn't have a way back up. And then shortly afterward, you just get two, I want to say, very problematic engagements from them, where Scream is a little bit way too far isolated. Same thing for Inbound. Both of them get picked right when the EFG respawns, and that might as well have been the last nail in the coffin. Even with a good defense, they couldn't hold a candle to them.
Camelot Kings come up big in game number 3. They're able to take it and the set. We're going to go back to the desk right after this break to finish breaking down the set.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final Call. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion. Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double kill.
Game 3 is back and forth, but it's the Camelot Kings who end up grabbing the win here in game number 3. So the Kings will improve themselves up in the standings. This is another tough one for the Solar Scarabs. Scarabs start off this phase 0-2. Now back-to-back 3-game sets against top 3 teams in the league, you could argue, if you're looking back at phase 2 standings. So the Scarabs look improved. Still need a little extra to get over those final game 3s. Mifflin still with me to discuss what happens here. The Camelot Kings, Miff, you're down early. Admittedly, the Scarabs start off this game so well. There's kind of this one pivotal team fight around the Fury, and they're able to take things from there.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings were able to establish a pretty commanding lead around that Gold Fury engagement. I believe it was around the 12, 13-ish minute mark, somewhere in there, in the early mid-game. But the Solar Scarabs, I think, mainly find their struggles in those late-game engagements around the Fire Giant. One time, we see Scream get picked before the Fire Giant fight. Another time, it's inbound on the Emoja getting picked out just before Fire Giant engagement starts off in earnest as well. It's just some of the similar issues that have been plaguing the Scarabs throughout the year rear its head inside of this set, and that namely is late-game team fight positioning. And, well, the Camelot Kings are good enough on the team to punish you for it, and with a couple of huge individual plays, look very good.
Yeah, Netroid had to show some flexibility here in the set. Went Rom, Heimdall, back to Iza for game 3 here. Some pivotal multi-kills. That Dark Portal was huge, because that's really the fight where this game starts to kind of tilt things around. And look at this fight. I mean, Netroid and Big Man Ting's able to sit way back there in that jungle fight. Took a little bit, though, Miff, to crack open the base of the Solar Scarabs, but it eventually happened there, and Netroid playing some good Smite. And I think you need to see that out of Netroid. There's a lot of talk, not a lot of talk. There has been talk about, Rom is his best. Where does he go from there? Having a good game, yes, on the ROM, but then a 7-1-3 performance on the Iza, I think, gives you some confidence in Netroid moving forward.
Yeah, Twig has a little bit of a lesser performance out of the jungle, 3 and 7 on the Tsukiyomi, but that pick likely was utilized just to act as a ban towards Scream. And how did that affect Scream? Well, he did 6,000 less damage than Twig, so I'd say very well done in the P's and B's. One of the standout players for me, though, genetics on this Sylvanas, man. Yeah. The healing, the ultimates, all incredibly good. I mean, inside of those late sieges on the Phoenix that you were talking about, where they were struggling, the Kings that is, a little bit to finally put down one of those birds, they were giving many, many opportunities and attempts to put down those birds, thanks to the continued sustain of genetics.
And worth talking about here, Miff, as well, that Tiamat goes, 0-3 in this set? Tiamat doesn't win a single game.
She bad? Tiamat bad?
No, Tiamat's fine, I think, but maybe not in this set. 0-3 in this set, but 2-1 in this set of the Camelot Kings. Captain Twig out of the jungle joins me now for the post-game interview. Twig, thanks for sitting down with me. Congrats on getting your first win here in Phase 3. Talk to me a little bit. Look, the jungle meta swapped up here. You happy to be back on the more assassin-style picks out of the jungle?
Not particularly. It's not really my style to play full damage assassins. I don't really enjoy that style. I don't really enjoy the idea of flipping a coin and hoping that you one-shot someone before you get one shot. But it's the meta, and I got to try to adapt.
Yeah, talk to me about that adaptation, not only for you, but really for the whole team. Do you feel like your play style as a team has kind of had to change? I mean, you had such a great track record on Erlang Shen and Osiris, Gilgamesh, those sorts of picks. Do you feel like the team is going through a bit of an adaptation phase right now because of how impactful the jungle is?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's many a scrim session that I beg my team not to feed the other jungler before I'm fed, because the game gets really, really hard if you can't trade the opposing jungler.
And kind of final thoughts here on the meta, Twig. We saw some Hunbat, some Tsukiyomi here today. Do you think we're still in an experimentation period right now? A lot more variability in the jungle before anything settles in?
Absolutely. I'll be completely honest when I say I don't know what's going on around me, and I don't know what to pick, and I don't really know how to counter what my opposing jungler is picking, and I'm just trying to figure it out, and hopefully I figure that out before we have to qualify to Worlds, because it might be a bit rough for the next couple of weeks while I kind of find my footing.
Look, you got a long road ahead of you. You get a win here today, regardless of any chaos happening around you. So congrats for that. I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Thanks for taking the time.
Cheers.
And so the jungle a bit up in the air. And I asked that question because that's what Scream said earlier in the pregame interview, is that, look, we're in this period of transitioning, figuring things out. Just jungle meta seems to be up in the air at the moment. And Twig kind of echoing those thoughts. I always laugh. He's got a good attitude in a tough situation where, look, Twig and the success in Phase 1 and 2, it was, the Erlang Shens, the Gilgamesh, the Osiris, the setup warrior-style jungles were great for Captain Twig. And so a new age look now to pick. I think he got to give himself a little bit more credit. That Hunbats in Game 1 looked great. The assassin play there for Twig early on in this set was fantastic. And he won the game on Tsukiyomi, despite how tough it might have been down the stretch. Camelot Kings get the win here. Let's look at all the matchups that this weekend has in store. Only one of 6 incredible games have taken place already. That's the Camelot Kings versus the Solar Scarabs. Up next, Myth, I think we've seen some players walking around. So that must mean the Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons are in studio. And then, if you didn't get enough Mike already on the camera, we'll get more of him tomorrow. Jade Dragons versus Atlantis Leviathans, also in studio. And we get to see the Kings versus the Titans to round out the weekend then as well. My goodness, this is a fantastic week. And the standings still starting to shake out after the first week. You see the Camelot Kings improving to 1-1, Solar Scarabs down at 0-2. Then this next matchup, Myth, between the Dragons and the Bolts. Important as far as standings go. One of the two teams will improve to 2-0. One will fall to 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, this one is so important and so much on the line here as well. But we're going to get the best versions of both of these teams here today, as they will be playing in studio.
Mustache Mike is the best version?
Dude, honestly,
what's your take?
I think it's a really good look for Mike.
I think so, too.
I think I've seen a lot of people saying it's very Ted Lasso. Is that the vibe?
Have you seen Ted
Not
Lasso?
Not at all.
I'm
just trying to be relatable.
I mean, Ted Lasso has a mustache.
And then I've nailed it.
You have nailed it. Spot on. Well, Mustache Mike and the Jade Dragon crew will take on the Olympus Bolts, hurling bolts of 408 energy right after this break.
I just wanna keep it going, like the night is never over. From tonight until the morning, I just wanna get to know you. I just want to, baby, get to know you. If you want to, I just want to, baby, get to know you. I just want to, baby, get to know you. Get to know you.
So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Myth Swifts. It's that outtake show, and it was running it in. I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right. And then he hears Myth Swifts. Big TV right behind him. Myth Swifts playing. Here's the line. Says Jordan, focus. Okay. And then his eyes go wide. He turns around. Turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for Hi-Rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
Broke me.
Welcome back to the SMITE Pro League. We just finished off game number 1 between the Camelot Kings and the Solar Scarabs, and now we're about to hop right in to our in-studio match of the Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons. Before we do, a word and a shout to our sponsors, Maxonomic, for providing such comfortable chairs that you can sit in, use it to tighten up and focus up. You can go to needforseat.com, use code SMITEMAX, get yourself a discount, and get yourself one of those chairs. And believe me, you're going to want to focus, you're going to want to be tightened up, you're going to want to be paying attention, because this next match is sure to be a huge one. Here in studio, one more time, the Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons facing off for our second set of the day. I'm joined with Gore Miser to get ready to dive into this game.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. The first time that we're going to get to see the Dragons in the studio in a long time. It has been a long while since we've gotten some of those players in there. Of course, the Bolts have had a little bit more experience taking on the Leviathans over there in, Phase 2, a lot of those matchups. So this is going to be a fun one to see how they adapt to being in the studio again.
Again, if you're just now tuning in, you just missed out on a sparks flying match between the Scarabs and the Kings. That ended up 2-1 for the Kings, and now we jump right into the studio for the Bolts and the Dragons. We'll have more in-studio matchups. We'll have tomorrow with Jade Dragons and the Lance Leviathans. Take a look at the standings to see how everything breaks down after our first game of the second week. We had the Leviathans and the Titans sitting at the very top, and now, unfortunately, after the Scarabs fall, they are down to 6th seed. Camelot Kings now at that 1-1. Both of these teams, however, the ones we're looking at, they're sitting 1-0 each for the Dragons and the Bolts, but only one of them can come out with a 2 at the front end of that slash line.
Yeah, somebody is going to move up to be standing tall with the other two teams at 2-0. The other one's going to tie up the Kings at 1-1. And again, all of these matches matter. You're only playing each of these teams once, so every win is important. Plus, you have to imagine whoever ends up 1st seed and 2nd seed is watching every matchup of yours and knowing who beat you, who caused you trouble, when and where, right? We saw it go back to Phase 1. The Scarabs were the team that knocked the Kings out of the group stage, and so something that could end up happening here and into the playoffs. And so you have to really pay attention to every win.
It's going to be a tight-knit battle here at the top side of play for these two teams. But talking a little bit about the Olympus Bolts, they had a really strong start in phase number 2. They were sitting at 8-0, and then they kind of had a little bit of a falter at the back half of the split, and then they still came back strong, able to get a decent placement going in towards playoffs. But a lot of it coming through here. Barracuda has been showing a lot of prowess in that jungle role, and for good, or not jungle, the hunter role, and for good reasons. He's been around the scene for such a long time. His god pool so eclectic amount of how many gods he's able to play, just how diverse he is as a player in general.
And honestly, like with the Rise of Artemis, this ROM has been one of my favorite picks as well, but just that's across the league in general. control. I'm also curious to see, because we were talking about it, we saw a little bit of it, the Uller in set number 1, whether or not that's going to be highly contended. Honestly, I'd give that more to Panda Cat than I think I'd give it to Barracuda, so maybe that's something that we'll have to look at going forward. But I think he has been very, very, as you had said, just grounded. A lot of these highlights have been the ROM, but the Hachiman has come out for them as well, so it's not anything too insane. And like you said, it's just been a really solid performance, and that's been all year.
To be fair, Barrett did put it really wisely in one of the interviews, was just, I want a god where if I'm being chased down consistently, especially like in game 1 where he picks out an Artemis, and then games 2 and 3 we see the ROM, it's just a good god to get him out of danger. It's a great god just for safety. You're being chased down by the front line, press that forward, jump right in the sky.
And I think not just the ROM, but like Hachiman kind of makes sense for that too, right? I'm going to mount up and get on out of there. And that makes it a little more difficult. Like you've got the standard bans, right? Your Artemises and potentially your ROMs, as we saw in the last set, has definitely kind of gone up there. But I think it's open-ended for the Hunter.
Well, talking about Barracuda, we've got him standing by here with Dolson for our pregame interview. So let's start right over to him.
We sure do. Barracuda and I, we're hitting the gym. Prior to this big match. We got to get the blood flow going, Barracuda.
Yeah.
That's very important.
Well, I'll do this then.
Yeah, no chance that I'm going to continue doing that.
Yeah, my knees were hurting a little.
We went off kilter last time. We're already off kilter this time. Talk to me as a hunter, Barracuda.
I'm a hunter.
As a hunter, talk to me as yourself.
I've killed lots of animals.
Right, in the traditional sense, the natural sense, you're a hunter.
I'm a vegan now, so I wouldn't do that anymore.
Gotcha, but in game, you're also a hunter. Are you loving life right now, given the new jungle meta that's come out?
Oh yeah, I absolutely love getting one shot. You know, figuring out which of their 4 buttons to Aegis is actually my favorite part of playing Smite right now.
Got it. As far as junglers you've had to play against recently in scrims, have any jumped out to the forefront of?
Are you just asking me to pick some bans right now?
You don't have to tell me anything. I'm wondering, we saw a lot of Hunbat, Tsukuyomi. Has it been more the same from what you've experienced?
All of them.
Anyone in the Assassin tab is fair game?
Well, maybe not like Arachne or like Baka, you know.
Right.
Sorry, Dragons. We're probably not going to pick those.
Got it. Well, that's free for them now.
Yeah.
Unless you now pick it, you could be playing mental...
I could be playing Arachne ADC. I do have a rank 10 Arachne.
Do you?
Yeah, it's very good.
I thought you were about to say I do it in ranked, is what I thought you were about to say, but then you completed your sentence. Final thoughts here from you, Barra. Has the team adapted pretty well, notably Lasbra, to kind of this big change in meta? Do you think No?
No.
All right, going to take a lot of practice to get there. Barracuda, they need some time to warm up to things. We'll see if they can do it up against the Dragons. I'll let you go get ready, Barra. The desk will take it away.
I'll shoot both.
Maybe hopefully they can get it together for this set.
The earnest response.
No, we haven't got it ready, and now Lazarus not ready for this. Always a fun time when you have Barracuda on for the interview,
Barra.
no matter who it is. Bye, Barra. Thanks for stopping in. Good luck in your case, man. Just what an honest answer. What a lot of fun from Barra. But let's bring it back in. Let's reach our Zen moment yet again. Let's talk a little bit about the opposite side of the board. Now you got the Jade Dragons, and while Barra likes to play a lot more of the grounded style of play, you're more traditional. Panda Cat's a little bit of the opposite. The Danzaburos, the Ho-Yis have been a lot of gods he's been flexing towards recently.
And I think that's the thing that makes this matchup so much more interesting to me is that they'll both play the meta hunter if you give it to them, but they will absolutely play whatever the hell just finds their fancy that day. I mean, the Danzaburo has looked good, and admittedly, Panda Cat's really the only one who has been able to make it look as consistently good that we've seen throughout the year so far. Also, I hadn't mentioned it earlier, but if someone's going to be picking up Uller, I'd give him the credit to do it maybe a little bit more than what we see out of Barra. It fits his style of play as well, allows him to get aggressive. And alongside that, plus as you had highlighted, like the Ho-Yi that he's been willing to pull out, I think there's a lot more conversations to be had, specifically around the Dragons and what he's going to be able to play. I also do think it's worth mentioning, though, that despite all of these fantastic plays, the only time the Dragons have beat the Bolts this year was at the Phase 1 playoff finals. Otherwise, it has always been a 3-game set, and it has always gone the way of the Bolts. And so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to stack up against those odds this time around. And I think a lot of it will start with the duo lane, or maybe the jungle based on the answer Barra just gave. And so I think Sam and Lasber is a really big matchup for this, just as big as that duo lane is.
Maybe for the sake of my predictions that came through on the waiting room, hopefully the Bolts can keep it going. Because so far I'm 0 for 1. I voted on a Scarab's win, didn't come out as a good set nonetheless. But I think the only person who had any kind of favor towards the Bolts in this set, just a lot of well-roundedness amongst the majority of this team, a lot of flexibility between their picks. Looking at the kind of year to date so far for these guys, the Olympus Bolts have really been favoring a lot of Circuit, especially as of recent, and that's also been one of their most winning gods. 17 picks so far this year for Circuit on this team. 14 of those have been wins. I got to imagine it's going to be a top pick for these guys going into the drafts.
Yeah, it's something I think that is first off, she's just a big pick in general. Circuit has been very, very monumental for supports, but also for those junglers. And for the Bolts, it has been a not necessarily win condition, but it has been extraordinarily helpful, as you had just said, in terms of finding them those dubs. And I think it plays into Lasber's playstyle no matter the build. That's the thing I think that's really eye-opening, is that she really fits in whether you're building heavy assassin or you're building bruiser. Most of the time you're still going to be building bruiser, but she plays both styles very well.
It's also interesting to note, we talked a little bit about these hunters with Baron, what Panda Cat loved to run. Don Zaburo has also been one of the top picks of the Jade Dragons for the entirety of the year. It is tied for their most picked and only one win ahead of their most winning god. So maybe we see some Don Zaburo now with some of the changes to the Mace Tree. Maybe a little bit of ability damage focused towards him, though the bow build has been working out successfully for him with the crit. But in these picks and bans already, we're seeing a lot of the same stuff that we had seen in previous weeks of play. Khepri and Odin taken away by the Bolts. Hell Artio on the other side for the Dragons.
The Odin's the one that catches my eye the most, but it's only because he's been so devoid of most of the other sets as of lately. I mean, even looking I guess just back to last week. Well, last week we was banned in 9 of the 14 games, so maybe it's not as far-fetched as I thought. He's just not been somebody, at least in that last set and some of these others, that has been as prominent lately. But the Bolt's still putting a lot of credence into it. I actually am really excited to see what they first pick, because, well, one, Tiamat's open, but there's just so many good gods right now, it feels like. And me and you have been having this conversation off and on about Raijin versus Tiamat, and I'm not firmly planted on the Raijin side, but I'm standing over there. Like, I definitely drew the line in the sand and said, hey, I'm over here hanging with him in terms of the mid laners that I think are more presiding. But there's also like the Osiris, the Erlang Shin Mifflin had mentioned earlier. This was banned last set, so I guess we're getting a good peek at something.
Am I seeing that? Is that a Chiron first pick?
Yeah.
And a Geb immediately on the other side for the Jade Dragons. Look, I know we just went through a big 8.9 patch, but the fact that Tiamat and Raijin are both open, and then all of these other gods that we were talking about previously, Circuit, which has been a big factor for both of these teams, that's still available, but instead the Bolts and the Dragons are already going immediately off kilter. We're seeing Chiron, Geb, Uller as the first 3 gods locked in here in Game 1.
You go back to, what was it, end of Phase 1? Wow, that seems like so long ago, but that's when Chiron, like end of Phase 1 into the beginning of Phase 2, was when Chiron was a massive player. And I will give him credit, Panda Cat, who I think started really pushing that one forward for the rest of the team. Geb was mentioned earlier. I mean, we've already talked about Uller today, so you can go back and listen to those. Geb was mentioned at the very beginning of this desk. And Geb Uller as a combo can do a lot of damage, a lot of control in the duo lane, but Geb is, in my mind, in a similar position as someone as like Ganesh, where you're not really looking at your levels 1 through 5 as like this most impactful, or level 1 through 4. Once you hit 5, that's when your stride really starts to pick up and you can be a little bit more impactful.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, looking through here, this might be the first time that we've seen Kuzenbo locked in by the Olympus Bolts. I don't think we have seen them play this god as of yet this year as a whole. Tying in with those gods we've been seeing a lot of already today, Sylvanas on the opposite side here for the Olympus Bolts. They've locked in their support, so now I can only assume that this Kuzenbo is going to be going over towards the solo lane. Now the Jade Dragons have their 3rd and final pick before we go into the 2nd round of bans. At the moment, they're currently hovering Sol.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't mind this. It's been a very good pick for Herowind all year, and it fits pretty well into their mid lane. The thing that's most interesting to me, and I think that you didn't touch on too heavily, like not just the first Kuzenbo, but the fact that they lock it with a Sylvanas makes it even more, not questionable, but a lot more difficult for them to, I want to say, make it perform the way that we're used to. They've been banning it a lot more recently. They did it against the Warriors when the Warriors were giving them a lot of control and trouble. And so I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do with this in their hands.
I think maybe the Warriors inspiring a few teams, kind of showing them what Kuzenbo is capable of doing. But usually we've been seeing it from Neil coming from support role. We haven't seen a solo lane Kuzenbo in what feels like eternity at this point. It's probably only been realistically maybe a season's worth of time, but the fact that there's really only 1, maybe 2 players as a whole picking up this god, and now we're seeing him come into solo lane of all places, is kind of where the real curveball comes from this pick. Jade Dragons, they looked at Sol but instead it's going to be another pick we haven't seen in a while. Morgan Le Fay, but a Scotty ban, a direct shot at Barracuda. Okay, how many games has Barracuda played Scotty? I'm very curious to know. And
like in general, or like this year?
Like just this year.
Because I think this year, I think he's the one Scotty that's been played.
It is probably one game, I think, maybe one, and throw Ho Yi in there because I don't think now.
Nope, sorry, Panda played her.
Okay, Panda played that, and then Ho Yi is an X ban. Serket and Hunbot's on the opposite side. This draft is all over the place, Gore.
So I keep track of some weird things, obviously. Right. It's part of, I want to say part of my job, but I think it's just who I am.
It's a byproduct of your job.
Yeah, well, it's part of who I am as a human. That is one of the things that I started doing after I noticed, hey, okay, well, we have like 5 gods left that still have yet to be picked this year, was I wonder who's been banned. Like, who has and hasn't been banned. So that is another one off of that ridiculous list that I have no reason to keep. But Scotty, I mean, it must say something about the bolts. Barra likes Scotty, but so does PandaCat. And I think PandaCat understands a little bit of the matchups and understanding a lot of these buffs. If ability-based hunters are going to come back, Scotty is going to ride with them. Not exactly what I expected to see coming into this, but it does keep me excited.
And a Cthulhu off the tail end of the ban. So we see a Scotty Ho Yi ban, a Hunbot Serket ban, and then a Cthulhu as a first pick for the Jade Dragons. This draft is all over the place, and not something I would have expected jumping into 8.9 to see all of these guys. Even Morgan Le Fay, I kind of just grazed past that, but Tiamat and Raijin are still available, and they went past both of those, initially looking at Soul, and instead lock a Morgan Le Fay, who we have seen basically none of for the latter half of Phase 2 and jumping in Phase 3, but now taking it here in the top 3.
She jumped in when she got like available for SBL play for like 3 weeks, where she was like highly contested, highly contended, and had a good win rate, at least at the beginning. And then she disappeared heavily, and honestly, for maybe good reason. Again, it's just because those other two you had mentioned, in my eyes, are a little bit stronger. This is actually where things get interesting. I'm willing to think that this Chiron might be mid.
Yeah.
Because this is something that not only have the bolts really like to do, but it fits out well. That Scylla changes that entirely, so I'm glad I said it before that was locked in, just to make sure I got the 2 cents in. But that is something Vin likes to do, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that this set.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. You know, the Chiron was locked in as a first pick, but there were 2 Hunter bans by the Jade Dragons in the second half of it, maybe trying to sway this Chiron to be forced towards that duo lane. Instead, it'll be a Scylla and a Set. And a Susano. Okay, so we saw the Susano from Panatom up against the Kings was their way of shutting down the Hell. Where does the Susano fit in this draft? What exactly is he trying to shut down here?
Oh, I mean, he's going to, well, ideally he can chase down the Scylla. That's not easy to do by any means. But I do think he's got a lot of prowess up against Chiron as well. He's just good at sticking to people, and that's the biggest deal. You throw out and get some pressure onto Scylla, she dashes, all of a sudden you teleport to her, and you're still going to be able to chase her down. I think that's a lot of the main goal here, and admittedly necessary. If you remember the last few games Vin played the Scylla, it looked really solid. I think there was one that was kind of overall, but every other performance he had a lot of really good Ama Monsters, good damage as well from his crushes. So I think this is something that is a formidable pick. A lot of not necessarily question marks to the, well, no, they're straight up, they're question marks on the bolts for me. I just want to see how this Kuzenbo is going to perform. We've seen what Sylvanas can provide. I think the dragon, specifically that Geb, is going to have his work cut out for him, throwing out as many shields as possible.
Not just shields, but the change to his ultimate. That goes live with this patch. Now it deals a base value and deals percent health. So it deals the, I believe we narrowed down, deals the percent health first, 15% of your current health, and then deals a base value. It got nerfed after the PTS, and now it's only at max rank 630, but I say only 630 plus.
Only 600
and that's
damage.
After he does the 15% of your health on the first portion of that damage. So Geb being as a first pick here, a lot of confidence from the Jade Dragons. A lot of, I'm just going to say, a lot of out there picks that even knowing that this 8.9 patch is coming, some of these picks I would not just outright expected coming from either of these teams.
I mean, Set and Susano maybe are the ones that caught me the most off guard, but then I look up and I see how many different jungler bans there already were, so it's not as surprising. Plus, Set, especially when Serket has been taken away, has been a very kind pick to the bolts. And the Susano is something, I mean, we've seen Panatom run it every now and then, and has treated them pretty well throughout a lot of this, and I'm not too It's not an exception here for Sam. There we go, trying to figure out what I was going to say. I think it's going to be another good performance, and he's the one I have my eyes on the most this set. He has been having back-and-forth performances throughout this entire year. I think this Susano in this set could be a good way for him to kind of plant his flag and potentially find the first win against the Bolts outside of those playoff finals.
Well, so far, this Scylla does have a 3-win, 1-loss for the Bolts, so this could be a really strong pick for Venenu in the mid lane. We'll see how the Bolts and the Dragons perform in our in-studio matchup here live. Game number 1 between the Bolts and the Dragons. We'll take it over to Dulcin and Mifflin to bring the action.
That's right, it's the SPL match of the week. The Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons battling it out as Dulcin, Miff, and Doug will call the action for you. Fun solo lane matchup here. Kuzumbo up against Final K on the Cthulhu. But Miff, I mean, look, it's the weekend of ability-based characters, it seems like here, between Panda Cat, Barracuda, Lasbra, Sanford Soccer. The old Mace tree is feeling a little bit better nowadays.
It really is, man. Jotun's Wrath gets a cost reduction. Everything else in the Mace tree gets a little bit of additional power added onto it. Panda Cat might actually be going towards the Jotuns inside of that first slot if he is keeping his eye towards those abilities. We know what's catching my eye, Dave.
Tell me.
Meditation. It's selected for both Awesome Jake and Polar Bear Mike here, both gods that generally benefit from Blink to really make sure that initiation is ringing true, but instead it's just Sustain as the name of the game between these two as of right now. Gotta think that Meditation likely favors the Sylvanas a little bit more. Not only is it pulse HP heal, but it also gives you some more mana, and that means that Wisp is going to be available more often than not.
That plus the new passive on Sylvanas might feel doubly good for Awesome Jake as the game goes on. PBM on a pick that I called earlier on today, Miff. I brought up the Geb. I said, I wonder if we see it. We see it. Mike could fall for first blood, though. Barracuda stunned in place. And that was an important one. Both meds will top off some of the health bars. Mike's still somewhat low here. That'll give Barracuda with full mana the advantage against Panda Cat with next to no mana. And right now, the wave pressure feeling good for the Bolts.
Wait, hold up. How did I glance over this? Is that a bum buzz for Panda Cat as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's going to have additional clear inside the jungle. Going to afford him a little bit more sustain as far as health and mana is concerned, but how often is he going to be utilizing that if he's been pushed inside of his tower? I'd argue not very often inside of this matchup. I'm very excited to see how that one pans out. Maybe he's just got his eyes towards the starter item completion towards the end of the game and isn't too concerned with what it's capable of doing at this point, but things are different, clearly, in 8.9, man. I wasn't ready for any of that.
Well, good pull on to Panda Cat. PBM made it back to base. Quick transformation and jump on out. We'll keep the Uber on the map. Both supports go mid, but both supports go for a different starter item. Benevolence on one side, Sentinel's Gift on the other. Miff, there was a 5-stack Benevolence meta there for a little while. That has gone by the wayside, and we really haven't even seen Benevolence since, except for a support here and there. Lasbro looking for the red buff invade, but at what cost? His first blood that cost. That's a nice bit of escape from Lasbro, but the chase is on now from the Jade Dragons. You have to imagine first blood right around the corner. Can Hurrywin close this gap quick enough? Will Sanford Soccer be the one to grab first blood? Find out this week in game number 1, and Sanford Soccer is the one who picks it up. Some fighting on the left side as well, though. PBM still level 2. This Geb has been punished early and often.
Man, Geb, when he falls behind, it's a story as old as Geb himself. If you're behind this much at this phase of the game, there's really not much you can do about it. Instead, just has to wait till he gets that ultimate available, and even then, generally Geb becomes an engage bot, right? If you're behind, you just blink in, Cataclysm, say, all right, guys, they're CC'd, try and follow it up with some damage. Not really an option, because he goes for Meditation inside of that first slot. So we'll see how PBM decides to play this one out. He's not completely out of it just yet, just now ticking over to level 3 to match up against Awesome Jake, but certainly not a great start for PBM inside of the long lane.
Oh, Venenu is level 5 here. Lasbra's not, though. Sanford Soccer will take over to level 5 after the second kill of the game. Rolls through. Venenu in danger of being collapsed on here and used his teleport out. Oh, no, he didn't. Sent out the Sikkim. The old Sentinel got me all tripped up there. Venenu able to get out in the mid lane, but a great start for the Jade Dragons. The jungle specifically off to a 2-0 start. Hurrywin benefits from both assists. There's always the threat that Susano brings.
Man, Lasbra has got to be so tilted at this point. I mean, gets punished for invading the red buff, tries to walk out of base, gets punished for trying to do that around his own back camps, and now finds himself 0-2, but experience tells a different tale. The Olympus Bolts right now have an XP lead as a team, whereas Gold's slightly favoring the Jade Dragons.
Got to be duo lane side of the map, right? I mean, you got Awesome Jake and Barracuda, 2 characters benefiting from a 1-level advantage. Same for Soccer, a little bit ahead. In the mid, though, as well, Venenu has a slight level lead over Hurrywind here, so really mid to left is where the Bolts feel comfortable in the XP department. This jungle, the biggest discrepancy elsewhere for the Jade Dragons. Fine, okay, about a half level up over what we saw on Haddix just a moment ago. And so Jotun's Wrath, first item pickup here for Lasbra. And this set myth has just been kept so far behind. That's got to be such a weird inflection point now where Lasbra likes getting aggressive early. We know that he's the type of player to do that. When you find yourself 0-2 in the hole, you probably feel extra pressure to continue farming things up here. Great pull in on a PBM. Will the Geb finally fall? No, the shield will only delay his life for a little bit. Barracuda picks up the first. Panda Cat jumps back in. And in fact, he's in the back line. Typhoon through. And Sam for Soccer will put down Barracuda. Lasbra, though, rotates on in. Will Sam for Soccer be shut down? It's a big route back in the game. Lasbra with the double. And the Olympus Bolts have evened things back up.
Man, Lasbra needed that rotation pretty badly. The Jade Dragons getting slightly over-aggressive here, sticking around inside of the engagement and getting punished for it this time around. The Olympus Bolts, though, and Barracuda in particular, you can tell he is loving this matchup. Just goes into the 2v2 inside the buff, says, all right, man, I don't care who we're CCing, I don't care who needs to get locked down, we're going to put them down from there. And unfortunately for PBM, he was the target of the aggression, doesn't even get the opportunity to use his meditation. No additional sustain ringing true for the Dragons, and now the Olympus Bolts find themselves with both the gold and the experience in the lead.
And what's great for Lasbra, I mean, it's kind of a weird double-edged sword. Sam for Soccer gets his 3rd kill early in that fight to put him on a killing spree, and then Lasbra rotates in, picks up a couple kills, one of them a shutdown kill on a Sam for Soccer. So that helps things out in the jungle just a little bit further. PBM now level 5, and this, remember, was the big change to Geb. It was that level 5, the ultimate, the Cataclysm. The TLDR is that it just straight up does more damage than it used to. You get a big bit of damage, percent health damage, and then a flat amount of base damage on the back end of that. So maybe Myth now at level 5, level 6, we see the Cataclysm for Mike. Maybe it'll make an impact.
Yeah, now Geb Ultimate can actually kill you. Beforehand, it was just percentage of remaining HP. Nowadays, has some base damage inside of the kit. Does not get any scaling, though, from power inside of the build. So PBM just going to get value from the Ultimate as he levels it up. That said, it doesn't scale nearly as highly as it once did either. I believe 35% originally, as Hurrywind loses out on a good deal of his HP there. No ultimate required from Hurrywind to survive this one. So yeah, you're going to apply that HP shred from Geb Ultimate and then apply the base damage afterward, which is huge.
Sam back to mid lane. Venenu quick enough to get out this time. Venenu didn't have his ultimate a second ago. Might have been enough damage to execute Hurrywind with the quick Sick'em Crush I'm a Monster combo. But does not matter. We didn't see it roll on out as PBM rolls on out to the left side of the map. Sam has just been so active here in this game, Myth. I mean, the Susano just so mobile and so good at kind of spreading discourse around the map. Lasbra's hanging out on left. This is something I wanted to see when we added this kind of nook on the left side of the map, was a sneaky rotation through the lane onto the left. You don't often see ganks happening on this side, but with the pressure the way it is, Myth, might be hard to get PBM and Panda Cat out in the middle of the lane.
Lasbra has spent so much time hovering here.
Still here.
He essentially has to get the kill. I mean, if the Jade Dragons know he's there, I haven't seen any indication of it, but they're not stepping up whatsoever.
Yeah,
Lasbra, what's it been, like 45 seconds now? He's just springing the trap.
You gotta get the jump out of Panda Cat, and Lasbra's got to be able to collapse in on that. Panda Cat jumps away. Lasbra in to close the gap. Stun connects on the backside. Lasbra will survive, and a little bit of healing from Awesome Jake will keep the set on the map twofold. Sam for Soccer rotating in, has Blink. Looks like Lasbra's going to be able to get out. He had to get the kill there with the amount of time that he spent on the left.
Panda Cat's got to be frustrated, man. I mean, you've got no idea that he's there. There's no wars on that side. You don't often see ganks coming from over there either.
Right?
I mean, just about never. And, well, that's unfortunate for Panda Cat. PBM heads back to base, and Lasbra springs the trap, immediately going to the tower with his ultimate, setting up for the Centaurus from Barracuda, and Panda Cat now is looking to start stacking that Transcendence, but it's going to be slow. Already falling down 0-2, goes for the second slot stacking, which means that you're only slowing down your build even further. This Ull is going to need some help.
Man, with the way Barracuda was talking in that pregame interview, I figured the Bolts were going to come out and look like trash up against the Dragon. No, we haven't adapted at all, and he was very earnest about it. You know, always a guy to make some jokes, but wouldn't have been surprised if there's some maybe scrims have been tough. You know, it's a big meta change. Lasbra, maybe the one affected most by it. This is a Bolts team that had their feet underneath them with the existing jungle meta, and Lasbra making a good impact for this team, so would not have been surprising had it taken a little bit of time for the Bolts to wind up. At least in the early game, in game 1 of the new update, the Olympus Bolts have looked okay. Sanford Soccer knew Lasbra was there, and before my eyes, he is missing. Sanford Soccer deletes Lasbra from the map. Now all 4 kills of the Dragons with the Susano.
Haddix makes the rotation over to see if maybe he can help out inside of the fight, but Lasbra legitimately was just deleted from the game. He didn't really have an interaction point whatsoever inside of that fight, was not allowed to touch the ground, and the Jade Dragons coming out ahead of this engagement now. 4-4 in the slash line. Gold largely equalized, but what can you do with this timer with Lasbra dead? At least invade some back camps. That's exactly what Sam's looking at.
Yeah, at least a 1-level lead for Sanford Soccer. Now a 2-level lead as I speak. Nearly a pull onto Hurrywin, who will go on back to base. Pyromancer looked at. Sanford Soccer far enough ahead, you think, to maybe feel comfortable about a fight. He's got himself the Crusher and the Brawler's Beat Stick, so great start in the build for the Susano. Hurrywin on the Morgan Le Fay myth. This is an interesting pick. I mean, she was right up there with Tiamat for a while. It was Tiamat, Morgan Le Fay. 1-2 punch in all of the pick ban phases. It's been Raijin Tiamat more often than not, and even if it's not Raijin and Tiamat, it feels like we've seen a whole slew of other picks before this Morgan Le Fay has been prioritized.
Yeah, it just felt like a lot of people thought that Morgan Le Fay's damage output is a little bit too conditional. How often are you able to close the gap, get in melee range, use that Dragonflight, and then immediately chain CC into the rest of your kit? I'd argue pretty often in this matchup specifically, the Olympus Bolts, both Set and Kuzenbo are going to be trying to jam it down onto Hurrywinds. Pretty easy for him to just pop Dragonflight and walk away. It is unreactable. CC, still true, just haven't had a chance to say it for a little while because he's fallen off the popularity charts.
Yeah, look, it reset the timer, right? I mean, it's, you know, it was 0 days since last unreactable CC from Mifflin. And then we never saw Morgan Le Fay, so it started to build up a little bit. Now we've reset the timer back down to 0. But the point does still stand. It's something that Hurrywin will have to, not only want to, but have to take advantage of if Lasbra, if Haddix, even Awesome Jake, Barracuda maybe, depending on where the old Gallop finds its way. Hurrywin's going to have to use every ounce of that kit to keep himself safe. Looked at, is the Gold Fury by Barracuda and Awesome Jake. Venenu's here. You got great secure on the objectives thanks to this Scylla. I'm a Monster could make quick work of this. Crushes down Venenu in the I'm a Monster, and the Jade Dragons steal it away underneath the nose of Venenu, and they get a kill. Panicat snags one onto Awesome Jake. That is horrible outcome from the Gold Fury for the Bolts.
I mean, that's not a coin toss. You've got such a confirmed advantage on the side of the Bolts with I'm a Monster and Crush already set up. Crush going to be shredding defense of anyone within its range, and I'm a Monster, the hardest hitting ability on the map right now, that the Jade Dragons legitimately just steal that one away. I mean, they get pyro. So crazy. The Gold now starting to balloon a little bit out of control, 2,000, 2,500 in favor of the Jade Dragons. Experience around that same range as well, and they could have very easily just been the Olympus Bolts walking away with it. Instead, it's the Chaos team.
If I remember, I mean, there was a Crush down.
Yes.
And an I'm a Monster ready to roll.
Yeah, they should have got it.
I mean, you're miscalculating that by, I mean, a tiny bit of damage. We'll get a look back at exactly what happened. Crush is down. I'm a Monster's down.
That can't be happening.
I mean, there was a sliver of HP after the Crush was detonated and the I'm a Monster went off. And it just wasn't enough?
Look, Ven tries his absolute best to do the maximum amount of damage possible. He says, all right, if I'm a Monster hits for 600 at this point, I'm going to pop it at 600. But you have to realize, in situations like that, you've got a pretty large window of damage that you can go towards. I don't think anyone on the Jade Dragons is hitting that for upwards of like
600,
400, right? Like, I think their max damage is likely 300 from a first ability from Morgan Le Fay, which means that you can hold on to I'm a Monster for a much longer time. You don't have to do it frame perfect, pixel perfect on the HP bar. Instead, this is what happens when you mess that up. You miss it by a pixel, it's going to get picked up by the opposition.
Right, it's a small miss from Venenu that has a big impact on the game. Fino K getting whittled down. It's actually a lot of damage finding its way onto this Cthulhu. Look at the damage that Fino K is returning. Lasbra will do his best to chase down Fino, and the tower dive works out. Lasbra back on the board. 4 kills for both junglers. One of them's got 3 deaths, though, and it's Sanford Soccer that has dealt a lot of that to Lasbra. Could be a great opportunity here for Sam, looking to Venenu. Instead, we'll pick up the red buff. The early bubble for Sam for Soccer will help him run down picks just like this. Forces out I'm a Monster from Venenu. Walk away, but does a good bit of damage to Hurrywind on the back end.
Awesome Jake might have the flank here early. Beats Hurrywind to avoid the knockup. Should spell the end of it.
Nope.
Pull, no good. Jade Dragon's just going to walk away from this one.
And that was a good bit of initiation there from Sam. Venenu does well with his I'm a Monster that time to keep Hurrywind in that threat range. Awesome Jake throws everything out of the window there and nearly connects with the pull. Hurrywind loses his beads in the meantime, though. Pretty hefty loss, I would say. The Morgan Le Fay somewhat immobile. If Awesome Jake, Haddix, Lasbra, Venenu find some of that CC under Hurrywind in the next 125 seconds or so, the Morgan Le Fay will have to throw everything out as well to stay alive. So Myth, you kind of look at the pacing of this game. Sam for Soccer got off to a great start, still on a good start at 4-1, only fell once to Lasbra. Lasbra's also picked things up. When the set was 0-2,
things were looking tough.
Things were looking tough, but he's bounced back.
He has. I mean, Lazarus has got that early rotation over towards the purple buff to pick himself up. A couple of kills really was required for him to find himself in a position where he could play proactively on the map, and now I'd argue he's done so pretty well. But if we're talking about jungle presence, it's been Sam for Soccer through and through throughout the entirety of this game. 4-1-0 on this Susano, now looking to go towards a little bit more burst inside of the build, potentially Heartseeker as the selection here. I mean, he's got one-shot potential.
Barracuda is just going to get jumped on, but Lasbro was here to help out his ADC. Sam for Soccer will complete the kill, and no res chance for Barracuda. Lasbro was there, but so was Sam, and right now this Susano is just looking more threatening. So Barracuda falls for the second time this game. That's a big opening now for PandaCat. The KDAs look very similar between both of these hunters, but PandaCat now has the ability to get back on the map a little bit quicker and build up some of that farm.
Take a peek at the relic selection from PBM here. I thought, again, that it would have likely have been the Blink, just so they can get involved inside of these team fights. Instead, he says, look, engage isn't an issue. Doesn't even necessarily need to be me. Fine, okay, can engage the fights with a Descent into Madness, Sam for Soccer with a Blink pull. So instead, I've got my eyes on the team fight proper Onk selection very early on here from PBM. And Awesome Jake, being Sylvanas, can't be choosy with his heals. If he wants to apply it, he's applying it to everyone in a massive range around him, and whoever is benefiting from that heal is now going to be taking additional damage inside of these team fights, so long as PBM is able to connect that relic.
You could argue similar ultimates between PBM and Awesome Jake. One's a knock-up, one's a stun, but I don't think very arguable between the two which one is going to be doing more damage. Jake goes back to base. Wonder what he will pick up as his second relic. It is the Magic Shell. So Shell plus Med, seems like keeping his teammates alive is on the mind of Awesome Jake here with his relic choices. Fury is back up. Primal this time.
Good lord.
Why wouldn't Sam for Soccer take this opportunity?
What?
Barracuda has to gallop away, but Sam for Soccer able to get back in.
Big Onk
uses his ultimate. Haddix rotates through, finds the first kill of the fight, but watch out. Big ol' Cthulhu right down Main Street. And is chasing down all of the Olympus Bolts. PandaCat's got
shield
Haddix dead in his face, but Venenu's able to turn one around as well. This fight far from clean. Haddix will not get the kill on the PandaCat, not just yet.
Whoa!
Through, killing spree for the Uller.
PandaCat almost killed himself on the reflect. Jake trying to finish up the job, misses
nice
the
dodge.
pull. Maybe the lifesteal has to stick around. Nice shield.
Big shield from PBM, and it's a double kill for PandaCat from like 100 HP. The play was perfect from the Jade Dragon's Hunter. All but one have died, and it's Venenu left walking away. Fine, okay, huge in that fight. The rest of the Jade Dragons step up as well. Venenu could get chased down here. Crush will apply the slow. If nothing else, Myth, we got a Fury taken down by the Dragons as well as 4 kills.
That whole fight starts off great for the Dragons when Sam for Soccer is able to isolate Barracuda, force out the Gallop, and then also force the Centaurus ultimate. Unfortunately for him, not quite able to secure the kill himself. Luckily, the rest of the Dragons were there and ready to follow up on that engage. The Olympus Bolts do a very good job of shutting down the initial engagement from the Jade Dragons, as reflected in the kills. Sam for Soccer, one of the only 2 to fall on that side, but it was not enough. There was a concentrated effort of multiple members on the Bolts to try and finish off PandaCat, and my man was dancing inside of their back line. He could do no wrong inside of the fight and walks out alive thanks to, what was it, I think 3 shields from PBM. This gap is so annoying.
Looks like it. PandaCat full on to the ability-based build here on the Uller, and he's 3 levels ahead. of Barracuda is Panda Cat. And so, you know, this Chiron has been kind of sat on from the early game. Sanford Soccer's made his way over to that side of the map. Now doesn't have Aegis for a full minute. Beads are there. But the pregame interview, Myth, kind of has a point here from Barracuda. He's thinking, yeah, it's great getting to choose which one of the 4 abilities from the enemy jungler is going to be the one that kills me. And it's been a lot of them from Sam for Soccer here. 5 kills for Sam. A couple of them landing onto Barracuda, stripping away those actives as well. Hasn't been much of an answer for this Susano.
No, it's got to be CC lockdown. Once Susano engages, you have to stop him. He shouldn't be allowed to cast his ultimate before he's eaten like 3 or 4 CC abilities from the Olympus Bolts, but that's exactly what he's done every single one of these engagements. Luckily for the Bolts, Gold Fury no longer on the map, Pyromancer no longer on the map, and Fire Giant is still slightly out of range of the Jade Dragons to just go ahead and walk in. It's about a 6,000 actually gold deficit at this point, but the Olympus Bolts this late in are still capable of fighting, and the Jade Dragons are respecting that. Normally, when you see a lead this large, you just immediately walk in towards the Fire Giant itself, but they have to put respect, the Jade Dragons that is, on the confirmation potential that Venenu has. I mean, it's going to be a coin toss on the Fire Giant unless the Dragons are able to shut down this Scylla first.
And we haven't seen much really from either mid lane, have we, Myth? Both of them about dead even as far as damage goes. Both of them similar in their builds. Venenu actually has a 1-level lead. Got Flat Pen early, Soul Reaver into Obshard for Ven. So once the Obshard is fully completed, he'll really be swinging. We just haven't seen the opportunity yet from Venenu. The Scylla has just not had the space to operate. You could argue similar things for Hurrywind, who's a bit lower on the damage charts as well. Fine, okay. Putting a little bit of damage down right in the split of this jungle. Sanford Soccer's on the right side of this fight. And so whichever of the 2 carries of the Olympus Bolts kind of trends in that direction is going to be under threat from Sanford Soccer. It looks like both teams pulling away for just a moment though, Myth. And you look at the ward coverage for the Bolts, there's that 1 lone ward on the backside of the Fire Giant pit that'll let you know that the Dragons have backed away.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer is forced to step away as the Olympus Bolts wave actually pushes up towards him, shows him on the map, and he gets spotted out immediately as indicated by the Olympus Bolts pings. Jade Dragons, privy to that, go ahead and cede their positioning, considering that Lasbra was unaccounted for inside of that fight, was hovering just around that left-hand side towards mid, but nobody on the Dragons knew exactly where he was, so they give up a little bit of that positioning. And again, that goes to show how much respect the Jade Dragons are putting on Ven in particular right now. If this Scylla dies at any point and it's a clean pick for the Jade Dragons, expect them to immediately gun down this Fire Giant. Instead, they have to play it a little bit slower, generate threat, and force the Olympus Bolts to walk in.
Dragons not a team that love playing slow, though. The Fire Giant started up here. The Olympus Bolts will call them on it. Haddock's close by. Thorns ready to go on this Kuzumbo. Fine, okay. Gets his bubble popped. So 1 bit of CC immunity now missing for the next 30 or so, or for the next minute or so, rather, from this Cthulhu. Fire Giant soft reset, still down. Beneath half HP, Lasbra spotted out by a ward here. Haddock somewhat low for what you'd like on your frontliner to start off one of these fights. You could say the same for Awesome Jake. Polar Bear Mike, that's where my eyes go. I want to see that ultimate get some chunk damage onto the Olympus Bolts if he's able to find it. Maybe onto Lasbra, who he's matching. Fire Giant's been fully reset, though. The Olympus Bolts have done enough by showing up.
The longer this fight goes on, the more it's going to favor the Bolts. Already, PDM dropped to just above 50% HP, roughly around 75%, just by pulling the Fire Giant itself. But that's a great start for the Jade Dragons to try and find some aggression. Yeah, look, Ven, you can't be losing 50% over the wall. Now the Jade Dragons just going to continue generating threat.
Wow, Panda Cat with 1 ability loses, or he takes away half of Venenu's health bar. Haddock's taken down a little bit low here as well. Venenu attempts to crush over the wall. Doesn't hit onto Panda Cat. Lasbra's been working on the right here. And you're kind of playing with fire in a moment like that. If the Jade Dragons know where you are and they kind of, at the drop of a hat, decide to turn, look at you, and jump on you, they'll catch you as off guard as you are attempting to catch them. But the Fire Giant reset once more here, Mifflin. There is a Gold Fury standing. I don't think the Olympus Bolts are, they don't know if they have the luxury of rotating all the way to the left with the threat of the FG here on right.
No, I think you're absolutely right. When you're this far behind, you have to be ready to defend the Fire Giant at a moment's notice. So it's going to be a little while until the Bolts can walk themselves all the way over to the left-hand side. But I may have misread the situation. I thought Ven was the one who was generating the most power for the Olympus Bolts in these elongated fights because the Jade Dragons have to be concerned about the potential of a steal. I think it's actually awesome, Jake, man. These heals are really a thorn in the Jade Dragon side. They've got a great poke composition, the Dragons that is, between the Uller and the Morgan Le Fay. Just damage over the wall, incredibly strong. Doesn't matter, though. Awesome Jake's always there with the Wisps or the Meditation just to keep his team topped off.
Yeah, not much anti-heal on the other side. I mean, you get a Brawlers for both Sanford Soccer and Panicat. Divine Ruin, I'll stand corrected as I'm scanning the items. There is a little bit. Crushes down, and that'll give the Pyromancer over to the Olympus Bolts. So in correcting myself, there is a little bit of anti-heal that'll help out with some of that, but finding it, allowing it to stick to the targets that you want it to around these jungle walls, tough to do. Haddox on the Kuzenbo, 1, 1, and 2 has matched the output of Final K up to this point, a few thousand damage behind, but eyeing similar things here. Voidstone might help out a little bit. We've seen Kuzenbo's melt down some targets here, Myth, and the way the build has gone for Haddox. Good chance to do so, but it's all about finding that target, right? I mean, he's got a lot to work through. You got to go through Final K, go through PBM in order to get to Hurrywind and Pandacat.
And honestly, once he gets to Pandacat, Haddox that is, he's probably getting shredded. Worth noting, Ull gets a buff as a god, now has 30% attack speed at all times, benefiting from that passive on his ultimate, and 30% lifesteal inside of the axe stance as well. But take a peek at the build. I mean, sure, it's ability based, but outside of that, it is a ton of penetration, flat percentage or otherwise. So whoever he's closing gap on, whoever's trying to shut down Pandacat inside the back is going to get shredded. Like paper, honestly. I mean, even Haddox is going to show a fair bit of respect. Worth noting, though, Pandacat has no lifesteal inside of the build itself. So if he is fighting Haddox, he's likely going to have to play inside of that Axe Stance or just lose out to the reflect damage of Kuzenbo.
Going to need the med from PBM to hit its mark there, if that mark ends up being Pandacat. Pull from Awesome Jake, no good. PBM rolls through. It's a 3-level difference in support. And the Jade Dragons have had enough of standing around. They're going to start up the Fire Giant. Haddox and Awesome Jake try to funnel through this kind of small corridor here. And there's just a lot of poke damage being returned onto him. Lasbra on the left side this time of the fight. You have to imagine the Jade Dragons have some idea what direction Lasbra is going now. Could find Sanford Soccer, but I'm not sure that's a fight Lasbra wants to take. And once again, Fire Giant getting reset here, Myth, in the time that things have started up. Been reset, started up, been reset. Everyone in the game has reached level 20. Still a 3-level difference in support, and that's big, that's important. But all the other 4 roles have caught up in XP for the Bolts.
Effectively right now, Awesome Jake legitimately much tankier than PBM inside of the fight. PBM, though, has the effective HP of his shield, as well as just having the rest of his team have a pretty sizable lead around him, so can play a little bit more aggressive inside of these engagements. I'm really excited to see which one of these 2 squads is really going to step up to the Fire Giant. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side. Lasbra thought about clearing out that wave, but had he shown himself, would have opened up the door for exactly this. Fire Giant pulled anyway.
That's right. Lasbra's going to have to get back from base. He's got to do it quickly. I don't know if Lasbra has the speed to get to the FG. Ultimate goes out and catches on to Venenu.
What?
The Bolt? What are you kidding me? The Bolt's stealing away. What in the world goes wrong? The Jade Dragon started. Centaurus from Barra. Say his name, baby. Barracuda steals it away. Awesome Jake stunned in place. The Jade Dragons will at least get 1.
Fire Giant on 4 members, but they lose out on Awesome Jake for 40 seconds. The Jade Dragon still healthy, but it was expensive. A lot of resources used to find that kill into Sylvanas, so maybe they don't stick around for the Phoenix itself. Olympus Bolts from the brink prove that the Jade Dragons were right in showing that much respect. The steal potential is ridiculous. There isn't great confirmation on the side of the Dragons, and it's reflected here. Now the Bolts effectively by themselves like another 5-6 minutes in this game.
Oh, the Bolts stole away an objective. It's Venenu, right? For sure, it's Venenu. No, we're on board with Barracuda.
He's so far.
My goodness, I missed it. I will completely admit that I'm looking at Venenu. I'm expecting him to walk up. I'm expecting I'm a monster to come over the wall. It gets stolen away, but Venenu's running the other direction. I have no idea where that comes from, and it's Barracuda letting Centaurus fly. And that'll keep the Bolts alive in this game. You imagine, yeah, gold still probably in the negatives based on what happened after the fact. But delaying is the important thing here. The game is not getting worse just yet. The Jade Dragons have been stalled.
No, that is great for the Olympus Bolts now, who can actually start go farming again. They don't have to hover around the Fire Giant for 5 actual minutes, and instead can either try and get aggressive themselves, at least on these tier 1 towers, which seems to be the call, as they legitimately aren't that far behind inside of builds as of right now, despite being down a fair bit of gold. Fire Giant Island to equate to about 10,000, so likely going to have a slight favor towards the Olympus Bolts inside of this next team fight. But take a peek at the itemization from Final K here, actually going towards Sovereignty in that last slot, trying to make up for the fact that PBM has elected to go for slightly more selfish build for the support. I like what we're seeing from the Jade Dragons. Now Final K kind of baton passing with PBM saying, all right, I'm going to be the sole initiator. Fight around me. You're going to be a little bit tankier.
Myth, the script has been flipped a bit here for the last, I don't know, 15 minutes of this game. The Jade Dragons have been pushing on the Olympus Bolt side of the map, and the Bolts have just never given up. Barracuda gets a miracle steal on the FG, and now it's the Bolts who are doing the pushing. They have knocked down a tower on left, looking towards one more. Phoenix on right is going to get threatened eventually by the minions, but they're normal old minions, so you don't expect that one to fall for free anytime soon. Jade Dragons, though, they don't want to give up this tier 2 tower for free, Myth. They are grouping up. Same for Soccer lurking around to the right, so the Olympus Bolts know that Susano is missing. There's kind of only one avenue to go, and it's around the back side, unless Sam kind of runs things right up the middle here. But a soft defense kind of firming up even around this tier 2 tower.
Watch how Lazra positions. Normally when you're on a Fire Giant Siege, you want your jungler playing a little bit more aggressively on the Jade Dragon side of the map, but instead Lazra realizes, okay, it's more than likely that Sanford Soccer is going to bring slightly more value to this team fight than I will, considering he's got AoE from the Typhoon as well as one-shot potential on the carries. So Lazra hovers very close to his team inside of the jungle, just acting as goaltender, making sure that Susano can't engage, but you didn't go deep enough, and look where Sam is.
Primal Fury is just so awkward. Primal Fury ends up getting taken down by the Dragons. The Bolts did not want to stick around any further. Final K has caught the carries in the back line. I'm a monster! Decimates the health bar of Panicat. Barracuda nearly gets the execute yet again. But look at the confidence Benenu's got now. He's waltzing forward with Haddix and the rest of the team at his back.
Now Final K just trying to generate some space for his squad. The Jade Dragons, though, maybe don't realize how strong this chase is from the Bolts. Haddix going through the lane, Ven through the jungle, and Lazra right behind him.
Nobody's got ultimates here outside of the transformation for Panicat. Bead still
We're
there
back
for the Uller. We're right back to the tier 2 tower. Fire Giant buff has fallen off of everyone, and the Jade Dragons, with their recalls, will tell you all you need to know. We're headed back to base. The tier 2 is going to go down. Still at like an 8,000 gold lead are the Jade Dragons. But in a minute's time, the next Fire Giant will be up, and the Olympus Bolts might be feeling more confident around this one.
So 5 minutes ago, the Olympus Bolts were able to strip away a Fire Giant, but afterwards, the power play, although netting them a fair bit of gold, still leaves them exactly where they started. This time, though, it will be an enhanced Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons, roughly 8,000 gold in the lead, should be the aggressors yet again. Look at this positioning that they're establishing early on, trying to find that ward coverage deep on the Olympus Bolts side of the map. If anyone steps up too far, I mean, Jade Dragons have complete vision dominance.
Yeah. Kind of scanning the horizon here. You got to look where are the Bolts wards. That's the important thing to look at here. They're kind of shallow on their side of the jungle. The Jade Dragons able to get some deep wards on the Bolt side of the jungle. So you're going to have a good idea if you're the Dragons of the pathing of the Bolts here. And where Venenu, Lazra maybe specifically, is starting to rotate. There's kind of an ebb and flow to this. The Bolts now can maybe step up a little bit further, get some ward coverage down for themselves. There's an important one right there in front of the FG. Might end up getting cleared out. For the time being, though, the Dragons know right where the Bolts are.
They do, and the last Fire Giant skirmish, and I think that's the right way to word it considering how long it went, I think is a byproduct of the caution that we're seeing from the Jade Dragons up against this healing composition of the Olympus Bolts, namely Sylvanas on Awesome Jake. You can't utilize this poke style that the Dragons are trying to. It's been a lot of Panicat tossing hail of arrows over the wall, or Hurrywin trying to use that sigil mastery, just trying to find that poke and create some space. That's not working at this point. If the Jade Dragons want to win a fight, it's off that initial engagement and it's off that Onk cooldown. Keep your eyes on PBM. He is huge.
Good pull onto that huge target. Not ideally what you want. Haddix gets taken down pretty low here, but remember, this is where the sustain is going to be all that important. Watch that health bar start to fill back up here over time. This one's enhanced. This Fire Giant's enhanced, and one way or another has a chance of ending the game. Exposed Phoenix on right against the Bolts, exposed Phoenix on left against the Jade Dragons. Both teams have their immediate end possibility, their immediate game win, if you're able to cleanly secure this Fire Giant for yourself. Jade Dragon's still taking that aggressive positioning here. Final K is going to be important to follow along with as well. That Sovereignty needs to do some work for the rest of his team. Fire Giant, I say started, but it's kind of a hesitant start here from the Jade Dragons, just seeing the reply of the Bolts.
And the Bolts are showing some face. Haddix and Awesome Jake acting as the front line for their team right now, just making sure that the Jade Dragons aren't legitimately committing, dropping it down to just over 50% are the Jade Dragons, and they realize we're not going to let it happen again, man. We got to take the fight first. We can't leave it up to that coin toss and reset the Fire Giant all the way back to full. But this is exactly what I was concerned about. The Jade Dragons showing this trepidation around the neutral objective are allowing the Bolts to stall out this game. I mean, the healing from Awesome Jake is nearly unstoppable. I mean, my man's got plenty of MP5. He's not worried about going He could just keep topping off either himself or Haddix and have them play an annoying role.
Right, and it's moments like this, you got to look at waves. What direction are we pushing here? What objectives are under threat? Tier 2 on left of the Bolts over time might get taken down a wave, pushed up pretty far there. You can say the same about Tier 2 in mid. But no Phoenixes really feeling under pressure for either team. Both teams may be okay with hanging out and doing this dance just a little bit longer. Venenu with some aggressive positioning here. He's around the corner. It's risky. If anyone from the Jade Dragons steps forward, Venenu could delete them, but could simultaneously be deleted just as quickly. Karon's coin late in the build here for Venenu. Can that percent pin do some work? Yes, it can. PBM's health bar nearly entirely gone. Venenu has to leave, though. Lots of damage from San Francisco. Found its way onto the mid laner. Lasbra lurking over to the right. PBM, Hurrywin, Panda Cat, all low. Final K, plenty healthy. He'll dash in here, but he is all alone. Can you get the kill onto Ven? No, Ven will transport himself out. Lasbra still alone in the back. He has to use the Aegis, but he will end up going down. Hurrywin picks up the first around the FG.
And Final K still generating so much space. Might get caught out here. If he gets CC'd, could lose his life. With the Fire Giant, it's burning fast. Haddix, the only one far enough forward. He's low HP.
Fire Giant is low here. Haddix, Awesome Jake, Venenu,
it's going down.
They're the only ones close, but there's no ultimates to steal, and the Jade Dragons find enough space to take the enhanced Fire Giant. Haddix now looked at as well. Final K will send the route towards Venenu, Barracuda, and Awesome Jake. Haddix blinks away here, and it looks like the Bolts will be able to scurry back to their base. They're going to have to defend against all 5 with enhanced Fire Giant.
Awesome Jake hasn't backed, and neither has Haddix. They're so low HP. This Phoenix is going down absolutely for free. Worth noting, though, watch Panda Cat's mana. He's just about
Haddix had to go back to base here. Panda Cat sends the last bit of damage to the right side. Phoenix, and 36 minutes in, a Phoenix has been broken, and the Jade Dragons happy with what they've got. They'll head back. They'll reset. And now it's the Bolts on defense.
Enhanced Fire Giant, 10,000 gold in the lead, but gold means a lot less now than it did 16 minutes ago. The majority of players in the match already approaching that true 6-item slot. The majority of relics already ticked over towards that tier 3. But man, this game is on a nice edge still. Take a peek at the relics, Dave. I mean, just about none available to either squad. Beads are up for Ven. That's pretty huge. Both defensive relics for Barracuda also available, but for 20 seconds, Panda Cat not going to be playing with either one of his. Only really the beads available to Sanford Soccer, and PBM still has his team fight relics. So it makes sense to me that the Jade Dragons are going to take this a little bit slower. Don't want to just try and push into the Titan room, and instead clear out these tier 2 towers, remove some of that defense, some of that kind of HP scaling on the Titan, and set yourselves up for a much easier time once you do decide to start stepping in.
Man, Final K has done a lot of work here this game. Oni Fury, are we fighting over the Oni Fury? The Bolts steal away, but what's the cost? Venenu trying to get out with the top damage in the game. That's a Cthulhu chasing him down. PBM deletes Haddix elsewhere. Lasbra falls as well. Final K chasing down the carries.
Wow.
And I'll breathe for a moment. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Here's the issue, though, Miff. As we take a pause here, it's solo lane and jungle down for the Olympus Bolts. It's Final K chasing down the 10% HP Venenu.
No dash, no ult.
And we're fighting for an Oni Fury. You steal it away, but what's the cost?
Yeah, I can't believe that the Olympus Bolts decide to dig their heels in there, right? Sure, tier 2 tower, if you want to put up a soft defense, buy some time, just strip away some of that Fire Giant timer to get ready to defend your Phoenixes, that makes sense to me. Taking a fight that deep in neutral territory, 10,000 gold down, enhanced Fire Giant on 5, I can't justify that in my mind. It does not make a lot of sense.
That's a tough call. Appreciate the patience, everyone. We will go back into game. Venenu did survive. Haddix and Lasbra on a 1-minute timer. So it's going to be the 3 last members of the Bolts trying to get it done. No ult for Venenu. big confirmable damage now missing. Barracuda halfway to his ultimate. And the Jade Dragons might be able just to walk this one down mid.
40 seconds left on the nearest respawn, but that's so much time to work with that I think the Jade Dragons make the right call in stripping away this tier 2 tower. They can go for the Phoenix, and it still will likely be another 20 seconds left on the Bolt's allies to come back up. Jade Dragons playing with house money at this point.
Venenu's got to go big alongside Barracuda. I mean, a frontliner and 2 carries, maybe that's what you want, defending your Titan. But the Jade Dragons, they can walk in, they can ignore a couple members of the Bolts here. The Bolts just have to do more damage. Panicat is taking a lot, crushes down, and crushes misses target, shielding across all of the Jade Dragons. Awesome Jake taking low, but the Titans lower. Game 1 to the Dragons.
But it was not easy, was it, Dave? The Olympus Bolts forced them to earn this one. Gold Fury steals, Fire Giant steals, back and forth engagements. I mean, if the Olympus Bolts were able to do just a little bit more with their own Fire Giant, had they not gone towards that Gold Fury, this game likely still going on. This game could have turned around, but instead the Jade Dragons come out ahead this time around.
I mean, Sanford Soccer runs things in the early game here.
100%.
I don't think the KDA at Fine OK really did justice how impactful that Cthulhu was. I mean, he might have eclipsed 30,000 damage by the end of that game, and I don't think anyone else was particularly close. I think the Jade Dragons, they step up when it counts. The Bolts make things interesting. The set far from over, but the Jade Dragons and particularly Fine OK step up big here in Game 1. Game number 2 of Bolts versus Dragons coming up next.
Gotta take off my jacket for this one. Oh, dude, this.
No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
welcome back to the desk, getting ready to jump into game number 2. If you haven't picked up any of your SPL merchandise, well, don't worry, we've got even more available to you now. If you go to shop.smiteproleague.com, you can pick up our new line of Team Athletic joggers. They've got the team logo, so you can represent any of the teams that you want to grab with one of those pairs of joggers. And we've also got team-specific mouse pads. So if you didn't get your chance to get the SPL Bologna mouse pad, well, now you can get a mouse pad to represent your favorite teams. We got one for all 8 teams, whether that be the joggers or the mouse pads, over at SmiteProLeague.com. Thank you to our sponsor, Insight Apparel, for bringing us all of that love. That Jade Dragons one's actually really nice.
That's a nice
like,
mouse pad.
Like, that Bolts one was good. We saw the Kings one earlier and the Scarabs. Like, those looked really good. But, man, that Dragons one actually does look really nice. And it might look even nicer here, tied with that first game win the Dragons are able to bring. Back and forth action across the board. You never knew where everything was going to fall in place, because first it was a Gold Fury steal by the Dragons, and then it was a Fire Giant steal by the Bolts, and then it was another objective steal. I think that one by the Dragons over at another Gold Fury. So basically it came down to whoever started an objective wasn't going to get that objective.
And not only that, but it was just all back and forth. I think a lot of control for the Dragons, and you could see it a little more consistently throughout all of this. Honestly, and we'll watch it when it happens, but if the Bolts didn't get that Fire Giant, this game ends much quicker in favor of the Dragons. A lot of it is leaning in their direction. A lot of really good kills. Sam has a nuts early game. At one point, I think he was like 4-1 and was really a hefty hand in terms of all of their kills. PandaCat just got to do PandaCat things, man. It's so ridiculous. Like, it was moments like this one where you are so low, where you are and should be dead, but then you get a nice saving shield at the very end from the Geb. The fact that he is alive here, insane. The fact that he lives to tell the tale, thanks to a good Geb shield there, ends up making it even more impressive. Just good communication from the Dragons, and of course the way they played it. And again, right here, if it isn't for the fact, like, literally any other hunter, if it's not Chiron and this steal doesn't happen, I think we really start to see the Dragons just steamroll over the Bolts. But luckily enough for them, Barra was able to get that. It helped equalize things, but didn't really shift it back into their dynamic.
It's mostly just a delay of game over anything else.
Yes.
You highlighted, if they don't take that, they probably lose off the tail end of that Fire Giant. But because they got it, gives them just enough power, enough sustain to push the Dragons back for a little while longer. Then, one of the only objectives that actually got started and finished by the same team was the Enhanced Fire Giant by the Jade Dragons. They picked that up later on in the game and are able to push forward and win game number 1. But if you look down the row at the damage charts, fine, okay.
Yes.
32,000 player damage.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that is the most interesting to me about this, right? You get Sam, who's impactful in a lot of the early game kills and helps them get to a good lead. PandaCat has some really flashy turnaround plays, but they didn't always have to translate to kills. In fact, most of Fine OK's damage didn't. But that doesn't matter, because what he was doing in a lot of these fights is going into this ult as a Cthulhu and zoning 4 people at a time, dealing damage to him, making him feel uncomfortable, forcing someone like Vin, who didn't end up dying throughout this entire game, but still pushing him into these positions where it's like, okay, well, you might not die here, but you're not going to be able to do anything if I can have anything to say about it. So this Cthulhu ended up being a huge and heavy hand pushing down and pushing away the Bolts and stopping them from pretty much getting anything done that they needed to. And again, if it weren't for the fact that the Chiron had that range, they wouldn't have had much to say about it. They would have fallen behind much quicker than the Dragons.
Yeah, maybe only one other hunter in the game could have done that, being maybe a Rom to try and steal that away. But let's hop into picks and bans for game number 2 and see how things shake up this time around. It was a very interesting picks and bans in game 1. I mean, the fact that we even saw, things like Cthulhu, Set, Susano, so many different gods picked in. We saw a Scotty ban of all things. I mean, this is a set of unpredictability, and I'm just going to open up with, I don't even know what priority is going to be for these two teams. We saw Artio, Hell, and Yamoja be the priority bans for the Jade Dragons in game 1. You think we'll see a repeat of those bans here in game 2?
Maybe from the Bolts, probably not from the Dragons. I mean, since their first pick, any of those that get through, they get immediately. I'm wondering though, if we assume the same top 6 bans, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that the Dragons first pick Geb. That Geb looked amazing for them, and honestly, there didn't seem to be much answer from the Bolts. The downside is they would give up a whole ton in the process of getting there, so there is a little bit of pressure, maybe not even on them, to pick up a pick like that. And I don't know, it's been a while since we've seen Jake play Geb. I think he's played a couple of games in his career, but it's not necessarily the go-to style for the support for the Bolts. I'm sure he has it in his pocket and under his belt, but it's definitely a change of pace, I think. And the Bolts are going to be the ones who get to determine. I mean, if things like Artio are left open or Hell are left open, I imagine the Dragons scoop that up first.
I mean, you look at what was picked in that game, and you looked at what was banned. And one of the big things that stuck out to me when we were sitting back in the green room was Tiamat didn't get even looked at all. Raijin, not even an issue from either of these teams. There's a Morgan Le Fay who was on her release in that top 3. It was one team gets Tiamat, the other gets Morgan Le Fay, or one team bans Tiamat and they get Morgan Le Fay, and then kind of Raijin as a default. Neither of those two gods looked at all in game number 1. They both just fell to the wayside as far as the drafts were concerned. But here in game 2, a little bit of similarities between the bands, maybe just a couple of them flopping sides here. Khepri and Yamoja by the Dragons, Artio and Odin by the Bolts.
I know we were talking about it on the way here. We were looking it up. So the Dragons, except for one set that they have played against the Bolts, have always won the first game. And again, for the only one of them that really mattered, they ended up winning that set in the Phase 2 playoffs. But this one has a lot of weight behind it as well. But it's one of those credences where they've always stumbled in games 2 and then game 3. And that's not just the case with the Bolts. I mean, there's a reason that they are the team with the most games played this year, and it's because they tend to do really well. I mean, we've seen some 20-minute stomps by the Dragons in game 1, and then game 2 gets pushed to 40 minutes, game 3 gets, swapped around, and maybe they're the ones getting stomped in like 25. And so I think that the fact that not only is that an elongated game, but also something that it tends to go the way of the Dragons anyway, I'm anxious to see how they adjust their early game here to see if they can amp it up the way they wanted to. I mean, like, you have to look at what they're playing. Like, the Geb, he's not the early game screaming front line that your team wants. He can do some work, but realistically, he is going to excel in that mid to late game.
A Cthulhu for a final ban along with Hell from the Jade Dragon. So throwing a lot of respect towards Fine OK. 32,000 player damage, and if you look back at what his slash line was that game, it was 1-1-4. But you're telling me a 1-1-4 Cthulhu does 32,000 damage.
Exactly.
You highlighted he didn't really get a whole lot of kills or even assist to his name with it. But if you're able to put 32,000 damage just for existing, who cares about the kills at that point? It's a pick that needs to be taken away, and it will be a Geb first pick. Going one more time for Polar Bear Mike, and a Chiron Ymir on the opposite side, and Hunbat's Ullers. We're starting to see that Hunbat's come back here in game 2.
I actually really like this Ymir, although it feels, and it's a little bit of a double-edged blade. It's a little early, and so now they know that they can pick people who have leaps or some sort of disengage to get away from a Ymir, but that also comes at, the cost of a cooldown for a cooldown, right? If you have follow-up and chase-up, the Bolts are going to be just fine with it. It does catch Geb out, though, and that's actually really big. Being able to lock him down, roll out, it's a great ability. Gives you CC immunity, you can knock people back, you also cannot travel through walls, so that is going to be something that in the jungle could potentially isolate this Geb, but Hunbats will be able to leap over the wall, Uller will as well. They still have ample time to choose a mid laner. Hey, guess who's still available? Raijin, Tiamat, both of them who still have, guess what, leaps that they can get over the wall with. And so maybe it's not going to be as potent as possible, but knowing that you're going to force a leap out of them, and that would be just from the wall, you can then collapse it. You've got a lot of chase with the Chiron and the Hu Yi, plus that doesn't even factor in the freeze and the beads that you're going to be able to get. The problem I see right now, though, is that the Dragons have Gebel, Cataclysm, and then the Hunbat's Fear No Evil. Those are ridiculously good teamfight ults, and they've got 2 of them. Nice big old circles that they're going to be able to jump forward. Ymir ult has nothing on that. The Hu Yi Suns can kind of hold a candle to it, but I think the Dragons, especially in those 3-on-3 in mid, but into the 5-on-5s, they're going to be burning somebody's beats.
I think it's very telling looking at, the top SPL bans provided here in the middle. We see RTO was highlighted in the very beginning of the day in the waiting room. You mentioned and shows here this god is the only god that has been 100% banned so far. Hell has made it through a couple of times, but Tiamat, the interesting one, 44% of games so far in Phase 3 has she been banned away. That doesn't include what she's been picked. And now with potentially 2 games for this set that she's not even going to be looked at by 2 teams, is maybe starting to tell of how much less, I would say. I'm not going to say how little, but maybe how much less these teams are really looking at this mid lane mage. It's a Giannis and Soul banned away by Bolt and a Cerberus Sobek. Cerberus is actually an interesting one that made it so far down into the depths of these drafts, because in set number 1, Cerberus was a god that was being first pick, first ban. Usually it was the first ban coming from both of those teams.
And he's been one of the more dominant picks in Guardians just that we've had in solo lane as of late. So again, kind of surprising not only to see him get glanced over in some of these, but also the fact that like we had Kuzumbo picked up before him and over him last game. It's happening again here for the Bolts, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that only because I can't, like, Ymir can solo lane, but I can't imagine taking it from Jake. That's the only thing that is stopping me from throwing him over there. It's also interesting to me, I mean, the Giannis, the Soul, those are very, very specifically Jade Dragon bans towards Heroind. But it kind of is eye-opening to me. The Bolts are a team that has in the past favored and do not shy away from playing Hunters in the mid-role, and especially as we had highlighted in Waiting Room, and we've kind of had this conversation a couple of times, mid-Hunters right now, if you're going to go Hu Yi, you can throw the Uller, you could throw a Chiron, you could throw a Neith. Like, there are plenty of Hunters that can work out well there and look really good in the process.
With Chiron and Hu Yi locked in, surely we might be seeing this Chiron go towards mid lane. Hu Yi most likely in Barracuda's hands. And just as much as we were talking about the fact we didn't see any Tiamat, we didn't see any Raijin in game 1, well, they prove us wrong here. Game number 2, Raijin as a 9th pick. Not something I get to say every day, not something I thought I would ever say in the current condition of Raijin for these mid lane metas. The fact that he is being 9th picked, not even looked at, not even the fact that Tiamat was grabbed and they were just waiting, saying, okay, whatever, Tiamat, we don't have to pick Raijin away. It was immediately, is normally where Raijin is grabbed. First pick or first, top 2 kind of thing. Even I would go as far as saying a top 3 pick at all times for these teams. The fact he's getting 9th picked and now a Camazotz as a 10th pick. How are you kind of liking this Bolts draft as it's kind of lined itself out here?
It's got its quirks to it that are going to be strengths. I think Chiron in mid, it's something that Vin has very, very accomplished with that we've seen in the past. Hu Yi is a great boxer, and that we've seen Jake's Ymir win games single-handedly. But there's also, again, a lot of leaps on the other side, a lot of good disengages, and I think it really is eye-opening. I like the Dragons draft, I think, a little bit stronger, but the Bolts, again, have their potential.
Hey, another cat to add to the SMITE League as far as how many pets are out here representing and having some fun. Newest Bolts fan, hyped for this LAN game at SMITE Pro at SPL Bolts. Turrets FTW coming out here with a nice tweet. Love the cat. Always love to see the pets, not just amongst the fans, but amongst the players. So we always get to see our love of everybody's little fur children as they jump out here. Game number 2. If game 1 was any indication how this set is going to go, you imagine we're going to be seeing a very long game here in game 2, Gore?
Honestly, yeah, I think this is going to be able to drag on pretty well. Unless the Dragons, I think they have some potential to, but honestly, Hunbat's Ged, there's not a propensity to steamroll here in 17 minutes. I think either someone gets a lead and they're finishing in the 25 to 30 minute mark, or we're going in for a long haul. You've got 2 Guardians plus a Camazotz on the Bolts. They are not going to go down without a fight. And then with the team fight that the Dragons have, and especially with the scaling they have, a lot of their composition wants to wait a little bit.
And Sam, going back to this Hunbat's, it's a pick that I think this was back in Season 6 Worlds, I want to say, when he was making his first Worlds run. This was a pick that he was trying to grab as early in a draft as he can, and now we've been in this more Warrior-centric, so he hasn't gotten as much opportunity to play it. But, I mean, this was one of his, I would say, World's MVP picks during that Season 6. So seeing him back on this is at least going to be exciting for me. The Dragons trying to build a composition to work around it. A lot of big circles more than anything. Gebolt, big circle to stun. Hunbat's big circle to push people away, and Nike with a big ultimate of her own. Jade Dragons looking to close the set here in 2-0 fashion. Can the Bolts beat them back and take us to game number 3? We're going to take it right down to the casters to see what happens.
See if the Dragons can take this one 2-0, or the Bolts are going to bounce things back, move us on to a game number 3. Still Dolson, Mifflin, and Doug bringing in the action for game number 2 between the Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons. Any minute now, Mifflin, we'll get on into it. We can discuss it. Look, the Jade Dragons, they keep some things the same, and I think big initiation, burst damage-y style jungler for Sam for Soccer is an important one to look at here, because Sam, as J-Mac talks about, loves this style of pick, the Hunbat specifically, and we've already seen some success, Miff, out of the Hunbats already here this weekend.
Yeah, I've got great expectations for Sam for Soccer here, man. It's a god that he's got a lot of tenure playing, and it's one that he was trying to go towards even before the assassins were buffed out. And Hunbots
Man, the daggers.
generally has been hailed as just that ultimate bot inside of the late game. You want to blink in, fear no evil, burn some beads, or if beads are down, the rest of your team can find the kill. But with the entirety of the mace tree seeing one buff or another to each individual tier 3 item, I think that is going to directly assist Hunbots in his endeavors going forward. That said, I think the devs do a great job of highlighting how steadfast this Olympus Bolts draft can be. I mean, double Guardian, double Hunter, and a Camazotz, that's hard to deal with throughout the early game, especially considering the scaling with which this Camazotz is just going to operate.
Myth, at what level of, what threat level, what concern level are you at here for the Olympus Bolts? You get Venenu, a physical damage dealer in the place of what would be magical there in the mid lane, playing the Ho Yi. Barracuda, of course, playing a physical Hunter. I mean, your magic damage is going to have to come from support and solo lane. Do you think the potential is high enough there that prevents the Jade Dragons from just itemizing against physical damage? Do you think there's enough magical from the bolts to make things interesting?
I do. Haddix's reflect damage is almost enough on its own. I mean, I think I could have even seen Awesome Jake go Tor Warrior, and it would have been enough in my mind. But it is my main concern, I suppose, for the Olympus Bolts is that I had assumed that it was going to be Ho Yi within the long lane.
That's what I thought too.
And then Chiron in mid. Ho Yi does not have the greatest push on his own, shouldn't be able to match up with what Hurrywin is doing, and, well, generally doesn't have the greatest escape once that third ability is down. So Ven's going to have to play very safe in the lane.
Panicat back on the Uller. Looked good there in game 1, Myth. I mean, it was very difficult to jump on there for the Olympus Bolts. Jade Dragons did a good job of mitigating threat to their back line. We had kind of had a passive discussion between games, you know. There was these big bursty moments of fighting that we kind of see happening here in the dual lane. Barracuda sends PBM right on back. Stun connects. And some damage will poke its way on in there onto PBM as well. Around the backside, way around the backside, is Sanford Soccer on this hunt path, but it would have effectively been a 2v1 for how long it would have taken PandaCat and PBM to rotate in and help out their jungler, and so Sanford Soccer will turn away.
Yeah, successful in stripping away the red buff this time around, and walks away like a bandit in the night. The Olympus Bolts none the wiser for what's happened there. Meanwhile, what's Laz been able to do on the map? He's trying to control the mids, he's trying to make sure that Ven's having an easier time, but he was not able to match that invade presence. But damage output, yeah, that's pretty good.
Deal some damage to Hurrywin before the Thunder Crash comes on out. Level 5 for one of the two mid laners here. And as I was kind of mentioning prior to the big rotation from Sanford Soccer, neither of the two supports last game Myth picked up that blink. We kind of had these moments of big chaotic back and forth fighting, then the things really died down around that FG. Big jump in from Panicat. Axe connects. Barracuda and the wall from Awesome Jake will help disengage that fight. The lack of blink maybe played a part in the slowing down of that game, the inability to kind of suddenly initiate these fights, but there's just so much value in other relics. Maybe you have to go without the blink, and I'm curious specifically with Jake here this game, if he feels blink is necessary on this Ymir.
I don't think he necessarily has to go towards it. Geb is always going to be a pretty easy target to isolate inside of the jungle, as he does not have a leap to deal with the wall, and with Ymir's buffs in Season 8, just feels pretty good. I mean, you can cancel the wall out early, get that cooldown back, and just immediately try and re-engage these fights. Even if he is using it to force a leap from Panda, Hurrywin, Sam, or Fine, if you instant cancel it, it's going to be up pretty shortly afterward. I think, if anything, I'm keeping my eyes on PBM. Elects to go for the Horrific Emblem very early on, a very aggressive selection out of your support, but yeah, I think it is a match where he really does have to keep his eyes towards that blink, needs the ability to close gap on the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, Sunder then I think becomes a topic of conversation. You know, we haven't seen it much in the last couple of sets, counting this one. When there's a Nike on the other team, Sunder always has its day in court. And so actives actually, relics, become a pretty important topic of conversation as we start to hit that level 12 mark. We'll be able to follow along and see. Freeze, wall, all of it sent out from Awesome Jake here. Looks like the purple buff actually gets dropped down by the Olympus Bolts, so a sneaky steal for the Bolts despite 3 members of the Dragons being close by, and the pressure on left paying off.
Early rotation from Ben there just kind of spells the end of that engagement for the Jade Dragons. Hurrywin still hovering mid, so it would have been a 3 versus 4, and the Dragons don't love their odds.
Wow, these walls from Jake have made PBM think twice about his positioning. PandaCat's been low on mana for a little while here, had to walk up, clear the wave. the good old-fashioned way. The Greater Scorpion taken down on the left side of the map. That means the Olympus Bolts have a little bit more presence around this Gold Fury. Specifically, what I'm trying to say is the Gold Fury will spawn soon. You could see a grouping over on that side of the map. You can say the same thing for right and the Pyromancer as well. We've hit that level 5 mark and even gone past it. Level 7 now, Myth, for both of these junglers. And that's where maybe Sam for Soccer starts to carry some weight here. Lasbra great at chasing and executing targets with the bat out of hell. But this Fear No Evil from Sam plus Blink could be a great fight starter early in the game.
It can be. I thought maybe again we'd see the Jotun's Wrath in that first slot, but instead it's going to be the Crusher for Sam for Soccer. A little bit of additional attack speed, gets a power boost here in 8.9 as well, and it seems like Sam really has found a home within this item. And I can't tell you how happy it makes me, Dave, to see junglers ahead of ADCs, or at least even, man. The XP changes inside the jungle are really nice for these assassins now. Both level 7, Panda Cat, level 6, it's jungle supremacy.
Right, you can't be biased towards a team, but
a role?
Bias
Yeah, I got
towards
that.
a role is totally allowed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you've made it clear. I guess, Aggro and I haven't necessarily hidden things either. Though I have mentioned I'm starting to sway a little bit. I'm a big carry guy here recently. So
sorry for you.
Yeah, I know. Stinks right now. The jungle's feeling good. Yeah, me and my carry family that I've been a part of for so long are just getting jumped on by the junglers. Unbelievable. Venenu takes a little bit of damage here from Hurrywind in the mid lane. Has to drop the Suns, backs away. Hurrywind actually left worse for wear after that fight. Purple buff dropped down.
Great shield.
Panda Cat will pick it up. Great shield, as you point out, from PBM to keep Panda Cat where he is. Lasbra's lurking on the left side of the map here. There's a quick ward just further to the right. Lasbra, I think, able to avoid just a little bit. Polar Bear Mike on the other side of the wall. Barracuda! What happened to his health bar? That's Panda Cat. And Lasbra was there, but I'm not sure this is a fight the Bolts want to take any longer.
No, Barracuda learned his lesson, man. Do not step up to Panda Cat when he's got his entire ability rotation available. Eats the axe, the hail of arrows, and the bladed arrows, and walks away with about 20% HP. And that is going to be a rotation of abilities that is available often to Panda Cat, who went for the Jotun's Wrath inside of that first slot. Meanwhile, on the other end, Barracuda going for the Transcendence a little bit earlier on. Both hunters seem to like the builds that they went in Game 1. For those of you who need help remembering, Panda Cat does go towards Transcendence in that second item slot, and Barracuda will go Jotun's in his second item slot.
So rude.
Is it? What?
For those of you with too small brains
Whoa, I didn't say it that way, man. Come on.
It was the connotation, Myth. It was the inflection.
Well, I'm using the denotation. Just
for
take it
those
at
of you
face
who
value.
need help remembering.
Oh, God. Come on.
What were their builds?
Oh, see? So it's you I'm talking to. Jotun's in a Transcendence for Panda, and Transcendence into Jotun's for Barra.
And that's what it was in Game 1?
Game 1, for those of you that need help remembering.
Yeah, that's me. I need help remembering. Gold Fury oracled up now by the Jade Dragons. Hurrywind playing safe. If Awesome Jake rounds his corner, he'll be spotted out. Hurrywind into the Charon's coin. So you get some percent pen early in this game.
He's building different this time.
Yeah, so a little bit different for those of you who need help remembering. Well, it's going to be a different look for Ven because he's not playing Scylla anymore this game, and you're not able to. And so Charon's coin into Soul Gem is what it looks like here for Hurrywind Myth. You'll get some decent burst damage early in the game.
Yeah, that's going to help out a fair bit for Hurrywind, but I think that it is generally still going to be a very slow build for him here. It isn't going for a huge power spike early on. Instead, kind of keeping his eye towards the team fight.
Oh, we might be fighting.
Yeah, maybe an invade instead.
Might be scrapping a bit here. Venenu's got Sam for Soccer around the backside. Up in the air he goes. And back to the rest of his team. Breaks the Suns down as well. This is great disengage from the Olympus Bolts, but the taunts back through from Hurrywind. The Taiko drum doing a whole lot of work here. Woo! Mike turns it right back around. Is Lasbra going to chase down the support? The answer is no. Raiju is out onto Awesome Jake. Does Jake have a wall to save his life? He's got one, but it's kept Sam right where he is, and it's on top of Jake. Jade Dragons find first blood.
Sam for Soccer completely cannot keep the chase. You better believe had he had just a little bit more mana, he's likely jumping over that red wall and chasing out the kill onto Lasbra. That's the Olympus Bolts committing a lot of their resources into PBM on this Geb, and well, you can't shut down a Geb that easily, not at this portion of the game, not when he's got a health shield that large. And Awesome Jake left high and dry. Well, he's left out to dry. Gets picked up. Jade Dragons 1-0, 10 minutes in.
Man, this Sam for Soccer pick just has so much threat with it, and it's what we saw work out so well in our first set of the day for Captain Twig. Twig kind of win off on this Hunbat's pick, and I think that's an early look at what Sam might feel comfortable doing. I mean, of course, everyone dreams of this big 5-man Fear No Evil.
Every night.
But if you can just That's what you go to sleep thinking about. But if you can just jump on Ven, take the beads away, that'll help you out in the rest of the fight.
It will, man. Sanford Soccer doing so much for his squad last year, actually.
That scared me.
Nearly falling to
just
the final.
any low health bar just like kind of makes me jump automatically. I mean, he probably wasn't really under that much threat. The rest of Lasber's team was there. But I will admit my eyes widened suddenly, and I was about ready to call Lasber dead. But good juggling of aggro there. We'll get the Pyromancer down for the bolts.
Yeah, I was waiting for that one to show up on live stream fails. Luckily, Laz were able to avoid that narrowly this time around, and the Olympus Bolts get to keep their dignity a little bit longer. 600 gold lead or so in favor of the Jade Dragons, maybe closer to 800 at this point. But the Olympus Bolts still
6
completely
XP.
in this game. Yeah, that
Getting
experience is
broken
huge.
wide open.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's important, especially after some of the ebbs and flows that we've seen. And it's really the equalizer from Haddix and Barracuda, right? Because there's a 1-level lead in mid for Hurry, 1-level lead in jungle for Sam. And then in both of the side lanes, the Hunter and the solo laner for the Bolts have themselves a slight lead here in this game. So that's why you see the XP so even. Gold still pretty mitigatable here. Gold Fury is up. We saw a plenty of dancing around the Fire Giant in game number 1 for both squads. And when a game is this close, the Gold Fury can be somewhat impactful, especially if you're able to get a couple of kills on the back end. When you got the initiation of Sanford Soccer on the other side, I think you do have to maybe be a little bit extra cautious when a Fear No Evil can start things up.
Rotation from Final K is a little bit early here. Unfortunate for the Jade Dragons. Seemed like they were trying to get primed and ready to head in towards this Gold Fury, considering the Soul Laner had left his lane, which generally does spell that. But Panda Cat forced to use almost the entirety of his mana, clearing out purple buff and then escaping the wall from Awesome Jake is immediately forced back to his own base, which means Final K walks over, walks back, but at least able to strip away a couple of back camps on his way.
Well, Asbra's had a quiet game so far. Has been there on a couple of the answers. Sanford Soccer, 100% kill participation for his team. I say that, of course, through a slight smirk on my end. Haddix and Final K haven't been able to get involved yet. Final K attempted to, as you pointed out just a moment ago, Miff. And J-Mac, you know, pretty apt while it's elementary and it's core. Sanford Soccer just one-shots Barracuda. Man, I'm kind of right yet again there. Sam happy just to throw out Fear No Evils on one target and get the kill.
You've been patting yourself on the back all day today.
It rarely happens. I rarely get stuff right. I have to when I do. I have to.
All right, fair enough. You're right. It is Sanford Soccer throwing out the ultimate on his own against a target that had both beads and ultimate available. Strips both and the light of Barracuda, opening the door for this Gold Fury.
For what it's worth, that's not an incredible call on my end at all. Is there a steal potential here? Venenu has the ultimate. Lasper is in the back. Bat out of hell swoops through, and there's a lot of damage from Venenu and his ultimate in mid, and Ven gets one down. Sanford Soccer teleports back in with the freeze from Jake. Delays out this fight, but it's a full-on sweep. Jade Dragons come up big. They'll get 3, but the Olympus Bolts able to get 2 as well.
Man, great pathing from PBM to drag the entirety of the Bolts towards the left-hand side away from Haddix. Haddix, that entire time, is like, guys, if I can get into the fight, I'll Watery Grave, I'll disrupt the backline, maybe we can take it from there. But he was not allowed to participate, and instead is chasing the coattails of the entirety of the Dragons, just trying to close that gap. And instead, he steals back camp just to waddle away back to his lane. Jade Dragons coming out ahead inside of that left-hand side skirmish, but Gold still essentially dead even. Experience maybe now a little bit more so separating these teams, yeah, from 60 to 800. This game, it's back and forth, man. It is incredibly close.
Yeah, this one very, very close. Polar Bear Mike, we wondered how some of that support itemization would look going up against the team composition that the Bolts have built, both carries, physical DPS, the jungler, physical DPS. You're relying on support and solo to dole out that magical damage. And so Polar Bear Mike Miff, I mean, it makes some sense. You go Thieves right into Sovereignty, and that Sovereignty should have some good value for the rest of Mike's team.
It should, and help him out a lot in his own survivability. Last time around, PBM went for a slightly different build, some Relic Dagger in the second slot, immediately into the Pridwin, so it does have a nice little health shield, decent defense both ways, but not necessarily those full dedicated tank items that you expect from your support. This time around, though, is electing to go that path and should be allowed to stand in front of whoever he wants on the Olympus Bolts for a very long time. Sovereignty and the Double Hunter only feels good.
Gold Fury still stands. It's been a while. Been hanging out 15.5 minutes into the game. Steal. No, the Bolts won't take it away this time. The Jade Dragons snag the Gold Fury for themselves. So the gold lead's starting to build up just a little bit further now for the Dragons, and that's a good quick call here from this Dragons team. Edges that gold lead ever so further towards the Jade Dragons, about another 1,000 or so for them. Hydra's picked up here for Sanford Soccer, and I kind of joke about my call. I mean, of course, an assassin with everything at his disposal against a carry is going to use everything at his disposal. Disposal. Is that the right word?
At his disposal? Yeah.
Is that the phrase?
Yeah.
That one just, I said it because I assumed it was right, and then the moment I said it, it didn't sound right, but I guess it is. Sanford Soccer using everything at his disposal.
I believe, well, now that you've said it
that's
so
what
many
I'm saying.
times.
It sounds weird. My point being, Sanford Soccer's got a lot of damage here, Myth, and if Venenu or Barracuda are left unchecked, left unpeeled by any of their front lines, Sam is poised to have a big, big game.
And I'd argue that he's already done enough in my book. You know, I mean, 2, 1, and 3, 5 out of 5 kill participation from the jungler on the Jade Dragons. And you're talking about peel. The Olympus Bolts, it's more so engaged. As far as peel is concerned, it's just Watery Grave from Haddix, maybe a Freeze from the 408, or maybe a Pyromancer for the Jade Dragons.
Engage from Haddix has caught me off guard, and I think it caught Sam off guard as well. Horrific Emblem gets used here by Polar Bear Mike, and that'll slow down Awesome Jake, but it's a turnaround from the Dragons you have to be wary of. Barracuda was back in base, so he'll start to push further forward, but maybe sensing that this fight is over, Barracuda rotates on back to the left. So Pyromancer, as well as the Gold Fury, go to the Jade Dragons. The Bolts attempt something there. Haddix gets aggressive early, but a tough composition to chase down for the Dragons.
Yeah, Haddix blinks in after the Pyromancer actually falls, so the Olympus Bolts kind of as a team said, there's no real reason to take this fight right now. We're not fighting over much. We can't bring back the Pyro and take it ourselves, so it was a kind of half engage from Haddix, where the rest of the Bolts were like, oh, I guess we're going in here, and the Jade Dragons are able to walk out. Yet again, this gold lead has now ballooned itself to 4,000 in favor of the Order team. Experience around the same. Okay, you just is that what we want to do? It's semantics?
Yep.
All right, so 3.7K in favor of the Jade Dragons. You were in a weird mood today, Dave. Okay, 18 minutes in, Fire Giant not exactly on the menu for either of these teams, but give it about 2-3 minutes, and then the Jade Dragons find themselves in a very similar position as they did in Game 1 and could very easily approach this Fire Giant. I think in a game pace like this, you have to evaluate which team scales better. I think there is an argument for the double Hunter composition, but with both Hunters going this new age, Jotun's Transcendence, full Mace Tree build, I'm not exactly sure how that power curve is going to line up. So then you have to evaluate ease of play. And I'd argue Jada Dragons, their composition, much easier to perform on. Large AoE CC from Sanford Soccer. Right? Hurrywin has great damage output. I mean, the engage factor from PBM, it's all there. Whereas the Olympus Bolts, all their damage, the core of it, single target between these double Hunters.
Yeah, we kind of joked, right? I mean, the analysis seems elementary, but at its core, it's right. You got a bunch of circles that either fear you, stun you, deal damage to you, slow you down, and if the Jade Dragons can stack those up, that's where the Olympus Bolts end up falling a bit by the wayside. And then you've got a couple characters in the Raijin and in the Uller and in Sanford Soccer's case, the Hunbats itself at following up on some of that damage. The builds continued on here for Hurrywin. Soul Gem completed into Divine Ruin, then it looks like a Soul Reaver after that. That Soul Reaver will be a big spike here for this Raijin out of mid. You've already got some decent penetration of both percentage and flat built up. And that Soul Reaver maybe is the next big power spike that the Jade Dragons look to utilize.
Yeah, it's essentially the magical equivalent of the Heartseeker Hidden Dagger build, right? Like you want that initial burst of damage when you start a fight. That's what Soul Gem and Soul Reaver are able to afford you together. So Hurrywin gonna have a large deal of burst available to him once he heads back to base one more time. 20 minutes in the game, Jade Dragons still have a very sizable gold and experience lead. I'm expecting them to either wait for this Oni Fury to respawn, group up there and force a fight, and then if they win that fight, I don't think it's necessarily the Oni Fury we're fighting over, but the couple of kills could net either one of these teams a Fire Giant at this point in the game.
It's kind of the fallout after that fight that could make a big difference here. Jade Dragons, they have not played in studio with us for a little while, and they are back, and they are looking good. At least after Game 1 into Game 2 here, they're looking good to maybe close out this set 2-0. They'll be in studio again tomorrow for a matchup against the Atlantis Leviathans. That's one to look forward to as well. Haddix, Awesome Jake, Venenu, they'll all step forward here. Barracuda and Lasbra off to the left. Or Sanford Soccer, that's the question you got to be asking yourself if you're the Olympus Bolt here. He's got Blink, And he's got the bubble, so CC immunity will help him out finding some of those engages. Haddix finds his way into the back line, and he's disrupted. And he's pushed Hurriwind back against the wall. Aegis is out for this ride. And on the other side, it's deleted. Hurriwind has not fallen yet, but he will. Haddix finally chases down the mid laner, and look at PandaCat kiting his way backwards, doing a whole lot of damage to Haddix. Sanford Soccer has been left alone elsewhere, and this fight for the Jade Dragons is looking good.
Sanford Soccer left alone, but takes out his sole opposition now, rejoins the fight with Fido K and Haddix. Well, I'm not sure how tanky you really are.
Haddix pushes Fido against the wall, but it's Haddix who's taking a lot of damage. PandaCat on a killing spree. The Ullr's looking just fine, if you ask me. Double kill for Panda, 403 for the Jade Dragons Hunter, and we'll head back for the Fury.
It was a tale of two fights for the Olympus Bolts. Haddix dives deep into the back line, isolates Hurriwind with a couple other frontliners, and are eventually able to take out the Raijin, but the dive of the Jade Dragons was much more successful, shutting down Ven and Barracuda individually. Lazra comes into that fight and eats the entirety of Tycho drums, doesn't even get a chance to use the Bat out of Hell, and when Lazra's dead with his ultimate available, you gotta think that the rest of the Olympus Bolts are going to be suffering for it. Oni Fury and the fight go the way of the Jade Dragons.
Olympus Bolts at least able to get a kill onto Hurriwind. I mean, that's the silver lining here in this fight.
That's all they got.
That's all they got. Hurriwind is going to back, or he had to go back, but he'll now respawn, finishes off that Soul Reaver, and we will head to the right side of the map here, Mifflin. So, Blink picked up for Awesome Jake. We wondered if one of the two Guardians would do so. So now there is maybe an opportunity for the impending Fire Giant dance to speed itself up here a little bit. Though with Fino K, who has Blink, Sanford Soccer, who has Blink, it's not like the engage is lacking on the other side.
No, but we'll see how the Jade Dragons elect to play with this lead, 6,500, and in a similar position again as they were in Game 1. Fire Giant was stolen away by the Olympus Bolts on a Barracuda.
Yeah, that's right.
On the exact same pick. Centaur is still available, so you got to think that's in the back of the Jade Dragons' heads.
And you got Ven's ultimate.
Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe win one more fight, Jade Dragons, before you actually look at the Fire Giant proper. And that seems to be the call. Everyone just kind of waiting for their opportunity to group up together here. And Sanford Soccer waiting for the opportunity to look for a 1v1. But Barracuda, he's not going to show back up.
This Ullr pick has just been a treat to watch, hasn't it? You know, in our set earlier today, now PandaCat looked good on this pick here. There's something about a good Ullr that just makes your eyes go wide, and it's really exciting to watch. And PandaCat has looked great so far, 403 on this pick. Second to highest net worth in the game, only down by about 40 gold or so, and decent up on the player damage charts as well. We wondered how the magical damage would look for the Olympus Bolts. Top of the charts is Haddix. No surprise when Blink, Thorns, and the good old spikes there in the Kuzumbo kit have helped out, reflecting plenty of damage back into the Jade Dragons. So it looks like we are going to start a bit of a dance here around the FG, Miff. The Jade Dragons playing with some house money as far as their lead goes. You can step forward, you can ward up a little bit more aggressively. Olympus Bolts don't have much as far as backline, other side of the Fire Giant pit ward coverage, but you got a couple on those entrances from mid lane, so you'll sense kind of the coming and going of the Jade Dragons there. But you're going to have to step up at some point and make sure this FG isn't going down.
Take a peek at the pockets of all these players. 2 wards for the entirety of the Olympus Bolts, both standard wards and both inside of Haddix's pocket, whereas the Jade Dragons, they've got wards on the map and wards in pocket right now. That is a significant advantage coming to this Fire Giant dance. Jade Dragons strip away 1 ward, control a little bit more of that vision, and now have both defensive and offensive vision control around the Fire Giant pit, but do not utilize it. Instead, strip away some more towers.
Yeah, I mean, look at how the Bolts respond. They back up. They now know where the Dragons are.
Too.
But it looks like it could be a quick and easy tier 2 tower. PandaCat doing a lot of damage. Lasbra engages on Sanford Soccer on the left. The jungler's 1v1ing. Fear No Evil is out, but Lasbra into the Bat out of Hell is winning the engagement on left, and he gets the kill. Massive pick for the Olympus Bolts. Big outplay from Lasbra as well, and suddenly the winds and the sails of the Olympus Bolts. You've gotten a lopsided trade, and they want to chase down more.
Ven does fall to Final K inside of his own tier 2 tower, and that could spell the end of the engagement here. But one upshot of having 2 hunters means that if one falls, there's still another standing, and Barracuda can generate enough threat on the Fire Giant if the Olympus Bolts decide to head that way. But instead, they want to trade some towers. They want this tier 1.
They're going to walk forward. Haddix will take a little bit of damage from PandaCat here. little bit becomes a lot as Haddix is just above half HP here. Final K back from base has been able to fully top off those health bars. Lasbra's lurking on left. The man who made the big play over Sanford Soccer gave his team a breath of fresh air in game number 2. Continues to walk forward. Fantastic wall from Awesome Jake, but it's shielded out by PBM, and Panicat will jump on over. Haddix pins Panicat right on back, and the Olympus Bolts get a big stagger kill. A minute death timer on Panda.
Panicat nearly able to return that kill onto Lazar, but the healing now already ticking him up over 60% of his own HP bar. And you're right, man, having Panicat dead for 45 seconds is going to be massive for the Olympus Bolts, who are teetering on the edge. It was, what, 8,000 gold in favor of the Jade Dragons. They've got the vision advantage around the Fire Giant itself, but instead go for a little bit of a greedy play, trying to chase out that tier 2 tower and put that one down.
I think Lasbra, you got to look back at him. Another ultimate from Sanford Soccer. This time towards Barracuda, who's now being dove. Centaurus is out. Can Lasbra turn around enough damage to give Barracuda a chance? The answer is no. Sanford Soccer picks up the kill. And the Jade Dragons have flipped things right back yet again. Now Barracuda dead for a minute.
50 entire seconds, actually, Dave. So, Panicat going to be alive in 5 seconds. It is. Gold Fury, though, Primal Fury, rather, going to be looked at by the Jade Dragons, and that should make it a little bit easier to go for Pyros or Fire Giants in the near future. Still, going to have a long time left to play with while Barracuda's dead. I imagine we see Sanford Soccer head back to base, heal up, spend that gold, and immediately regroup, head straight to this Fire Giant.
Yeah, you would think. Panicat is now back and respawned. And onto the right side he goes. So 20 seconds without Barra. There is this small window now for the Jade Dragons. If you really want to push a fight, you really want to take it, you can still do so for the next 15 seconds now, plus a little bit of travel time for Barracuda to get on out of base. Maybe a better opportunity spent dewarding and rewarding the backside. But instead it gets pulled. Hurrywin spotted out. Lasbra's on the left here. Sanford Soccer in behind. Drops a ward down. Will sense Lasbra once Lasbra walks forward. Fire Giant down to half HP. Barracuda's respawn, but he's back in base. Double Fear No Evil from Sanford Soccer. Will get Venenu up and over. Go to. But Venenu lives on. Drops the ultimate onto himself. Polar Bear Mike's gotten a kill onto Lasbra. Elsewhere in this fight now. Haddix taunted. Right back in, and Panicat's dealing the damage.
Haddix burning quickly, sumo slam into the wall, only to buy a couple of seconds. Credit to Hurrywin.
Whoa, no, Sanford Soccer's low, Panicat's low. Can Olympus Bolts re-engage on this fight? Awesome Jake doesn't think so. Awesome Jake trying to leave. It's carries plus support, all that are left alive for the Olympus Bolts. Panicat up and over the wall. Thunder Crash buys time for the stun, buys time for the flurry of damage, but he is tanky. Awesome Jake lives on a little bit longer. Barracuda rotates into this fight as well, but has he done too much? Has he stayed too long? For now, the answer is no, but it becomes yes, as Hurrywin will put him down.
Awesome Jake turns around to watch his fellow duo laner fall down and maybe loses the opportunity to walk out himself. Hurrywin with the damage is going to whittle away at him, and that's the right verbiage. Jake's
eventually,
tanky.
Oh, the wall is there. Thunder Crash gets used yet again, and finally it's Hurrywin who silences Awesome Jake. Killing spree for the Raijin. That started off as a good pull for the Jade Dragons. There was a moment where that second wind might have looked good for the Bolts, but it was anything but. The Jade Dragons run away with the fight and now can look back towards Fire Giant.
That is twice now in this game where Lasbra dives deep onto Hurrywin, closes gap, and then dies before he's allowed to use the Bat Out of Hell. This Camazotz can't die that quickly. He can't. He has to apply the damage to Hurry, Vampiric Bats, and then get into the air, forcing the type of drums.
Oh, he steals it! Wow. Steals it away! He'll pay for it with his life! But yet again, the Bolts stay alive, and yet again, it's a Hunter who takes it away. How impactful is it? 2 members of the Bolts have the FG. It's Haddix and Lasbra. The Jade Dragons get a pick. They get 45 seconds without the mid, and they'll walk down right.
Yeah, I'll admit, I was talking over it. I thought it was a 0% chance there for the steal to come through, but then comes up big for his team, but at the cost of his life, might also lose a Phoenix.
They might. Olympus Bolts have the FG. As we so often see, when you're behind and you steal, it's more of a delay than anything else, and the Jade Dragons not wanting to feel delayed will start to siege up this right side. Phoenix Lasbra taking low. Hurrywin has Thunder crashed into the base of the Olympus Bolts, and he will walk away after using the Taiko drums. Good wall from Awesome Jake, but there's no damage. Nobody is looking at Hurrywind right now as he's been able to Thunder Crash out yet again. Lasbra on left. Sanford Soccer wants to 1v1 yet again. Lasbra puts him down one more time, and Lasbra wins the jungle fight yet again.
And now he's able to chase on through the jungle. The rest of the Bolts should be able to close gap. Blink forward, nice wall!
Oh, it's massive from Jake. It's huge even. The Olympus Bolts, they'll chase their way right back in. Lasbra working around the back. Awesome Jake detonates some damage. What can the Kamazats get done? Not a whole lot. Bat out of hell swooping through. Panda Cat waiting on the other end, and it's another good wall from Awesome Jake. A whole series of highlights for the Ymir. And the Olympus Bolts get Sam. Lasbra gets Sam. And the right side Phoenix stands.
I can't believe Sam decides to take that 1v1, man. First off, Kamazat's just out-damaged you. Every time you use overhead smash inside of a 1v1, you are trading out DPS, but now a look back, then makes it look easy.
One old tick of the ultimate is all you need there. Venenu's got it. So at 1-4-1, Venenu is still able to make a play that is beyond the impact of what his KDA looks like so far this game. But I mean, what, it's the exact same scenario as game one where you steal away a Fire Giant, but you're still down 9,000 gold. This time, though, not everyone from the Bolts has it. It's only Lasbra and Haddix. Truly a delay moment now for the Olympus Bolts where it's not going to get any worse. Your Phoenix is still up, and you've given yourself another chance in this game.
Still 10,000 gold separating these two teams. A couple tier 2 towers still standing for the Bolts as well. I think the Jade Dragons are so far ahead at this point that they might be able to just go ahead and maintain their pressure with only Fire Giant on 2 members of the Olympus Bolts. I don't think that's enough to really measure or put any weight on the decision-making scales of the Jade Dragons as they start to establish defensive positioning around the Oni Fury.
It's fine, okay, who's up front here? The Nike has put together a quiet but good performance. 208 for Fine OK after a massive performance on the Cthulhu in game one. Fine OK has continued his trend of good play on into game 2 here. The Olympus Bolts will step up. Except remember, game 1 was lost on an Oni Fury fight that the Bolts shouldn't have taken. And so you need to be careful here if you're taking a fight around an Oni Fury when you're this far down in a game yet again. But realizing that maybe those Oni waves would add enough pressure that could give the Jade Dragons their opening to finish off this game. The Olympus Bolts will step up. Lasbra is on left. Outside of Sanford Soccer taking a quick 1v1 against his counterpart. Should be going into this fight even-keeled.
This might be the most tense 33-minute Oni Fury dance I've ever had the pleasure of casting, man. I mean, either team could completely win a game off of a clean team fight here. Olympus Bolts might not have any Phoenix exposed, but this late in the game, it does not matter. Awesome Jake, moving forward.
He's got 3 yet again. There was a moment there where the engage could have happened. I chuckled a moment ago. There's something funny about Oni Fury punching a Nene. Awesome Jake walks forward, gets a freeze onto Panda Cat. Some damage on the back end as well, but Awesome Jake is paid for it with half of his health bar. It's Lasbra versus Sanford Soccer, round 3. But Sanford Soccer feeling good about his chances this time around, and Sanford Soccer's got it. The 1v1 to the Jade Dragons this time, and now the Olympus Bolts corralled on in, and look at the collapse from the Jade Dragons. Olympus Bolts put in the dirt. Game 2 comes to a close, and it's the Jade Dragons taking the set.
Is that a triple quadra kill for Panda Cat to close this one out? Lasbra, you ruined it, man. Could have been a penta. The Olympus Bolts, second verse, same as the first. Do not step up to an Oni Fury against the Jade Dragons. 34 minutes into the game. That's exactly where they want you.
And the Jade Dragons will walk this one on in. This game, not without its drama. This set, not without its drama. It'll end with the Jade Dragons on top 2-0. The Olympus Bolts, they put up a fight. They stole away a couple Fire Giants, but not enough down the stretch. Shaky, right? You know the Jade Dragons, you know the standards they hold themselves to. They are not going to be thrilled with the way that this set was won. I mean, this was back and forth. You think they're
dub's a dub, man. All right, that's the Olympus Bolts.
Right, we're talking about the Jade Dragons. Myth, you're not a member of the Jade Dragons.
I'm not.
You're happy because you just got a win. The Jade Dragons expect excellence, and it was a little back and forth, a little choppier than they would have expected. Right? Am I wrong?
Look, man, you can go ahead. You're doing the interview after this, right?
Yep.
Go ahead and ask whoever you're interviewing if they're happy with their win.
Oh, I will.
I guarantee it's a yes.
They're going to say it's a win's a win. Oh, it's Mike. This is free money for me.
He's like, no, man, should have played it cleaner.
Yes, that's what
it's a 2-0.
The Jade Dragons are able to take this one 2-0 over the Olympus Bolts. We'll see how PBM feels about it right after this.
gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Rimming through, Titan, down, ball three, a double kill myself.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce that the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor,
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality. We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. And you're telling me an alien wore this?
Hello and welcome back to the desk for the SMITE Pro League. One final time for the afternoon, the evening, or whatever time of day it may be for you. And a big shout out to our title sponsor for the SPL for allowing us to be able to bring all this amazing action to you and to the pros. Obviously, it's going to be Alienware. Go over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get all the details on that sweet get stuff that they have, all those peripherals between their desktop, the Aurora Ryzen 10, the 240 Hz gaming monitor, 25-inch. It's always a nice monitor to have. Way bigger and way nicer than any monitor I've ever owned. So if you want your chance to get that, you can go there. Make sure to follow them on their social medias at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram. And go to alienwarearena.com to look at all the other cool giveaways and news they have available for their glowing global community. Game number 2, Jade Dragons are able to close this out in a very similar fashion to what it felt like in game number 1. A lot of back and forth, but Jade Dragons, they just have what it takes to pull it out, and Olympus Bolts stagger just a little bit.
Yeah, you get a good couple of plays from the Bolts that delay the Dragons, but delay is about the best they can get. They have a little bit of pushback. They stop them from rolling over them and breaking the base, but that's really where it started to slow down. It is around those Phoenixes. Things got a little more difficult for them. Sam just has a lights-out game. I think everybody on the Dragons had a lights-out game, but I think we've been looking at Sam a lot this year and like seeing this transition, of course, going back to like the style of jungle that we have known and seen him play very well in the past. Fit perfectly. Panda Cat and Mike just had insane plays. Panda Cat, like, the Geb Shield saved so many people, but Panda Cat got to look flashy because of it. And so I guess that's like the burden of support is making others look good. And I think this Geb pick just worked out incredibly well for them. It seems like he's going to be working really well. There's a good reason they first picked it here, and I expect that if they're going to continue looking like this, then we have a much heavy-handed contender in the Dragons this phase.
And then what better way to end out the game than a quadra kill from Panda Cat to close everything out? You know, one thing
that's just flashy. It's too flashy for me.
It's too nice. But one thing you brought up at the very end of the death segment going into game 2 was that the Dragons, notorious for winning game number 1 of a set, and then losing game 2, and then potentially even game 3 after that. This is one of the first times, I won't say the, but it's one of the first times the J Dragons not only win game 1, but they're able to close it out in game 2. And I think this is the only 2-game set that these two teams have had against each other this phase.
Yeah, they have. So the only time, this is the second time the Dragons have beat the Bolts, but it's the only time it's been a 2-0, and no matter what. They've always gone 3 games, which makes this even more impressive that they were able to find that win. It looked like it was going to bounce back. Lasber had a lot of really good plays towards the end there, getting into the back line, using that bat out of hell. There were a lot of really great walls from Jake that almost set them up for some really good kills, but unfortunately for them, it was almost, never quite jumping over there. The Dragons were just really good at collapsing in and really reforming their formation and bouncing back into the fight.
One of the boons of having such a strong support by your side is you're able to put up some nutty player damage like Panda Cat, 29,000. And speaking of supports, we have Polar Bear Mike standing by with Dolson for our post-game interview. Let's kick it over to them.
That's right, I got a strong support by my side, and it's PBM standing by my side to talk about this set a little bit. Mike, it has been, I don't know, months, since you guys have been back in the studio here, we get you back in the studio. You start things off against the Bolts. What's it like being back in here?
It feels great. This is actually the first time we've ever played with Sam that isn't an online game.
That's wild.
In 2 years, yeah.
That's actually crazy to think about.
Yeah, the first time any of us have played in a LAN setting since Season 6 World, so we were really worried about Sam being nervous. We tried to give him a massage before the game, and he played pretty well, I think.
Yeah, talk to me about Sam. Look, there's been this big jungle change. Things have shifted. You see more assassin-y style jungles. Sam and then kind of the team as a whole, do you feel like you've adapted pretty well to the new style of Smite?
Yeah, I think, same boat as every other team. We're just trying to figure out, what changed and what we think fits us. Of course, the jungle changes are huge. People have been hoping jungle doesn't get changed for a long time. They know what's going to happen to them when Sam's in the game. So unlucky for them, good for us.
Final thoughts here. I have a lot riding on this with Mifflin. How happy are you with the way the team played here today in your win?
Well, considering it's a single round robin for the seeding on the group stage, of course we want to win.
Of course.
I think my carries are not great at securing objectives. We'll have a talk about that. We'll work on that. Make roster changes if need be.
Sure.
But, yeah.
Anything's on the table here for the Jade Dragons. 2-0 win. Maybe some changes over the horizon. You heard it here from PBM first. Thanks for talking with me, Mike. Congrats on the win. We'll go back to the desk to finish out the day.
Well, hopefully here at the tail end of Phase 3, we don't see any roster changes, and maybe with a performance like that, we won't need to. Maybe just clean up a little bit of the mess that you had there in that set, but I'm sure the Jade Dragons even here in their first studio match. I think it's a big one to point out that this is their first studio match in years, and especially their first one with their new jungler, Sam for Soccer, on the team, and it did not feel like it was all that different from their normal style of play on lands.
And so it's one thing, like, if you've watched Smite for a long time, you think back to it, like, a lot of Worlds, January was always that date, but there were those few years where we were in November, right? And so thinking back to it, Season 6 was one of those, like, it's literally almost been 2 years for a lot of these players since they've gotten to be on LAN.
If you've missed any of the SPL action so far, if you're just now tuning in, well, sorry you missed all the fun, but let's take a look at the schedule and see exactly what you may have missed, what you might want to catch up on, or what you can look forward to. Camelot Kings take down the Scarabs 2-1 for our first set of the day. Jade Dragons in the first 2-0 between these two teams, able to get a win over the Olympus Bolts. Tomorrow we'll kick off with the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors, and then the Jade Dragons back in studio again tomorrow. You saw them once, you'll get to see them again against the Atlantis Leviathans this time. And then on Sunday we'll round it out with the Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries, and then the Kings and Titans for our final set of the week. Man, what a way to start a weekend where we get 2 appearances of the Dragons in studio.
I love hey, so you know how you guys haven't really played on LAN in 2 years? Well, back to back, baby.
Here you go. 2 in a row, baby, right after the other. But looking at the standings, it's 2-0 for the Jade Dragons, Atlantis Leviathans, and Tartarus Titans all sitting there tied at the top. The Tartarus Titans, though, do have a 3-game set under their belt. That's why they're sitting at third compared to a tied around first. Bolts and Kings are sitting at 4-4, and then Scarabs, Warriors, Valkyries immediately under there at that 6, 7, 8 respectively.
And remember, those top 2 spots are the ones that are the most important for this stage, because whoever is top 2 gets to then choose. So first seed chooses the second seed's group for the group stages.
Right.
Second seed chooses the first seed's group. And of course they have like a little draft style. It's very similar. In fact, I think it's the exact same thing we did in phase number 1, but that makes it all more important. Every single one of these wins, each climb forward, even just a slip up, one loss, all of a sudden, and that includes maps. Like if you just lose a single game, all of a sudden maybe your map differential comes into the equation, you get third instead of second, and you're finding yourself sorted by somebody else's hand.
And kind of in that phase to phase, in phase 1 it was kind of okay, you just know which teams you're going to throw on the opposite side immediately. This time around, this phase, it's going to be so hard. It's going to be really hard to pick some of these teams going in these groups. I mean, between how the Warriors and the Scarabs have both improved, they are no longer just that throw them in a spot. These are teams that now you have to worry about, do I really want to put these guys in my group? We still have more SPL action for you for the rest of the week, and we still have plenty more SPL action for the phase. So on behalf of all of us here on the casting team, the production, and everyone behind the scenes and at home, thank you so much for watching the SPL. We'll see you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. for more action.